Welcome to day 3 of the Portal to Ascension Conference. It's been an epic journey of the last couple of days, peeling back a lot of layers, and so much beautiful awareness has been shared. So thank you all so much for just being here and being a part of this event. So much gratitude for this experience. And for myself, I want to go around here and just kind of check in with all of you. But for myself, a lot's been coming up, and I really feel that this event, for Portal to Ascension in general, for myself, is really a milestone in a lot of my own healing process, and some beautiful reflections are going on, and a lot is being processed. There's a lot of emotions in the world right now, and as we've said multiple times over the last couple of days, that we really need to process these emotions in order to become the caretakers for this new reality, the architects of this new paradigm, right? So, and part of that is these events, so that we can have these reflections that we need in order to transcend what has held us back into this density, and ascend into this beautiful paradigm that we're creating on Earth. So I'm just excited and happy to be here with you all, and I'm so excited to be here with some of my favorite people around this panel right here. So let's go around. Alan, you want to take it from here and just tell me how you're feeling?
Well, I'm feeling fantastic. I mean, I don't know, I'm not Christian or anything, but Easter is always a kind of time of renewal and regeneration. Of course, it's named after the goddess Ishtar, the goddess of fertility. So it is a rebirth. This first Sunday after the equinox, after the first full moon of the equinox, is this day is the planting time. So it's a time for planting new seeds, and I feel that. I feel we're planting new seeds here, Neil. We are opening another portal to ascension. So it's great to be here with all my good friends and Sheila especially, who's really on the cutting edge of where we're going as a community. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sharing our community feeling together. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you.
Did any of you check out the full moon last night? Some
Mm.
pretty nice, intense energies, huh?
Really?
Joan,
I didn't see it.
You didn't get to see it, you said?
No, I don't know why. I wasn't
Yeah.
paying attention.
Well, I think it was not till midnight anyway.
Well, here it was early. It was like at 9 o'clock. It was magnificent.
Yeah, as soon as the event was over, I took a 30-minute walk to go get some food, and then I ate, and then I was walking home under the full moon. It was so beautiful.
Well, there's a great alignment this year because Easter is the ascension. It is about ascension. I mean, if you look at the Shroud of Turin, there's definitely an image of somebody turning into light. I mean, and there's no way I think that could be faked in what they understand of, 500 or 2,000 years of photographic evidence. So
I am the way, I am the light, I am the resurrection in the light. Yes, we can claim that for ourselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Krishna said the same quote too, which is a whole other story in itself,
That which I do, you can do as well. And I think that's a reminder of today. I mean, all of the speakers we've had the last few days have talked about tapping into that power that we have within us that comes from source. And I have a feeling that today we're going to energize that. Like we broke it down, we went through the heart. And now today, I feel like I don't know, I feel like there's a breaking free that's going to happen for us today.
Hallelujah.
I feel it. Joan, you said that you had something you wanted to share, something.
I had some miracles. So
Yeah,
miracles in my world, I write books on miracles. It's about synchronicities and opening up the higher vibration of frequency to match it. So I want to share something with Dr. Victor happened is that it just so happens I happen to know Dr. Victor's second cousin that he didn't, right? The grandchild of his great uncle. And that happened because I recognized the last name, and that was a confirmation, like miracles happen. And this jacket, I want to just do a commentary on it because I wore it in Sedona. It's a long lost jacket from Mexico. And I came home and could not find it anywhere. And yesterday I looked in the closet and I said, I don't know, but Spirit's going to bring you back to me. And after last night, I walked in that closet and somehow it was like right there in the hanger in front of everything. It had a miraculous reappearance. And
Whoa.
so
Often that happens.
put your intent, let's all put our intentions out that we could say, okay, globally, galactically, we want, peace on earth and ascension. And personally, this is our manifestation, abundance, prosperity, freedom for all.
Right. And we can do that easily because we're all fractalized aspects of that source energy. And we're here to allow that energy to flow through us, to energize us, and send those experiences back. And so, really, if we could just get out of our own way, there is absolutely nothing that we can't do.
Getting out of our own way can happen in any number of multiples of modalities. Pick your choice of how to get the junk out of the trunk so that we can access that source energy and that clear thinking and that desire for what we want to create. And then like you said, Sheila, there's ain't nothing stopping it once we get that memo.
That's right.
And Alan, to address your question about spiritual lyrics, the Moody Blues also had a song called "The Eyes of a Child," which said, "Through the eyes of a child, you will come out and see that your world's spinning round, and through life you will be a small part of a whole of a love that exists. Through the eyes of a child, you will see."
Wow.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
Keep them coming, brother.
Yeah, this for me is just validation across the board again. And every time we do these conferences, for me, it's that right on time or that info right when you need it, right? So I had been trying to train myself to be able to write a book, and I'm not the greatest writer. So I created a Substack and I used it to write sort of like an article. And it was the first article was on comparative mythology. And it was actually on Ayana/Ishtar. And Alan just said it. So I actually finished it yesterday and posted it. So it was like right on time. So the synchronicity there is just wild for me. And when I was talking to Brooklyn, I had the ability to just see what she was saying, and it was right on time for me in that validation. And it just keeps happening. And it's more frequent and more frequent. And every time it happens, it's like, it just turns me on my head. And that's what these conversations are all about. It's like every conversation we have is that little inkling or that little piece that my dots connect with your dots, and now the collective's dots are even more congruent and closer together. So I am eternally grateful for always being in these conversations, because they just enlighten me to no end, for sure.
And what I've been experiencing the last few years, I'm sorry,
I was just saying, we're poking holes in the old construct. Pretty soon that balloon is going to just deflate entirely.
And what I've been experiencing over the last few years is the reunification of soul family, meeting people who I know I've traveled with before. And
yes, man. Oh, I feel that. Definitely attracting that in my life right now. And the more you trust in that flow, the more it happens for you, and the synchronicities are definitely running rampant, and manifestation is right there. Thought used to equal action, action will equal manifestation. We're getting to a point now where we're instantly manifesting our reality. And so choosing to manifest consciously and with intention, I feel is really important at this point, because we have the ability, the veils are really thin, they're getting thinner. And as that happens, we have the potential to create the world that we really want to live in. And events like this, and all of us getting together are just basically the reminders that we need, that we are the creators of this reality. And how can we co-create something that works for everyone, right? Because ultimately, we can do that. It's not like we need to live in the system that only a few people thrive and the rest of us don't. We have, like Alan and I was driving through New Mexico the other day, and we were saying that overpopulation is a myth. There's enough abundance and energy and everything for everyone. And we have the technology to terraform areas and bring life, So this whole lack scarcity mentality.
More humans, right, Neil? But there's vast areas that are just empty, and all we need is free energy to cultivate these deserts and have enough food and abundance for everyone here, enough joy. And when we have that, we create a new society of creative, ongoing inventions, beauty, more emotionality, more feeling. That's the purpose of incarnation.
I drove over this whole country since August of 2022, and you are not joking. I was absolutely amazed and astounded by how much space. The fact that anyone is going hungry or doesn't have a home is absolutely ridiculous.
Seriously.
We just need free energy, and we have it, but we need to get it out. That's a bigger story than the ET story, I think.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
always
we
wanted to
need,
do a conference just on free energy, just to explore that topic, you know.
What's that,
yeah,
Joan?
free energy, pure water, free skies, all of this is the where we're heading towards. So yes, I agree.
We have those technologies. We just need to demand it be put in place.
Right, right. And as we do that, our consciousness needs to expand so that we can actually utilize these things consciously, right? So that's why these events are important, and what all of us are doing here is really focusing on that element of it all, the
But also
self-empowerment.
what you said, Neil, decentralize, build communities where we all care for each other. We're not living in impersonal environments, but we're
Right,
living
right, right.
in
And we
places.
command. We can command. We can demand, but we can also command from within that this reality is here now within us, feeling it full vibratory reality in our entire being as already here. Clean water, pure air, free energy. Everyone is fed, sheltered, has their purpose, is lit up for their life on the planet everywhere, and beautiful institutions, happy governance, perfect joy available to all. Like as we feel that, as all of us are doing and envision it, it is absolutely already here, and we get to go ahead and enjoy it in our imagination first, and then it has no choice but to outpick.
Exactly. Yes. I feel like when we all collectively think fifth dimensionally, we could literally see like our external, because this is a holographic projection. This is like subatomic particles vibrating. This is a very organic computer programming, like if we were all thinking those thoughts, that's when you would see the magic happen. Like overnight things could shift, so, and like the twin ray said, and something that I agree with as well, is the solution is very simple, but to get 7-8 billion people to do it, that's the challenge at times, but that's why we're just like slowly waking people up one by one, just by sharing the wisdom without the expectation, right? Just sharing the truth that we've been researching and have been delving into for quite some time now.
And on a very earthly level, drilling down to the foundational message of every faith, which is the golden rule: do unto others as you have them do unto you. Love thy brother, thy neighbor, thy sister as thyself. If we all did that, if everyone did that, we will ascend.
Seriously, huh?
Because the energy, so didn't we say like the more we put out this energy, so there's us, there's our tribe listening, there's the YouTube tribe, there's all of our spirit guides and angels. I mean, we are a force to be reckoned with, and it's 1,000-fold, because we are all raising that frequency to the highest vibratory level of the avatars through the energy we're carrying. So 10,000-fold advancement of the planet as a result of every moment we're on. So bring it on, guys. Share us with your friends, with your loved ones, with everyone, because we are part of, this is the ascension, when millions of souls, rocket ship, blast out. So it is.
I see us all as antennas, receiving the frequency and just emanating it out to the masses, into the cosmos, bringing harmony, truth, and awareness to the masses.
In 1980,
I forgot to mention this. It's important. I woke up in this dream and I was putting on my wings. I was waking up for the day, and there was like my wings, and I was literally putting them on. And it seemed to me it was a daily occurrence, because it wasn't until I got out of bed and I was thinking about it that I went, oh my God, those were my wings. So I think we're all putting them on, everyone.
I know Victor wants to say something, but I have to tell you, I had that same dream.
That's awesome.
Today,
I want to hear what Victor has to say. Victor,
What was that? I'm sorry. I missed what Sharia said.
what did you
I
say,
just said
Sherelle?
I also had the dream that Joan had. I had the same dream, putting on my wing. I'm just remembering it. I'm getting triggered to remember it as she said that. So I just wanted to interject that. And now, Victor, what did you want to say?
In 1980, I attended a yoga and meditation retreat in upstate New York. And for some reason, the mathematical exponents were running through my head: the power of 1, the power of 10, the power of 100, whatever it might be. And this poem came through me, which I think expresses what we're talking about. It says, the energy flows from the love of the sun and charges the soul, the power of 1. That energy shared with a spirit that's new, a heart opens up, the power of 2. Ebbing and flowing from women to men, hearts on the wavelength, the power of 10. And when all the millions with compassion run, the birth of the new mind, the power of one.
Beautiful.
It
Beautiful. You know, and think about it too, if we had that free energy and the housing, basically free housing or things like that, people could really delve their focus and their energies onto consciousness and art and the collective and new advancements to enhance the collective. And that's what it comes down to. And I was just thinking too, when we're talking about the guides, when we're all here together, I wonder if our guides are all sitting at a table above us or on a screen like we are, kind of conversing with each other too, and giving each other a little bit of info. And then when we all separate again, they all are more enhanced than we are because they've come in contact with everybody else's. Just a thought.
Right. Well, we all edify each other.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Like having a basic needs met would definitely allow for a lot of people to focus on what really matters, which is relationships, taking care of the planet, taking care of ourselves. We forego so many things, our relationships, and definitely our own health, because we're just caught up in this rat race, right? So having a basic needs met is important. And that's why the system is being restructured right now. A lot of things that aren't working, haven't worked, are collapsing, and it's only making way for the new energies. So even though we see this chaos externally from us, it's really just a system that was never designed for everyone, is basically on its way out, right?
Right. One of the reasons that I got into the healing arts, I was already in the healing arts, but expanded the healing arts, is because I was focusing initially on a lot of spiritual teaching. And my guides told me people cannot drop into the essence of their heart and to who they truly are when they're in pain. And that pain is physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. And so these types of conferences are helping people to, I think that what I have been witnessing over these past few days is that this reverberation of frequency starts small within people, and then it starts to ripple out as they open up and they start to heal, they start to release. A lot of people have talked about how the tears have just flowed, and I think that's really happening for everyone. And because we all are connected, when I do that work, when Joan does that work, when you do, when all of us do that work, it ripples out and allows everyone else to start taking place, opening up and moving higher.
100%. All right, everybody. So we're going to move over into beginning pretty soon here, but I just want to make a couple announcements before we do. First of all, we have shifted the schedule just a little bit, and I just posted it in the chat room. I'm posting it once more. Shreya, I just want to make the announcement that Shreya was going to go on in the beginning, but now we've shifted her time. So she's going on at 2:50 Pacific. And did you want to say anything about your presentation? What are you going to be sharing today?
Sure. And I just want to say how perfect was that, because we had to have this wonderful conversation here today, which was totally divine. And so I'm going to be doing a presentation on the codes of union, which will add to and possibly expand and agree with, what's being presented here. I'm sure in so many ways I've made it a colorful presentation, and I'm looking forward to it. And hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
I always love your presentations. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great.
And you're a good interviewer too. One of my best interviews was done with you when you.
Oh, really? What channel is that on?
That was your the Creative Forum.
Oh, yeah. And I had Visionary Culture Radio a long time ago. So these are still up on Blog Talk Radio, actually, from back in the day.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then we're going to start out. Go ahead, Alan.
I just want to say, Victor, people are asking for you to post your poem. Can you do that?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
All right. So today's schedule, we're going to start in just a few minutes here with Sheila. She's going to start off the day, and hopefully have time to also do an activation for us. Then following her, we have a pre-recorded interview from Jay. Is it with April as well, Joan, or just Jay on this one?
It's just with Jay and I.
All right, Jay, who's a conscious business, conscious marketer, also has a platform called Spiritually Raw TV, in which they do interviews with many different people. A lot of crossovers with PortalToAscension, but mostly interview podcast style format, and really have joined forces with them on a lot of ways in the last year. So you're going to get to be introduced to Jay. Then we have Sarian Michael White, who has also been on our platform quite a few times. It's connected to multiple star beings. Definitely done quite a few events on his connection to the Arcturians and Earthseas and integration with humanity. Following him, we have Valeria Tingini. And Alan, you want to give a quick download?
She is a great friend of mine. She's been activated with real Kundalini energy, and she can pull in the divine states beyond the personality. And I saw that happen right in front of me when I was hosting a workshop for someone named Abdi, and she just went into this mode, and her life changed right there, and she's been tapped in to the higher realms since then. I think it was 2012. So it was very exciting. And she brings a lot of beautiful divine feminine information. So
nice. Super excited for her. And she's also going to be on our May 21st conference, Kundalini Online Conference, that Alan, Joe, and myself are producing on Portal to Ascension. So you're going to get a notification about that sometime soon. The next after that, we have Grant Cameron at 1 p.m. Pacific. He's definitely done a lot of work and legwork in regards to UFO disclosure and having his finger on the pulse, but he's taken a shift in the last few years to be really focusing on the experiencer, because he realizes the true disclosure is with the experiencer. So he'll be on.
Grant was one of the best researchers in the world on nuts and bolts and government documents. And he had an awakening. He said, well, it's not about hardware or document. It's about what's happening to people who are actually interacting. And he totally shifted from nuts and bolts to consciousness. So he's one of my favorite in the field of investigators.
And he'll be on the panel tonight as well. Okay, and then I'm going to just drill through the rest of this, because I want to give Sheila at least 5 more minutes than her talk time, so we can get the activation too. Then we have Lori Spagna, who's up after that. Then Shreya, who is right here with us, just told you what she's going to be presenting on. Paul Wallace at 3:40 Pacific. We're going to be going into his new book, Echoes of Eden. He was a pastor, found out that a lot of this stuff in Genesis had to do with star beams. So we're going to go into that. And then we have an amazing download from Vox Angelis, who's going to be doing a sound healing with her voice and other instruments, probably shamanic drum. Then we have Mary Rodwell, and then we're going to close out the day at 6 p.m. Pacific till around 7:30 with the ET disclosure and experiencer panel.
And who's on that panel, Neil?
So we have Flo is going to be there, Mary Rodwell, Grant Cameron, but I'm asking Geraldine to be there as well.
Well, and she's in the next room. I can ask her myself.
Yeah, and then Joan will be on with us as well.
Great.
And then also make sure you let everybody know about Yumi, Joan, and Michelle coming up.
We're doing the Spirit of the Earth. We'll tell everybody during the day, but we're doing the Spirit of the Earth panel on Portal Ascension YouTube in like a week or so. That Joan, Shreya, and Michelle is going to be basically on it, and it's just tapping the spirit of the Earth and just like reflecting on Gaia, and the empowerment that comes through that.
Hey, do you want me to ask?
We have an integration workshop tomorrow.
Integration. We have we'll speak about that during the day, because I'm really trying to get to begin here, but we'll show that again later.
Do you want me to ask Igor to be on the UFO panel? Igor Galabal?
Ask him.
Okay.
Last thing I want to say is I want to give a shout out to Raji, who is now come on as working with Portal to Ascension. She was in the room a little while ago. I think she just left, but I just had a conversation with her this morning. I'm really excited. We're going to be working together quite substantially. She's helping me upscale many different things with the business, increasing the production value, helping with documentaries. So stay tuned for full feature Portal to Ascension documentaries at the end of this year, full-on webisodes of intentional communities. And she's going to be a host on many events. So she's partnering up with Portal to Ascension on like almost every single level. So just wanted to like say her name. I wanted her to come on, but she can't come on this morning. So just giving her a quick shout out, and stay tuned for, tapping into her energy and her amazingness.
Can't wait for all that.
Let's do it, brother. Alan, do you want to introduce Sheila?
We'll introduce her together because me and Neil have been working with Sheila, partnering in a beautiful connection. It just seems to flow. There's total agreement that we've been having in these special events. And I was so happy to bring your community, Neil, together with Sheila's community, and that's what we keep doing. We're not just connecting people, we're connecting vast numbers of people so we can all join in sharing wisdom each of us have. It's like no one person has all the truth. So we need to connect the dots.
Yeah.
And Sheila's done this beautifully with her Wish Alliance. And it was so radical when I heard it. This woman is creating a organization for walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, and hybrids. That is cutting edge. That is beautiful. And Sheila is not just doing that because it's popular, but she is so passionate about her own transformation that she's dedicated her life to the awakening of new consciousness, expanding the boundaries of consciousness with her Wish Alliance.
Yeah,
So,
we do need to come together in order to really figure out how to work as a team and collaborate to make some real shifts, you know. And as we've said multiple times, we all have pieces of the puzzle, and we're all doing it in our own beautiful, unique way. So coming together with Sheila, with Wish Alliance, and you know, just really just using each other as a platform in order to increase the awareness on the planet of what's really going on, but ultimately how we can do the inner work so that we can really come to a place of inner peace and cultivate that in our external reality, right? So Wish Alliance is doing some amazing things, community events. We do 3 full productions a year together. The Hybrids Conference, the Walk-ins Conference, the Starseed Conference that Alan, myself, and Sheila do together, as well as, you know, being featured on each other's platforms like all the time, right? So we really figured out a way to just like completely like join forces on an unprecedented level.
It's beautiful. I have to say, Sheila's been through her own very dramatic, incredible transformation, but she's also full of compassion, maybe because of that, and kindness and sincerity and helping. She's really here to help support the awakening of the planet and of humankind to this next level of reality. So thank you, Sheila, for everything you've done and do and are doing and will do. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you guys. And, you know, I appreciate both of you so much for all your friendship and your support and advisement. I really, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I want to give another shout out to you, Neil, for 14 years of amazingness, amazing programming, amazing bringing of people together and sharing and really having all of this conscious information. And Alan, too, you've been doing this, what, 25 years?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. 25. Yeah, we'll say 25. 25 plus years. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. And I'm going to try to go through my presentation. I tried to keep it really short and condensed because I'm really going to be piggybacking on a lot of information that people have been sharing, because over these past 2 days, it's like, wow, so much information has come forward. Mine is a little more personal about some of the light code and DNA activations that's been happening and, you know, moving from, you know, shifting within these consciousness and timelines. I wanted to share that with people, but then I want to go through the wish site and then provide an activation, especially on this day of transformation. And so I'm really excited to be here, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheila. Okay, take it away.
Okay. It's all yours.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start by sharing my screen. And here we go. So, Ascension Consciousness, that's what we've been talking about for over these past, not just 2 days, but all of us in our own ways have been working with this Ascension Consciousness. We've been receiving messages in our dreams, in our meditations. We've really been up-leveling. We've been releasing. We've been letting go. And this is such an exciting time that I am grateful to be here. Now, I love this image because it shows that 3D-ness that we are all part of, as well as that 5D, and I like to say, and beyond. And this little tunnel being this fourth dimensional, kind of like it's a push-pull type of energy that allows us to release and to let go and to heal all those lower vibrational energies and thought forms that no longer serve us. And over these past few days, I've had things that have come up and it's like, wow, I haven't thought about that, in a minute. And so I've been able to release and let go. And one of the things I would encourage everyone is throughout this day, when these speakers are talking, we have wonderful presentations out there, but just kind of close your eyes and allow the resonance of people's voices to really get in and start doing some of that digging in those cellular levels, because the reality is we are breaking through all these old paradigms. And when we get through one, then we see another one. It's like, oh gosh, wait a minute, I thought I worked through all of that. And so as you can see, we've got this little tunnel slide, is what I like to call it, because being in 3D, obviously we're in 3D, but as our consciousness raises, we're able to see everything that's below us. So when we're operating in 4D consciousness, we can see the 3D consciousness that's in operation around us. When we're able to operate in that 5D consciousness, we're able to see the fourth and the third, and the sixth, we can see the fifth, fourth, and third. And so the ticket is being able to stay in these consciousnesses, because no matter how much we meditate, no matter how much work that we're doing, life happens to us. And so the only thing that we can do is choose how we're going to respond to that. Now, one of the things that has been happening for me is, well, first off, like a couple years ago, this process started where I started shedding all this, intense rebalancing and just yuck that wasn't mine. But being a walk-in and coming into a body that's kind of like a used car, you have to get a new paint job, you have to put in a new carburetor, or I don't even know if they have carburetors anymore, but my every time I get to a place I think I've done all this work on, this huge intense wave comes through. Now, thank goodness I've been told that the last of those intensities happened about 2 or 3 years ago. However, there's always going to be things that are coming up. Now, when I asked my collective about this, they began to talk to me about the reason that not just me, but all of us, the reason we have got to get rid of this energy is we have within us light codes that are being suppressed. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But what happened for me is I got this mass infusion. I had all of these waves of light that were just washing through me. And I could visualize literally I'm going to call it yuck, because the hoocha, I was seeing all this hoocha coming out of me as if I was taking this spiritual bath and pulling in divine light. And it really did shift and change. And this is the opening paragraph of the introduction of the new book that I'm writing. I'm actually in the editing phase of this, but I think it just kind of summarizes everything that we've been talking about here this weekend, where humanity is transitioning into the age of Aquarius, an astrological cycle when we, as a human species, shift from a place of duality into a new paradigm of multidimensional expanded consciousness and the truth of who we truly are as cosmological beings. We are on the precipice of a quantum leap in our ability to perceive and have extraordinary multidimensional experiences. This unfolding expansion propels us to a deeper understanding of ourselves, humanity, and our universal structure. Again, this entire weekend has been about this very thing. So just kind of close your eyes for a minute and breathe in that resonance, because that was written by my collective. And when I came in as a walk-in, I came in as an aspect of a collective of beings that prior to the incarnation I had merged consciousnesses with, and then we were acting as a single unit and we're here around the planet But when I came in, I brought just a little bit. And then over time, I've been bringing more and more and more of that essence. So when it comes to projects like writing these books, it's kind of a no-brainer. They're like, oh, interview this person, this person, this person, this person, write this, do that. And so I'm very, very blessed to have them active in my life. Now, one of the greatest shifts of humanity is happening right now. And I don't know if anything similar to this has happened in any of human recorded history. I'm sure it has happened because I've been told that this is like the fourth ascension that has occurred. But as these higher waves of frequency, just continue to wash over the planet, they're bringing these high vibratory light codes, and they're embedding themselves into our DNA, and they're waking up our sleeping light codes. We have dormant DNA. And I found this saying, and I absolutely loved it and wanted to share it with you. It says, our DNA is like a genie in the bottle, except for their genes in the body. Connected to a unified field of the universe, they react to our thoughts to make our wishes a reality by attracting people, things, and experiences with what we desire the most. That is exactly what Neil was talking about this morning. The more we drop into the essence of who we truly are as a human, embodying more of our spirit essence, the more we're able to send out this ripple to the universe. And the universe acts as a mirror. So whatever we're sending out, they just send it back. It's not like, oh, today I feel like helping Sheila. Today I feel like helping Alan. That's not the way it works. It's whatever you send out is being sent back and magnetized to you. And the cool thing about all of the genes that we're talking about, everything is a reflection of source DNA, because that's what we are. And our souls are actually these holographic fractalizations actually of source experiences, for us to have these experiences and send that information back to source. And as we shift our consciousness, we're opening to receive more source energy and are able to express that higher divine unconditional love, compassion, cooperation, that unity consciousness that we've been talking about all weekend, where we, have this collaboration without competition. I think that's Michelle's the first person I heard say that. And then, of course, then we start talking about the we-evolution, how it's no longer an I or a me or a you, but it is a we. And as we embody this, we're able to pull in more of our source energy. Now, our biology is an expression of our spiritual DNA, our source codes. And all we have to do is to drop into stillness, call in more of our own light, and see this explosion. And I'm going to walk you guys through an activation that I like to do. I do this for myself pretty regularly. But as you can see, the DNA that is in this particular slide, I absolutely loved it, because you can begin to see how it's sparkling and how it's changing. And it is changing, because in a lot of my meditations, I have been seeing like a triple helix DNA. And I'm starting to receive more and more information about that. And of course, that triple helix then is also activating our DNA so that we as humanity can shift into these new light beings with this carbon silica based body, because that's what's going to happen when we're embodying these triple helixes. Now, I love this slide too, and I wish I could have found one to show you what I see. But once we're able to activate the DNA energy, it begins to release this matrix of deception that we've been shrouded in for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And it allows us to embrace that individual aspect of the source codes that are within us. And during my meditations, I've been taken above the earth And as I looked down, do you guys remember the pixie sticks that you could play with as kids, how you just lay them over top of each other? Well, that's some of the matrixing that I see. And this matrixing is there and it's in place to help us to have these human experiences, because we have to experience what well, we chose to experience, let me say that. We chose to come here and we chose to experience this planet of duality, this planet of always questioning. And the coolest thing ever is the fact that when we came and had this veil of forgetfulness that's over us, we're waking up anyway. We're remembering who we are. And I think that that is super cool. Now, the light codes, again, that are coming in to people, the more people I talk to, the more people are telling me that they're experiencing their psycho-spiritual 5D abilities. A lot of people are experiencing telekinesis. They were already clairaudient and clairvoyant and clairsentient and all the clairs, but they're kind of bumped up to this new level. Also, they're having these out-of-body experiences very easily, whereas before people were telling me that they had difficulty trying to get out of their body, trying to astral travel, or to even have lucid dreams. But now, because all of the 4D energy truly is anchored on this planet, you know, we're able, but when we move into that fifth dimensional energy, that's where we can take control of those dreams and we begin to start manifesting. And I think lucid dreams are there to help us prepare for all of this sixth, seventh, eighth dimensional energy that we're going to be able to experience. Now, as I said, I talked to a lot of people, and people are telling me that even though they're having these phenomenal, miraculous experiences happen to them, that sometimes when they occur, they feel a little bit more lonely. They feel like that there's really nobody there for them. They don't know who to talk to. They don't know where to turn. And that is one of the reasons that the Wish Alliance was created, because so many people reached out to me after the walk-in conference that we did. Gosh, it was over a year ago. In January, actually, when we had that first Wish conference, I was inundated with people that was like, oh my God, I am not a walk-in, but everything you're telling me resonates so true to me. I have realized I'm a starseed, because you have to think about this. You know, walk-ins come from somewhere, okay? We're angelic. We are extraterrestrial. We are ultra-terrestrial. We are dimensional beings. We're inner earth beings. And we come from collectives. And so all of these experiences, and that's why I like the ALL in the Alliance, all of these experiences are able to fold beautifully into each other, because it doesn't matter what kind of experience we're having. They're all from the soul, and they're all soul experiences. And that soul energy, being the personality of this lifetime, then again is connecting back in with that source energy. And so I want to go through the Wish Alliance website. For those of you that have seen it, you know, please forgive me for going through this again. Continue to add each
Hey,
and
Sheila,
every day. Uh-huh.
could you turn your video off, just because every 5-6 minutes or so your video freezes or your sound goes down? So let's try to make the bandwidth increase. So just turn your, yeah, let's do it like that.
Okay, beautiful. And so with the Wish Alliance, we were a handful of individuals who came together to provide this multi-dimensional conscious evolution community for people. And the more people that came in, the more it became a movement. People were excited. They were inviting their friends. They were telling people about it. And to visit our website, it's wishalliance.org. Right on the front page, you can sign up to receive our weekly emails. We always try to keep what's happening with Portal to Ascension right here front and foremost. And you can see we've got Joan coming up on Monday. Marina is coming up on Wednesday. So if you haven't already signed up, guys, hop on there, click, and get registered. We also have on Monday nights Conscious Awakening series, and I have this beautiful lineup of people who help to host this event, and we bring speakers from everywhere, from all genres. And like on Monday night, we have Campbell Foster coming, and he is a sound healer, and he kind of works with the binaural beats of the brain. And so if you plan to come to that, please be sure to bring your headphones. We also have on Thursday nights the Cosmic Conversations, and we have had some phenomenal speakers. So if you've missed any of those speakers, you can go and click on our past speakers for 2022 and 2021. And this just gives you a little bit more information about what really makes the Wish Alliance tick. If you've never read anything about the Wish Alliance, you can go to our About section and find out more information. You can go to the Alliance section and find out who all is involved. But here you can see that Wish is an alliance of walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, and hybrids who are here to be in service to humanity. And I think everyone that's watching this today, you have moved into those higher consciousness realms. And regardless of what job you have, I bet you that in some form or fashion, you too are in service to humanity. Let me hop over here, and I want to share our wonderful group of ambassadors that we have. And these ambassadors are here to serve as a support for anyone who's having these experiences. And you can see we have a plethora of talent right here on the Wish Alliance. And somebody said they're calling this the Galactic Yellow Pages. And so, you know, regardless of what you're looking for, you probably are going to be able to find it here. And we have all these beautiful people just ready to assist you. Now, one of the things I want to highlight are all of the various services. If you are looking
one more time, sorry. All we see is the screen of the web page, but we don't see the drop downs or anything else showing anything else.
Okay, well, I must have a funky internet this morning, so let's just send some good energy out there and strengthen this signal.
Maybe stop your screen share and start again. Let's see if that works.
Sure. Okay.
And share the desktop, not the PowerPoint.
Right.
Or whatever you're sharing. Yeah, share the desktop.
No, I'm sharing the desktop. Whoops, I click here to go to the desktop. So there we go. So can you see the drop down?
No, still we don't see it.
Okay, well, I apologize for that, guys. I'll just read the drop down to you. But if you will check it out, you'll be able to see it on wishalliance.org. We have activations and DNA repair. We have Akashic readings, astrology, oracles, regular tarot readings, angelics and ascended master information. There's counseling, coaching, and mentoring. We have people who offer channeling as well as teach you how to channel. We have extraordinary and mysterious and the unexplained. We have extraterrestrial star family healing and integration services. And integration services are for those people who are just waking up, that are really looking to get their feet underneath of them. We also have an integrative medicine section and spiritual practices. Now, on the artisan section, I'm very, very happy, and I'm so regretful that you can't see this, but on our artisan section, we have beautiful art and film and poetry and music. And right next to the artisan section are the forms. So if you are interested in becoming part of this movement, if you're looking for a community, you can sign up to attend the meetings, because yes, we have these phenomenal speakers, but at the end we open up and everyone gets to interact with the speakers, they get to interact with each other, and they get to share. And I think that that is very, very important. So, you know, to grow this community, everyone has to be able to come from that experiential point of view. So we have the ambassador and the artisans application, the author application, book reviews. We have a meditation application, a new section called Share Your Story. And this is for individuals who have something that they want to share with the world. It doesn't have to be super long. It can be about your spiritual awakening. It can be about a miracle that happened. Gosh, Joan, you could probably fill this whole site up with all the miracles in your stories from Miracle Mondays. But everybody has these miracles that are happening in our lives. And so one of the things that I am looking to do is to be able to bring this community together and to be able to offer support to people who really need it. First off, that is part of my mission as being a way shower. When I walked into this body, I agreed that I was going to help get people ready for the ascension. And you know, we've been ascending since the dawn of time, but this is different because this is an inward ascension. Sorry about that. So as we wake up, you know, we can experience 10th dimensional consciousness right here in these 3D bodies on this planet. But once we all reach that critical mass, we will shift into a new body, will shift into a new world. And I know a lot of people right now are trying to build conscious communities. And I think that these conscious communities are also another way that's just helping us to prepare for the shift. And so that is basically the presentation that I have brought to you guys today. But what I'd like to do is provide an activation. So if you could just go ahead and close your eyes. And if you'll just take some deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. And let's just take 4 of these deep cleansing breaths together, in through our nose and out through our mouth. And at this time, I would like for you to look inside of your heart. And you're going to see a beautiful white flame. And with every breath that you take, breathe that flame up till it gets higher and higher, until it's completely filling the entirety of your chest, residing just below the skin. And now take this flame up, move it to the head, all the way down the shoulders, the elbows, into the fingers, down the back, completely filling the core of the body to the hips, all the way down the legs, the ankles, the toes. Make sure that this light is completely filling you up. This is your divine spark. This is your fractalization point, your connection with that pure divine source energy. And now this energy is going to begin to fold in on itself, and it's going to begin to spin. And as it does, it gets brighter and brighter and hotter and hotter. And it's clearing away any physical blockages that you have in your being. Just let the light dissolve it. And just take a real quick inventory of the body. See if you see any dark spots, any spots that show up as color. If it does, bring that white light to it and just eradicate them. If you have an ache or a pain in your knee, focus on the area, see the light just kind of clearing and cleansing everything away. And now with your next exhalation, I want you to pop that energy out all around the body, surrounding 360, front, back, top, bottom, all around, and expand it out to completely fill your aura. So if you were having your hands fully extended, it would extend about 2 to 3 inches past your fingertips, above the head, and below the feet. Completely filling this entire area with white light. And now from above is a beautiful golden ball that's going to open up and is going to pour this golden liquid all down this auric field, all beneath you. And as it touches on the bottom, just like that, it solidifies. And it's harder than any known substance on this planet. And it sparkles and it dances as if it had a million diamond-esque lights. And now with your next breath, pull all of that light back into your own physical body, allowing it to reside just beneath the skin. And you see a little bitty golden globe just above your head that opens up, and you get another coat, but this time it's just around the body. And this too is a shield of protection. And now I want you to imagine that you're standing in a beautiful open meadow. There's trees all around. You're singing. It's a beautiful, perfect day. There's a rippling brook. You can hear the water flow. And to the east, we call on the energy of Archangel Raphael to come and to create this beautiful template around our bodies. We ask that you bring your green sword of healing, and that every one of us on the top of our aura, and now that green light completely enshrouds our physical, our emotional, our mental, and our spiritual bodies. Because remember, nothing but the highest divine light can penetrate this protective shield. And we ask that this healing, this green light now penetrate all of the cells of our body, going into each and every cell, into the mitochondria, into the DNA, activating those telomeres and awakening those light codes that may be dormant. We ask now that you bring your sword and you touch us in our third eye to help clear away anything that is keeping us from our highest divine spiritual light. And we ask that the four winds of the air come and wash away anything that no longer serves us. And to the south, we evoke Archangel Michael and ask him to bring his blue flame of healing, of protection. Create a protective shield around each and every one of us. Allow it to meld with that beautiful golden shield. Penetrate inside into our auric field, into our spiritual, our mental, our emotional, down to that physical body. Allow it to protect each and every cell from illness, from any kind of degeneration, from anything that's going to keep us small. Allow us to expand. Allow us to evoke those spiritual light sources and allow her to bring that into our bodies and activate those cells now. Clear away any emotion that no longer serve us. And now to the west, we call on Archangel Gabriel to come, to bring your beautiful crystalline flame sword. Tap each and every one of us on top of our auric shield and create this beautiful purity of light around us that nothing but the highest divine light can ever penetrate this shield. And to reactivate it, all we have to do is think about it, snap our fingers, and therefore it is done. We ask that you open up pure communication so that we may collaborate, create unity and strength among ourselves. And from the north, I call on Archangel Uriel to come. You are the gateway to source. Come and bring your red flame. Come and penetrate our auric shield. Bring that flame within so that we have that spiritual fire that burns deep within each and every one of us. And from above, we call on Metatron to open up the gateways of the universe, to create this crystalline grid around us, this crystalline dome of protection, this crystalline dome that will pull in more of the universal knowledge that we need to assist us in our earth walk. And we call on Archangel Sandoval to come and to be with us now and to activate the crystalline grids within the earth. We ask that they begin to spin and create that energy wherever we are, that it begins to come and to move. It comes and moves into our body, and it activates the blueprint, the crystalline blueprint around each and every one of our bodies so that our divine purpose is activated now. And now, having called in from the east, the south, the west, the north, above and below, we thank you for having come and brought this beautiful healing energy, this activation energy. We ask that this energy continue to work in our lives each and every day. And we now release you in love and in light. And we are so grateful for this day of transformation. And so it is. Aho. So when you're ready, take a couple cleansing deep breaths in and out. Just kind of let the energy, kind of move through the body. Maybe move the feet around, the neck, the shoulders, the arms, the hands. And so it is. And I want to wish everyone a wonderful transformation and Ascension Day. Woohoo!
Oh my God, Sheila, and the comments in the chat.
Oh,
that was so powerful. So guys, you can sign up and be with Sheila tomorrow night, by the way, because every Monday night, Sheila has, Wish Alliance has a wonderful speaker intimate gathering, right?
Yes, we do. And all you have to do is go to wishalliance.org and sign up. Or if you want to do any work with me personally, if you want to have your own blueprint activated, if you want to have any type of healing work done, if you need crystalline work done on your land, regardless of where you are, I can walk you through these steps, and we can do this together. I provide a lot of long distance services, and you can check that out on SheilaSeppi.com. And if you sign up to be on my mailing list, you'll get the first chapter of my book, Walk-Ins, Cosmology of the Soul, free. And then if you visit the website Walk-Ins, that's walk-ins.org, I have all of the individuals that was in that book listed on the site with a synopsis of their experiences. I have the introduction. I have the forward listed, so you can get the forward, the introduction, and then there's also a questionnaire that you can complete if you think that you may be a walk-in. And then if you are, you have this whole community waiting with open arms to embrace you.
I want everyone to know that a few weeks ago I had a session with Sheila because I knew I was kind of a walk-in, but not like her. I had a different kind of experience. It's like I've just gradually awakened to the realization I'm not the same person I was born. And the session was so powerful. I highly recommend it as integration and even a starting point. So Sheila, we love you so much. I want to just thank you for being on. And we are going to talk about our next guest next. So I love you dearly.
Have a blessed day. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So guys, I have a video interview to show you of an interview that I did with my dear friend Jay Mata. He's actually part of a group, April and Jay Mata, spiritual entrepreneurs, and they are hosts of quite an active show called Spiritually Raw, the Ass Whipping Truth. Yes, I said that, and it's named that. And they expose and explore controversial truths, myths, and theories surrounding the spirit world and also our 3D and fifth dimensional worlds. Over the past 10 years, they interviewed 2,000 plus people worldwide searching for the truth, exploring the spirit world, and assisting with the ascension of our planet. I will put links to their subscriber-based channel, and you can also find them on YouTube. But you will, and they do some amazing things. They're very inquisitive minds. They ask questions of everyone. They are dedicated to a conscious awakening and also conscious business practices. So Jay and April have a program where they have not only an Ascended Master store, but they also teach people how to broadcast. And if you are a broadcaster wannabe, they are there. You should. Anyway, they're perfect for you. I will put all links up. Okay, I'm going to show you a video of the interview I did with them. So give me a second so I make sure that I actually, okay, give me 1 second. I had it ready to share a video. It's got to be it. Well, where? Okay, keep going. All right, there we go. Well, guys, hi. We're at the time I'm about to introduce a very special friend of mine, Jay Mata and April. April's not here, but they are actually an amazing team of spiritual entrepreneurs. And their brand is actually that they teach the ass whipping truth, which I have to say is true. They expose and explore controversial truths, myths, and theories surrounding the spirit world, the interdimensional, the metaphysical world. And over the past 10 years, they have interviewed over 2,000 people worldwide, searching for the truth, exploring the spirit world, and assisting with the ascension of our planet. So you will actually find Jay and April to be entertaining, enlightening, straightforward, no-nonsense approach, bold. These are great words because they really describe Jay. Bold, brutally honest, a savvy sense of humor. I'm not biased for sure. They're not biased, and they're just inquisitive minds searching for answers like everyone else. And so their guests range from investigators, people like me, debunkers, skeptics, conspiracy, all the things, guys, that you and I are always interested in, and they're dedicated to helping people like us and their businesses. And I definitely wanted to share that with you too. to harness the power of their higher self and awaken the ascended master within. So
That's
Jay,
right.
you are an ascended master yourself.
Wow. I love you.
And I just adore you. I just have such a feeling of affection and fondness since I first met you.
Likewise, John. Thank you.
And you have, to me, a very high vibrational frequency. At first, it reminded me of being a New Yorker, because I'm a New Yorker, like that high, intense passion, for everything you do.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. It's just this gig we do, right? It keeps you, when you're talking like this, all, with people, your soul sisters and brothers. I mean, you're there, you get there, you vibe high, So it just keeps you at that state. Next thing you know, it just becomes a way of existence.
Well, how did you step into doing all this, you and April?
We were always on the search. I mean, honestly, it was like our background, we had some really great businesses in the financial services world, and I've served us really well. But our this is our thing. We've always just felt very, very, inquisitive about what's out there, the supernatural, the concept of everything that everybody talks about, and that's just, to me, was just always just more fun to want to learn about. You know what I mean? And like always that mystery, the magical, all the sense of all that. So we started doing that, and we figured the best way for us to learn it would be to interview people, because it was just, neither one of us are ones that'll, April maybe more than me, but I definitely don't. I don't like to sit and read. I'm not at that point in my life where I just like to read stuff. I don't like reading at all. And so it's like, this is great. I'm like, this is going to be the way I can learn. So we were like, let's do this. And we started interviewing people, and it turned into a show.
Spiritually raw. That just gets me in my soul, I think, that whole concept.
Yeah, me too.
So that's your full-time thing. You're interviewing, you're interviewing people all through the week, but you're also doing some other things too. I know you have an Ascended Master shop. I mean, you have a lot of things going on. So share with us a little bit about that and how that helps people.
So we have the Spiritually Raw, which is our day job, if you would call it, right? And then we have the Ascended Master store, and that's really as a result, Joan, of people always contacting us after the interview. Then they would be like, hey, how do I get a hold of Joan you just interviewed? Where do I get her? So we're like, you know what? Let's just put up a store, make it very easy for people. So when people go to ascendedmasters.store, they're going to see everybody there. How it helps people is this. So generally when someone is reaching out for, like, let's say a course or learning, hey, who do I get a session from or anything like that, they got to read or whatever. What we do is we interview the person. You know what I mean? We'll interview that person for 5-7 minutes or so, and we'll just kind of talk to them, help get a vibe for them. So this way the audience, all they have to do is click on a very brief video of Joan and say, all right, I'm in love with her. How do I book a session with her? We bring out that energy. So that's what Ascended Masters does. It lets the person go through, save so much time, so much energy, and get connected with someone, because they're going to know in just a few moments whether they vibe with that person or not. They have courses there and stuff that are going to help people on their journey called life too. That's all there.
That's so interesting. So you yourself, well, you are a content provider because you're doing your shows, but you're actually picking the brains of all the content providers out there. Let me see if I understand what your mission is on this planet, to actually find the people that have the insight, wisdom, and truth, and then present them to their tribe, in a sense.
Yeah.
Right? So that's conscious awakening.
Yeah. So I figured my role in this existence is, you're right. I'm not the guy that's going to be like, oh, here's what you know what I mean? My opinions and views on things, but then I look at, people like yourself, others, and I'm like, well, they're some fantastic messengers. Let me be really good at helping highlight them. You know what I mean? Let me work on that as my gift my contribution to humanity is to highlight them, help them shine so their message gets clearer, because they're doing the hard work in there. You're doing the hard work in there. Let's bring that to light. So that's where I really, me and April really come to a, really good resolve on that one. That's our gig. That's our contribution. It's like, our job is to make sure the messengers shine brighter than the brightest star.
So in a way, then, you're kind of a gathering for people who are looking for information on how we can ascend and how we can find the right people to connect us with. So, Jay, my question is, okay, so I'm assuming that you've got a lot of awareness and having interviewed thousands and thousands of people. And so what have you come to on this thing about ascension? What are we all kind of seeking for? What is that about, do you think?
I think in anything right now, it's we just have to really be super careful when we take a look at it, because there's so many moving parts. There's so many interpretations of it. What I can only share with you what we personally do, okay? And really we are really personally just spending so much time within, more and more. So the ascension process for us is really working more within, getting within. We don't know about all this that's coming or not coming, or that's going to show or not show, or this person that's saving us or not saving us. We don't know. We can only speculate. Maybe people have seen them, maybe they haven't. Again, I'm not here to comment on that so much, but I really think the ascension process is that, from what I've learned throughout interviewing so many people, and what I get out of it is, I think our where we are going to be super strong moving forward, and not go against each other and not get insane. And I think the Great Awakening is going to be something where we start to look within ourselves a lot deeper. You know what I mean? And we got to take a look at things that we know that don't energetically make us feel good. You watch stuff and like, oh, that was awful. I didn't want to watch it, but you still watch it. You know what I mean? Or that was that, but you still watch it. You know what I mean? Those things, it's like, I think at some point in time, humanity, we're all going to need to make a choice and be like, maybe I just shouldn't turn that on for a minute. Maybe I should shut down that kind of conversation, because Joan, you know me well enough. I don't want to talk about all love and lighting and all that. I mean, the world is the world, right? But if you constantly are getting roped into, hey, this event is going to happen on this day, this person's having a meeting on this day, this is happening, you're falling into the concept of the matrix. You're walking right into their hands. Even though you may think that there's being good stuff that's coming as a result of that, this person's going to sign this paperwork today and we're all going to be free after 20 trillion years. Even though you think something's good out of that, no, it's not. You're falling right back into the trap is what you're doing. That's exactly what's happening. That stuff right there shouldn't affect people's lives. So I'm getting that out of that. It's like, listen, we interview people. Right. And listen, have your thing and share your stuff, because in my opinion, all of this is very real. All of this is very possible. It's someone's stream of consciousness that they're connecting with. And that's our job, is to say, hey, there's a stream, you connect with it. Good. I hope it helped,
So, yeah, so I agree with you. There's so much going on right now, Jay, that it's really hard to keep track. And between the outside world, we'll call it that way, the outside world attacking us mentally, physically, spiritually, in all ways, how do we keep our sanity? How do we raise our vibration during these times?
You gotta be open to the fact, and this is something that people, and it's just interpretation. So remember, everything we talk about, they're words. I understand energy, but there's words, right? But we gotta function. I don't know, like, that many people, I know there's people that see things and they have had these witnessings of all these different things, but for the rest of us that haven't, I would say the best way for you to do this is to function as if you're the God and you are the goddess of this world. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that from a worshiping standpoint, like worship me or bow down to me. I don't mean that at all. I'm talking about creation. I'm talking about get your house tight, because if your house is not tight, mind, body, spirit, prosperity, then you shouldn't be worrying about anybody else's house at this present. You know what I mean? You really shouldn't be. Get your stuff straight, then go ahead and move on to the next. That's how you start to become valuable. And if you focus on that, what I believe will happen, and I can only share with experience here, is you'll be working. This is an ongoing journey. There's no completion of this task, if you would. It's when you start doing this, then you're going to start to maintain the vibration at a very high place. You're going to start to manifest things. You're going to start to see things come into your life that you've been looking for, or thinking about. Your thought process is going to change. You start to just, what do they say? I don't know. Joan, you probably more is that with your background, is that, if you do so many things every day, it becomes a habit for how many ever days, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's the same concept. You do it enough, it's going to now become who you are.
It's like the 100th monkey theory, that when you see people doing it, you start to do it too. But, I have to say that, we're in treacherous times. That's all I could say. And personal responsibility is huge now. Like your ability to discern, your ability to interpret. I have a new word for it. I call it the shit detector. See, hear, interpret, and translate. But you said something interesting. It's like, how do you become valuable? And so what do you mean by that, in a sense? How do we become valuable? And valuable to who? In what way?
So valuable is always to be determined, right? As far as one's value and who you're going to do. But here's how you start. The first part is to start it, right? So, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. So what you do is you, right? I mean, so you really just, like, for example, like what we're doing right here, you and I were talking about how you had like 5 events this week. I'm doing this thing. This is the stuff we talk about. It's like, maybe you don't want to have your own show. Maybe it's just a matter of you doing a Zoom conference or whatever, or video conference with 3 or 4 of your friends. When you start speaking in this kind of way, your vibrations start to rise naturally. They start to go into a place because now you're having this. You don't think about, like right now, for example, I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not thinking about what happened in the past. I'm in the present in this moment. What it does is it keeps you in the present of this moment. It's the only thing that I've figured out, other than some sort of psychedelic drug or whatever thing like that, that can keep you in the present in this moment. So what we recommend to people is like, look, if you will start consistently doing either again, if you don't want a show, don't have a show, don't have to publicize it. Start getting into these kind of conversations with people. I can assure you within 30 days, your life will change. You will not even recognize yourself. In 30 days, you wouldn't even recognize yourself, Joe. And you would be like, oh my gosh, I said that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh, this is how I acted like. You're going to be very, very changed, because what happens is you start to bring out this, you vibrate. When you vibrate, you get more of a connection with the universe. When you vibrate at that level, Joan, the clearing of what you get is it's the most, like what I'm doing right now with you is, and much love to you for allowing this to happen. This is so healing for me. And I hope it is for, you know what I mean? And that's what we're trying to get out. This is where it starts. You gotta release what you know or what you think you know. Then from there, you're given more from the universe, and you keep doing it. And next thing you know, you become one with the universe. That's where I'm at with that.
Okay, as you're talking, so, I love working with you because I feel like we vibe back and forth, and then we continue to fly. But yeah, it's true for me too. So Miracle Monday, I've been doing every Monday for years and years, on and off since 2018. And I know that there are days I don't really feel like doing it, but as I get into the mode of it, it's literally, I can feel my energy shift. And then it starts to really clear. And then by the time we go live, I'm like on fire with excitement, and it never gets old to me. Does this ever get old to you? Do you go, God, April, do we really have to keep doing this? Like, what keeps you motivated to keep going?
This feeling I get, it keeps my vibes high. Like I said, it's the only thing that I know of that I can measure that says, okay, what, there's supplements and all that stuff, blah, 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 lifestyle changes. But really at the end of the day, getting to talk like this, getting to do this, it's like, I'm allowing that stuff that I think we all inherently agree that we have stuff within us that we have to unlock, unleash, right? I'm allowing that to be unleashed right now, and that's a super healthy thing. Once it's like a game of sorts, right? You unlock one level, another one unlocks. Then you get deeper into it. And I'm not talking about going down a rabbit hole. I'm talking about within yourself. You find out what else what else is possible. Hey, what else can I do? This is exciting stuff. That's what keeps me going. Is that it's exciting stuff. When you're doing this, you don't walk away from it as like I did my job. You walk about it as like, man, this is such a blessing. It really is to get to.
So actually, I know a lot of people would love a job like this. Like I can just interview, but it goes. Think about, because I don't always see you being interviewed enough. So it's actually exciting to have you on the back end here. Well, so with everything that's going on for people this year, okay, what's a good takeaway for them? How can they really help manage their energy and start to be part of this great awakening?
What I would say how they can manage their energy is to really, again, start to bring it back to center. because we're all, no matter what's happening right now. I mean, people think things have changed, you know, yeah, there's more awareness of it, but there's just a lot of stuff still going on. I mean, there's too many diversions right now. Bring stuff to the center right now. I would say try this on for maybe 30, 60 days. If it doesn't technically affect your life, don't tune into it. Just try to disconnect from it. You know what I mean? If the president of Russia right now is about to sign a document in 15 minutes, don't worry about it, because I promise you at this point in time, it's not going to affect what you just go into your thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that kind of stuff, give it a minute. Give your psyche, give your body a break from that for a second, just for a minute. Let your own shit get together. You know what I mean? You know, get your house straight first, and then you're strong enough to be able to use, and then that's how you learn discernment, because then you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't feel right. Okay, I can go there. You know what I mean? That's how you do it.
You're absolutely right with that, Jay. And, you know, I teach people how to get into neutrality, because I don't think we can affect change if we're being emotional, angry, or frightened. And our fear, you know, I've been discovering that this universe of ours gives us back exactly what we put back. So if we expect war, we get it. If we expect peace, we get it. If we expect abundance or mastery, we get it. So it is so much, because we're in this universe is interacting with us at all times, totally, and giving us what we're asking for.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, people, some belief systems think that this is foretold. I personally think we wrote it out as we went. You know what I mean? That's what I think, but that's just my opinion.
That's kind of an interesting. Okay, so yeah, so we're writing it, we're making it up as we go along. Well, then if we're going to make it up as we go along, let us interject into the timeline then these positive outcomes and these tools of abundance and manifestation that can help us with that. So we have a few more minutes. What are your thoughts on 3D, 5D? How do we interact between the two of them?
Well, so the first thing is, like, I'd like to really interview the person who was able to identify the number. You know what I mean? 3D, 5D. That's the most fascinating thing about this whole thing for me, is who the hell came up with the number, right? And how'd you get that information? But in all seriousness, so I take a look at 3D as like, we're here in 3D. So really to help compartmentalize it for people, we're here in 3D. And I think that what happens is we take a look at, there's so much being sold about the greatness of 5D and as a consciousness level. That's fine, that's great, but also to realize that we live in 3D. So why not bring 5D to us, this concept of 5D, however you interpret it, and enjoy the hell out of 3D. Enjoy that. We live here. Why think like, oh, I live in 3D, this world sucks, I'm in chain, I'm in a prison planet, blah, 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 blah. Get that out of your head. Bring it to you and enjoy where you live right now. Because here's what happened. Yes, okay, there's a real possibility, Joan, timeline's over here, this dimension's over here, real thing, I could be like worth $20 billion over here, but right now, I'm still feeling myself right at this minute. So I need to fix it again. Let me get that taken care of. So I would say, you know, the concept of consciousness, dimensions, whatever you want to call it, work on bringing it to where you're at right now, because you know where you're at. You can feel yourself, you feel it, you get hungry, you get hurt, you get happy, you get whatever, you feel it. So the things that you feel, bring that to make this place better for you. And it can be, you know, it really can be a heaven on earth experience for people.
Yes, I agree. It is the be here now philosophy, but be here 100%. And I see that somehow we have to bring back pieces of our soul that we actually fragmented and gave away, you know, at different periods of our life. And so wholeness is when we start bringing back our power, our thoughts, our consciousness. And it's really, really important to trust. So, you know, one of the things I find fascinating about you too is you're a huge brainstormer. You know, you call it your mastermind. I'm a mastermind myself. I love masterminding. I like it because it brings new ideas and out of the box concepts. Like we've masterminded.
Yeah. It keeps it all moving. You know, it's a muscle. It's a machine. You have to keep it flowing, right? So it's really healthy. It's really, you know, I see a lot of people and there's like, they're in the chat rooms and things, and they contribute some really cool stuff, and they say some really good things. And my first instinct is always like, hey, get out and talk about that. Go with that deeper. You know what I mean? Let's, push those boundaries, get that, because when you talk about it, you create it. Our words are reality, right? So we're actually, that's where I get back into, like, I think if we start talking about it, we can write our own story along the way. If we simply think about it and chat around it, if we stare at a vision board, I don't think that's going to happen. You know what I mean? So take the vision board and then talk about it. Talk it. You know what I mean? Talk through it too. Like, okay, that's my vision board. Now, how do I get through it? Let's talk through it. Find someone who energetically matches with you on that vision board and talk through it. You're creating something. Just staring at the damn thing isn't going to do anything.
That's actually really brilliant. So you take it out of here, and you actually, actualize it, put it out in motion. And that is actually what I resonate with you about, Jay. You're very pragmatic. So one of the reasons I found Jay about 1.5 years ago for the audience is that I was looking to be on a new network, and also looking for the concept, well, how do you actually make money doing shows? And Jay, you're spiritually raw, and not only your show's great, but you actually have programs in place that help take people from taking your own ideas and putting them out in the world. Yeah, and you're pretty good at that.
Thank you.
Talk about being an ally for that.
Yeah, so we created, our 10 years of journey of getting in the broad. We were doing videos before YouTube was a real thing. It was there. It was just not a real, it wasn't like how we see it today. But we were doing videos. So this is really our 10 years of journey of like, okay, how do we do this? Not so much the technical parts of it, because that can be figured out with anybody, really. It's the business side of it. Like, how do I turn this into something where I can support my family, I can support me, maybe I can have the dreams of my life, whatever I want to do with it, right? How do you do that? So we get into that. We have a course that's called The Secrets to Broadcasting Riches. And that really teaches people the dynamics of how to, once you're in the vehicle, how to get that humming for yourself. Where do you go? What do you do next? How do you say? What do you talk about? How do you title yourself? Those things that come up. What is going to be at the end of the day your competitive edge? Meaning, out of 1,000,001 shows that show up, why would anybody want to watch you? Right? So we really work with people at that level and just help them there. So that's called The Secrets to Broadcasting Riches. And then we have the flip side of that. It's called The Secrets to Interview Riches. That's for people who are saying, hey, I'm going to go on shows. I'm going to want to talk about my new book or my new course or my sessions I do or whatever I do, how they can go on other people's shows and not mess it up, right? You know what I'm saying? How they know how to deliver their message properly. Yeah, get yourself prepared. That's it. Because you got that one shot.
Yeah, and that is true. It's like just now, how do you shift your energy so that you can reach people, be authentic, be yourself, and have fun on a show? Like we're having fun, just sort of chatting back and forth. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna kind of close in a second, but I want people to know why they're gonna find you, where they're gonna find you, and why. So the first thing is you have your show, Spiritually Raw. You have it on YouTube, but you have your own channels.
Yep.
So let's talk about that. Because you have guys, he has the most fascinating guests. Everyone that you really want to know about has been on Spiritually Raw.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We have spirituallyraw.live, and that was built as a result of censorship. So everything we put on YouTube, like when you go to YouTube right now, you're going to see maybe a little promo about something, because that's about all we can do. Otherwise, we keep getting shut down. So like anybody else, I mean, I don't even, whatever, that is what it is. So
it is what it is.
It is what it is. So you go to spirituallyraw.live. It's completely uncensored. We talk about anything. We talk about everything. The guests have the freedom to talk about anything and everything. Just recently, over this last couple of months, which is cool, Joan, is we've actually been, we just figured out how to go live on there. We were always able to do it. We just figured out how to do it. And so now we can actually stream live on spirituallyraw.live, right? And so now people could chat and with us and really engage with the guests. So that's a pretty cool experience. So that's really good there.
Is that uncensored?
100% uncensored.
That's important for people now to know that, Jay.
Yeah, it really is. And then if they go to catalog, spirituallyraw.live, they can go to catalog and they can look through all the shows we got, the different topics, everything, the guests we've had, and see who they resonate with. Is pretty cool there. So that's our baby. You know what I mean? That's what keeps us, I would say, that's what keeps us sane. It's to be able to, we get to talk through that. So, and it just happened to be turn out with the blessing of being a business. So that was pretty cool.
Well, you're a full-time broadcaster, and I get it because I am too. This is my passion, sharing wisdom and information with people. So, okay, so they can go on that. Now let's tell them a little bit about the Ascended Master. So where can they find, if we have some closet broadcasters here who are ready to go get out there with your messages, where would they go?
So they go to ascendedmasters.store, and then my email is askspirituallyraw@gmail.com. They can email me directly with any questions, and we could just talk about it, find out what it is they want to do. Because people sometimes they just need like, hey, here's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think this is even doable. The whole thing, and the reason we called it Ascended Masters is really for people to get really comfortable and confident in being bold in what they needed to say. Who says that we're not ascended masters? Who says there's only 5 or 6 of them, whatever you read in a book? I mean, that's what they say. That's what's in a book, but who says that's for real? Who says that we're not? Who says we don't have lineages or this? We don't know, but you know what? Nobody else is here to tell us we shouldn't. You know what I mean? Nobody came down from the sky and said, don't say that. So you know what? Until they say that, we're ascended masters. So get into the motion of being in that frame of mind, and we're seeing, which is the coolest thing we are seeing people that are maybe they're very gifted, Joan, maybe not as known at this point in time, but we see their confidence levels go through the roof. That's just the most beautiful thing to see. Their light shines. You know what I mean? Their light shines. They get connected with other people. They're like, oh, we're doing shows with this person now. I'm doing shows with that person. I got interviewed here, and their energy, and that's the whole premise of Ascended Masters. It's more than just a place where you can find out. It's really a place to get connected with, soul sisters and brothers that you resonate with. Take what you want and throw the rest away, like everything else in life. But it's a fantastic place. That is awesome to just witness that out, and to be part of that's pretty cool. So if they want to know more about that, they can email me. We just talk to it.
All right. Well, I'm going to put all the links in the chat. This has been fantastic. I miss April. I want you to give her our love. One day I'll get you both on my show.
For sure.
Unable. Okay. Let's see, everyone. We are done with that video. Can you guys hear me, Victor?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Sweet. All right. So that's Jay and April Matta, Spiritually Raw. And I highly recommend, especially if you're looking for, entrepreneurial, spiritual entrepreneur. All right. My video is not working, but yours is. So Reverend Dr. Victor, why don't you introduce our amazing guest? I'm so happy to see you. Sorry, and I'm just the voice from heaven right now.
It's my pleasure to introduce Sarian Michael White. His research into UFOs, ancient civilizations, human origins, and the hidden history of the world took a dramatic turn during his first year of college when he started having out-of-body experiences. Research turned into exploration as he learned how to travel dimensionally and through time in the out-of-body state. Soon he began receiving visitations from angels and ETs that showed the living records of Earth and other worlds. Now, more than 25 years later, he's sharing what he's discovered through a unique journey and process of research, revelation, and psychic exploration. As an author, channel, spiritual historian, and somewhat of an out-of-body archaeologist, Sarian is a guide to the portals and time capsules of living memory that are now opening, helping people attune to what is coming online in the human chakra system with his stories and information. His first book, Roya Sands and the Bridge Between Worlds, weaves truth into fiction as a young woman discovers her mysterious connection to a lost civilization living inside the Earth. It is my pleasure to introduce Sarian Michael White. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. I'm so excited to be here. Many blessings to all of you tuning in, and for those of you that have been holding the space for this beautiful online gathering. I was sitting in meditation this morning to see what wanted to come in that was really fresh and new and focused on who would be showing up and tuning in to this particular presentation. And I'm really excited to share with you what I feel is going to be a beautiful presentation / live activation. This is all about connecting to our highest potential and really channeling the creative energies of ascension and light and love coming into the world. And there's a specific way that we're going to be tapping into that with this next little segment that I'm so excited to host for you. So get relaxed, take everything off your lap, and just set aside all of your thoughts, concerns, your mental processing. We're all getting flooded with information all the time, and right now we want to kind of relax more into a heart space, into a right brain connection with the field of unity consciousness that is strengthening in the world. And we're going to start out with a little bit of a clearing. We're going to do some work with some of these beautiful sacred crystal bowl beings that I have, and we're just going to tune you up. We're going to fluff up your auric field and support you to just get more in alignment with what's available to you. And I want to preface this little live activation presentation by saying that it's been made very clear to me that the amount of light and healing energy and divine guidance and the field of unity consciousness that is available to us right now in the world, that has been firmly anchored, that we can now be in a process of absorbing, integrating as we clear out anything that is not in resonance with these higher frequencies. The amount of these resources that are available to us energetically in this now moment is much, much, much greater than what most people are even able to integrate or utilize. So we want to start to look at what we can do in terms of healing ourselves and doing more clearing work on ourselves so that we can receive more of what's available to accelerate ourselves. There's a lot of exciting things lining up. This is going to be a bit of an angelic activation, actually, even though we've got some Christed extraterrestrial energies and some ascended master energies. We are going to be really attuning to the angelic frequency specifically. Now, some of you may have heard of the synthesis ray. I seem to do a lot of work with the rays, and since you guys have been clued into the ascended masters and have been hearing things about them, the rays go hand in hand with that. Right now, the Ascension ray is coming in very strong this particular year. This is the 4th ray of 7 planetary rays. We're also working a lot, of course, with the violet ray, the ray of the Ascended Master Saint Germain, or the ray that he is stewarding or is a custodian of, which is helping to transmute a lot of the old energies that are being purged to make room for this new light. Well, the synthesis ray is like a blend of all of those rays and more. It is a ray that has the ability to help integration processes. Whenever we are integrating light or a specific frequency of light or divine intelligence, or connecting with a specific family of consciousness that we are opening to expand into, like our connection with the galactic community, or our connection with the angelic family of consciousness, or various animal groups that are holding frequencies that are part of awakening our divine intelligence. Anytime there's an integration process, the synthesis ray usually gets involved. So we're going to be working a bit with the synthesis ray to start out with. I want to invite you to take a moment to just be in gratitude for all of the energies that are showing up to support you, whether you have been aware of them or not. Let's just assume for a moment that there's a lot more there that we can tap into. And let's just say thanks for it. Thank you. Thank you to the angels. Thank you to all of our invisible helpers. Thank you to this community that we are connecting with invisibly through the circle of light that is opening to join our hearts together in this moment, to connect us with spiritual family in the world. Thank you for all of it. The synthesis ray is going to begin strengthening around each of you and is going to begin to gently lift your vibration very subtly into alignment with a blending of energies that is beginning to occur with the angels. The angels have recently revealed that there is a new portal of angelic integration that is opening in the world. It exists now in a higher vibrational form. It is like an angelic retreat that has been created for the process of angelic integration. Angels integrating with us integrating with angels, but more importantly, what we're really talking about here is human unity. So human unity is not something that we could just achieve very easily only as human beings. We need a little bit of a bridge to get there, and the angels are providing that bridge. So we're going to start out with one of my favorite instruments here. And hopefully my sound has been set up in a way that makes this sound really good on your end. All right. So just take in the sound vibration. Listen to the sound of my voice. So these rainbow ascension energies of synthesis are welcoming you into a sacred space. Allowing yourself to be attuned to sacred space is something that is becoming more and more available to us, something that you can do. You might feel as though the space around you is not attuned to sacred space. It's not charged with the energy of sacredness, like what you would find if you were in a spiritual temple or a healing sanctuary. So allow yourself to receive an attunement to sacred space. Start to understand what that is as a resource, as if sacred space is being poured into the space around you, and your whole auric field is going into resonance with it. The sacred space of your being is part of what is coming in with the vibration of sacred space around you, and that's what we are making room for. Now the angels are coming to you with a very sacred gift that has been prepared for us as part of our collective ascension process. The angels are presenting to us an angelic Merkaba vehicle. This angelic Merkaba vehicle, it is collective in nature, and yet smaller pieces of it have individualized and have split off and come to each one of us so that we can sit for a moment in the presence of this angelic Merkaba vehicle. It is large enough that we could fit inside it. This is slightly different than the Merkaba vehicle of your own being, as this is a specific vehicle created as a bridge into an emerging new vibration of human unity. We are at a point now where enough of us in the world are ready to begin taking the steps to cross this bridge. That changes are beginning to happen inside us that are associated with this. This is an invitation from the angels to align with the bridge, the pathway into this angelic Merkaba vehicle that was created to attune our frequencies to the sacred space that the angels are creating as a resource to bridge us into unity consciousness with each other. You can begin to feel through your connection to this Merkaba vehicle that on the other side of this doorway is our spiritual family, many of whom have received the same energetic invitation as this has been going out and connecting with people more and more in recent weeks, months. It is part of a calling into global unity that has been strengthening since the beginning of this year. And in fact, the presence of war and conflict taking place in the world underscores not only the need, but the divine inspiration for part of what is beginning to arise within us. There is a call to human unity that is coming in part from the earth. Some of it is coming from the animals. It is coming from our family of light. And there are many sacred warriors of love and light on the inner planes that are beginning to come, perform very powerful healing ceremonies around us and within us to strengthen us as these sacred warriors of the heart. You can close your eyes if you like, or you can be in a gaze with me, either way. As I focus upon our connection, I am seeing in each of us a connection not only to this angelic bridge and this angelic Merkaba, but the presence of many Native American Master Elders and many indigenous guardian spirits that are coming together to heal our hearts so that we can receive the fullness of the angelic gifts that are now being presented to us. And these two things go hand in hand. There's a portal of integration that has opened in 2021 and has continued to widen, that is connecting us with many of these healers on the inner planes. So many of them that have been coming through my channel have been Native American, though it's much wider than that. And you may feel a connection with this. You may feel a connection with the great ancestors that are passed on, that in their own ways and in their own times were aligning with the planetary ascension process. So they are coming to empower our place, our part in contributing to and experiencing the planetary ascension process. They are adding to a momentum inside us by first supporting us to heal our hearts. Now, the angelic Merkaba vehicle is opening in a way that connects with our hearts. And you may, if you choose, step into it or receive more of the frequency of it into your body and chakras. And just allow the synthesis ray to blend you with these angelic vibrations. The Arcturians are also present with us. And the Arcturians are reminding us and sharing with us that this is what occurred on their worlds during their ascension process. The Archangel Metatron gifted the Arcturians with an angelic Merkaba vehicle that was sent to form part of the structure of their unity consciousness in support of their collective ascension. It created a vehicle for their consciousness to coalesce into singularity, a vehicle that created a sacred space for this to occur. And so what is happening right now inside of us, what we are coming to model, is precisely the same thing that happened with the Arcturians. So the Arcturians are here to join us and to celebrate with us what is occurring, as our beloved Archangel Metatron has also sent to us this vehicle. Right now, the archangels are beginning to gather the angelic forces in the world, those people that have already become attuned to the angelic presence, that in many cases are incarnated angels themselves, to align us with each other, to activate more of the presence of this angelic frequency, as this is what is aligning us most powerfully and in a protective way with the parts of the galactic spectrum of consciousness that are the most spiritually evolved and the most invested in human sovereignty and freedom. There are parts of the spectrum that we would be wise to steer clear of. And this angelic frequency is here to protect our alignment with the civilizations that most mirror back to us and model for us a reflection of our own spiritual potential as a world. Now, let us welcome vibrations of the Native American Master Elders, Chief Big Bear, Chief White Eagle, Chief Seattle, the voices of the great ancestors that have been speaking with us and that are here to offer a sacred blessing of vibrational medicine to our hearts. There's something in here for each of you. Right now, it is a form of vibrational medicine unique to you. Imagine that these masters have come together to prepare a sacred form of vibrational medicine that is very specific and very unique to what your needs are. A sacred elixir that can simply be offered the same way that a person might offer to sage you, to clear your auric field. Open yourself to receive this divine healing elixir. Allow it to wash through your field and create a clearing. There are several gifts that the angels are bringing to us now, and they're offering you what you could think of as a blueprint for your healing, for everything that needs to be healed, resolved, and addressed within you with divine support to make it easier for you to align with the incoming ascension energies. So whatever needs to be cleared, whatever needs to be resolved, forgiven, healed, addressed. The difference that this angelic gift makes is that it reveals the safety of this path. Safety is built into the process of allowing a divine presence of guidance to enter more deeply into your life process and your journey. And that is part of what we are clearing the way for. There are many different frequencies of divine guidance available to you. Some of them are coming from the inner planes as ascended master frequencies. Some of them are coming from living masters in the world, whose frequency of guidance is available to all to find within themselves. Some of these frequencies are coming from various councils, various groups of human beings who hold certain frequencies together that are creating pools of healing resources that produce these different kinds of healing elixirs that can address one aspect of the human chakra system or another. There are many different resources, and what you can do now is simply acknowledge your connection to these things. That many different forms of vibrational medicine were prepared for you, knowing exactly what you would need and knowing exactly what you would be healing from as you began the journey to walk across a bridge into deeper levels of alignment with source consciousness, with the angelic energy. The presence of these various forms of guidance, the presence of the angelic family of consciousness, they are here to assist you now to step into and embrace your conduit role in the world in a bigger way. In whatever way you are capable of being a conduit for light and love and ascension energy, this is also beginning to reveal itself. Even those of you that have been on a very intuitive path, that have begun to awaken your inner senses, or perhaps are very far along this path already, there are always new degrees and new levels of this. New degrees and new levels of awakening that are becoming available all the time. And so we are each going to be treated to a range of new experiences that are starting to come online that are going to help you become aware of your conduit nature. You might find yourself out of nowhere feeling guided to reach out and place your hand on your friend's back who's sitting nearby to comfort them. And you find that suddenly there is light flowing out of your hand. Or you feel a kind of poise enter your consciousness. Your vibration goes up slightly, and suddenly you know exactly what to say and exactly how to say it to create the most empowerment, the most healing, the most support. Messages are going to begin to speak through you in ways that are noticeable, where you will feel as though a vibrational shift is taking place and your thoughts become more clear, more coherent, more aligned with light, as light is beginning to appear within your consciousness and to infuse into your words. This will begin to happen more often. And there's a certain kind of experience that you may have as well that is also strengthening. The experience of feeling called to speak to awakening humanity. This is what will open and activate your throat chakra. This will open and activate your telepathy. When you find a focus upon the heart that wants to speak through you to awakening humanity, to speak messages of love and empowerment to this emerging, awakening, growing collective of light, in the same way that you would if you were putting your hand on someone's back to comfort them and to speak the messages of love and empowerment that they need to hear. Imagine doing that for the whole awakening worlds all at once, as if they can all hear the codes of light and empowerment speaking through you. That is an experience that is calling you, that puts you into the fields of the Metatronic light, as the codes of light that are being seeded by the presence of Metatron is part of what is beginning to activate our telepathy with each other and our attunement to a collective emerging communication field. There are so many gifts that are pouring forth through this new connection to the angelic energy. So just relax and take a few deep breaths. There's a very profound, very powerful acknowledgement that is coming to you now from the angelic realms. It is a form of clearing, and it's supporting us to evolve out of a certain very common human practice that is not for our highest good. It is the degree to which we dwell upon mistakes and missed potentials, often not recognizing and acknowledging within ourselves all of the times that we got it right, that we followed guidance, that we did the right thing. And many times we become fixated upon something that we judge about ourselves, something that we wished we had done differently. But the new consciousness that is coming in through this field of unifying light is teaching us a different way of relating to mistakes, missteps, missed potentials, however we want to categorize these things. The new consciousness is teaching us to simply look for the gift and simply look for what we learned, and then to celebrate what we learned, to not dwell upon the missed potential or the mistake, but to simply recognize that we are making choices all the time and we are learning from our choices all the time. And when we shift the focus to celebrating what we learned and enacting the new wisdom and insight that we have gained, this is adding to the collective intelligence. Every choice that we make and learn from, regardless of what the outcome was, is adding to the intelligence as a collective field of consciousness. It is adding to non-local fields of intelligence. And this emerging non-local field of intelligence, it values your memories, your choices, and what you learned to a much higher degree than what we are used to seeing of our own value. So there's one final cleansing that wants to occur here. It is to reset our consciousness and realign us with the higher blueprint of human learning and collective evolution that is beginning to activate a collective evolution of the human brain, where our brains are evolving as one. That is what this new angelic energy is preparing us for, the onset of collective brain evolution. Now, that is not something that happens very quickly, though it's certainly going to be a far more accelerated form of evolution than has ever been experienced before. It takes time to step into this. It takes devotion to sacred clearing work. It takes a measure of increasing our surrender to lean into these activations that are dawning on us. But we are here to do this together. And so receive this final clearing and just allow the angels to blow a gentle wind of blessings and acknowledgements to acknowledge within you everything that you got right and to celebrate within you everything that you have learned with no regrets, no remorse, only celebration of your bravery for being here. Thank you. Thank you to all of our angelic guides. There is a lot more to this activation, and it is, for many of you, the beginning of something that will continue to unfold as the angelic frequencies are going to be bridging us more and more into this sacred space until collectively, many of us begin to spiral into alignment with an angelic portal of integration with the angelic presence that becomes a part of us. It becomes a part of the human frequency, that we become merged with that portal of ascension. There are many portals of ascension, and this is one of them. And as we become integrated with this, it's going to accelerate synchronicity for all of us to a high degree. We will find that synchronicities increase, that our awareness of the subtleties of the timing of things become more clear, that we have more clear guidance about when to act, when to let go, when to accept an invitation or a calling to something, when to follow an intuitive signal that is beginning to present itself. So be aware of this process that is beginning to stream into your consciousness from your angelic guidance, that you will very often begin to receive an intuitive cue about when to do something, when to act upon a guidance that you're being prepared for. And usually this happens before the doorway of opportunity arrives. You start to get a feeling, your intuition begins to spark. You have a sense of that you're being guided in some way. And it gives you the opportunity to attune to the frequency of guidance in preparation for what you're going to be guided to do, to take action upon. And you're going to find that as this field grows, there's going to be a lot more downloads happening from the angelic presence. So I want to thank you all for tuning into this and being a part of this live activation with me. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a download that I received from the angels before we complete. Do we have time for that?
Absolutely, please.
Yes.
You can go a little over too, because we have a 20-minute break, so we don't really have anything going on. So take your time, brother.
Okay, thank you so much. So there was a final bowl that I was going to ring. It was funny, but I was practicing with the bowls, and this one high-pitched bowl caused the dogs to start barking. So I thought that might not be the way to finish the meditation. I do want to maybe answer some questions too. So if you have questions, please ask them.
Karen is asking, how do we call in these angelic activations?
Well, I would say the way that I always begin with working with angelic energy is with gratitude. I will call in the angels. Sometimes I'll ask for Archangel Michael. I usually just, I know my whole angelic team is there, and whether you know it or not, your angelic team is aware of the very moment that you think of them. So as soon as you think, wow, I think I'd like to have a connection with my angels, they are already there. They know that you're thinking of them, and they are prepared to co-create some aspect of the connection with you and to take you deeper. So yeah, you just call it in. You say, I would like to receive an attunement to the angelic presence. Can you please attune me to your frequency and practice blending with me? Support my practice of blending with you to get to know your frequencies. And then I would say the best thing that you can do with that is to focus on gratitude. If you start giving thanks for the angels, giving thanks for all the things that they do for you, that they're doing for humanity, and you give thanks for their presence in your life and all of the invisible things that they do to orchestrate opportunities in your life, or to heal you, or to comfort you, or support you, even if you haven't really been aware of this before, give thanks for it, and then just be in the gratitude as an energy, and see if you can notice them reflecting that back to you. The angels will reflect the gratitude back to you, and it can become an experience of building rapport where you're grateful for them, they're grateful for you, you feel their gratitude for you, and then you're grateful for that, and it just goes back and forth, and it becomes a really high vibrational practice. Really raises your vibration. Okay, so very quickly, this amazing angelic download came through a couple weeks ago. And I want to wind the clock back here, because actually when the pandemic first started, I got this inspiration to create a free learning to channel course. I thought, there's a lot of people that are stuck at home, and what a great time to maybe start learning how to actually channel your guides. So I created this free course as a gift. It was a series of 13 lessons with videos, and I used clips from movies just to bring an entertainment factor into it. And I got a lot of great comments about this, but then something else wanted to come through. And the angels came to me a couple weeks ago, and they gave me the name of a new website. And I looked, and the domain name was available, which really surprised me. I'm not going to say what it is yet because it hasn't been launched, but you can go to sarion.com and pre-register for the Channeling Now Summit. And what this is I got guided to reach out to other highly experienced channelers, people that do this professionally. Some people have even written books about how to channel your guides. And I was guided to ask them for their best advice about how to open your channel, how you can start to channel your guides or channel guidance or work with your spiritual guides constantly. So I've been reaching out and connecting with people, and I've been getting the most amazing video submissions from a wide range of different people, and every single one is different. These are short videos, power-packed. The whole summit is designed to give you a very quick mental shift in the course of maybe like an hour, hour and a half, to really reset your consciousness and give you the best advice from the experts about how you can enter the right mindset, techniques you can use to get started, misconceptions that you want to get past right away so that you can just jump right in and start learning how to channel and connecting with your guides more powerfully. Of course, it's an ongoing practice, and each person's practice develops in unique ways. But when you have a wide variety of different offerings of potential ways that you can do this, then it really sparks a lot of inspiration. It only takes one idea from one person and your guides perhaps speaking through that person or to you about that person's idea to spark something inside of you. Because the idea here is your guides are going to be with you while you're watching all of these video tips. And whatever one is most right for you, that's the one that's going to light up. And you're going to go, wow, okay, I feel like I can do that. I can try that, or I feel like there's some energy around that. So I'm very excited about presenting this. I don't have a launch date yet, but if you go to Saryan.com, and you'll see a couple of links at the very top. And one of them is to pre-register for the Channeling Now Summit. That is coming very soon.
Linda is asking, do you have to clear your denser energies before you can actually allow the channel through?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I would say that the process of channeling, as I experience it, involves a clearing process that is part of getting into a connection with the guides. So it's kind of a package deal. When you go into a space of connection with your guides, when you invite them in and you say, I'd love to have an experience of channeling you, connecting with you, blending energies with you, being in communion with you, and please teach me, train me, clear me, help me get into that space. Almost 100% of the time when I do it, I also need a little bit of a cleanup or a tune-up to get there. For me, it's like my vibration raises and raises, and I can feel my body filling up with more light and my consciousness becoming aligned with the right ways of focusing attention until something clicks. And then there's a bit less of me, a bit more of the guide, and the deeper I go, the more it shifts in the direction of the guide being more what's speaking, what's present. In fact, once I get to that point where there's the click into the energy of the guide, then the shift becomes much more rapid. But the clearing process it's not like it has to happen first before you connect with your guide. Some people might think of it in that linear way. It happens as part of the process. You invite the guide in, and the guide's going to be clearing you to get you into that space. Any other questions? I do want to mention, in case any of you are inspired about working with me in person, there are two ways that you can do that. Number one, I do private sessions where I actually channel whatever guides are showing up for you. I am capable of channeling any guide that would want to come speak to you. Normally not deceased loved ones. That's not my forte. I have an angelic channel that then kind of plugs me into the realm of high-level spiritual guides. And so whatever spiritual guides are working with you already, usually those are the ones that are showing up. And also I have a retreat coming up in Mount Shasta. We usually try to do one a year. My partner and I did a retreat in Sedona last year. This year we're doing one in Mount Shasta, June 10th through 13th. So you can also see on my website, there's a place to sign up for that and check out the information for the Mount Shasta retreat. We spend about 3 days together. I'm channeling the masters several sessions throughout the day, and we do outings to connect with different sacred sites and places where there's really beautiful energy on the mountain and in the area. And there's all kinds of amazing energies that come through the Shasta portal, as many of you know. We get a lot of connections with higher vibrational extraterrestrial energies. Sometimes we're meeting with the energies of the masters inside the mountain. They have a retreat inside the mountain. So a lot of times when we hear from the masters, they actually will be speaking to us from inside the mountain. So it anchors us into these sacred spaces that are very much part of the physical planet in a way that attunes us with some of the ascension energies of the earth that are becoming available.
Stephanie is asking, do you do in-person sound healing? And if so, where?
I don't do in-person sound healing. We do sound, we work with sound a lot at the retreats. Currently, everything I do is remote through Zoom. I do incorporate a little bit of working with the crystal bowls when I am channeling with people and sometimes doing activations. I just attune to what people need. In terms of doing like in-person stuff, I hope that I'll be able to do that when I go out on book tour again. So once I'm out there touring around, I think we're still not quite past the way a lot of venues have closed down or restricted because of the pandemic. But one of my favorite things to do was to do in-person sessions for people. I usually do a round of them for about a day if I come out to a specific location. But some of the places I've been starting to call and say, hey, you guys doing in-person events again yet? And a lot of them aren't. So, which is okay with me because I don't have a book that's quite ready to launch yet, but that's coming. I've got several books in the works. So hopefully by the time those launch, maybe next year, then there's going to be a lot more going on in terms of in-person venues.
My brother, I just want to share how magnificent this was with you today. Alan, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did you have
No. I didn't. Thank you. I just had a question. I don't know if you did talk about it, but how do you see the timeline developing over the next few years here for the country, for the planet, for interactions with ETs, all that?
Okay. Yeah. Let me just tune into that because I get information all the time and I haven't ever tried to put it together in quite that way before. But I would say that there's things happening on the ground that are really, really important in terms of our potential to commune with the more spiritually advanced civilizations that we are, perhaps, more interested in. And everything I was sharing about this emerging vibration of human unity, the way the angels are creating a bridge into human unity. The way they talked about this recently was, if you got a whole bunch of light workers and just put them in a conference room together, they might all, have a good time and start to coalesce naturally. But we also are bringing a lot of baggage with us. We all need healing. We wouldn't just form into a collective consciousness by ourselves. We actually need some divine support to get there, to kind of, create a medium, if you will, that we can all sort of become a little more vibrationally synced with, so that we're all interacting with each other through a medium of unity energy that kind of modulates our frequencies as we are bridging into human unity. So as that is occurring, that is one of the key factors that is going to make it possible for us to start to have a higher level of contact and experience with some of the advanced cultures. Because what they have said to me, and this was going back more than a decade ago, they said that the skies are filled with extraterrestrial vehicles that hide the truth of who they are and why they are here, and that our true friends are watching us from a distance, awaiting the day that we will be ready to meet them as equals through a mutual acknowledgement of oneness. So this having more human unity is an important factor of coming closer to groups like the Arcturians, for example. So in terms of like the coming years, I would say that I kind of look at maybe like the next 10 years instead of the next few, because what I see as a trend over a course of maybe about like 8 to 10 years is us reaching a point where I can't say that it's any one particular activation that gets us there. It's kind of a gradual phasing in of what you would think of as a globally recognized presence of a field of light that is assisting us to harmonize with each other, those of us that are in the field, and to help attune the rest of awakening humanity to that field. And people are going to be at varying levels of integration with it. But I want to say about 10 years out, we could potentially see as much as 10% of the global population in resonance with that field of unity consciousness and where it is taking us. This is a field that is going to support the awakening of our spiritual gifts. What that looks like in terms of access that it may give us to the consciousness of more advanced civilizations, that's something that I haven't explored as deeply, like, where we're going to be at in 10 years as a result of having that field. All I know is we have to have that field, so let's work on that, because then we can get to the good stuff. But I have seen what I would describe, and this is, I think, much, much further out. This is beyond 10 years out. The potential of more of a global introduction into the galactic community, where there's a global introduction that is undeniable to everyone, that we are part of a galactic spectrum of consciousness. There are civilizations that have been observing us, that have been assisting us in varying degrees, and that has been going on for ages of time, that we have a genetic connection to some of these races. There is going to be a point at which that is completely globally known, and all secrecy regarding this subject is done and finished and behind us. But I think it's much further ahead than what a lot of people would like to believe personally. But I think we're going to see some significant events that sort of start to pop the bubble that I believe could be contact events.
It's a process, and we're in the process, and this seminar is part of the process, and you're downloading all that information is also moving consciousness along. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to say something to you. I was thinking that about your question, because you asked me a question similar to this before, and I said it was too
asking that question. Yes.
I know. Well, no, I said it was a little too complex to get into, but since we have a few minutes, I'll just close with this. What I will say is that there are multiple programs of contact taking place.
Yeah.
And these multiple programs of contact have different agendas at one level, but if you pull the lens back from a much higher level, all of the different programs of contact and different agendas involved are interconnected as part of one awakening process. So you have agendas of contact that are designed to acclimate us to the presence of different civilizations that want to be at the forefront of what we are aligning with. They want us to align with the part of the spectrum that they exist within. But then there's other programs of contact that are supporting us to align with another part of the spectrum that is more conscious and more integrated with the angelic energy. So, and they're all actually not in competition with each other when you pull the lens way back. But yeah. I would love to maybe talk with you in depth about what those different programs of contact look like in detail.
Let's do that. Let's do like an in-depth interview about that. And then you could break it down into groups and factions and timelines and, converging timelines and where they conflict as well, because there's some agendas of some beings that are actually trying to push a different timeline sort of sequence. And then there's others that are playing time wars almost. So anyway.
Yeah. And the time wars is something that I've become aware of even in the out-of-body experiences. I've explored the effects of these different time wars. I've had different groups come to me and share with me information about them. And one thing that I will say about this, just to finish, is that despite the fact that there's some, kind of scary things happening, there are also divine safeguards.
Yeah.
There are safeguards built into our DNA. There are safeguards built into our language systems, some of which have a divine origin. We should talk about the safeguards too, because that's actually the most inspiring thing.
We'll talk about all of that. Victor, were you going to say something?
My brother, I'd just like to share with you that I was so inspired by what you shared about taking all of our lessons and experiences without judgment of duality and bringing them with us into the unified consciousness. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for holding space for that.
Great. Yeah. Well, thank you again. Now, how can people find you? You said it, but how can people find what you're doing and where you're at?
Saryon.com, Saryon. Yeah, just come to, that's the main website. And everything you would need is on the front page, pretty much. All the different things I have going on. Got a lot of projects that are taking shape right now.
Right, and Saryon is a name maybe you've talked about where that came to you to connect with those higher consciousnesses. Right?
Yeah, well, it's an angelic name, and it was received by a living master that revealed that name to me. And what was interesting about it is I remembered when I was about 12 years old, I had a little conversation with God, and I said, you know what? There are a lot of Michaels in the world. Is there a name that you know me by? I'd love to know like what my spiritual name is. And the moment that this living master revealed that name, I knew that it was the answer to that prayer.
Yeah, great. No, thank you. Looking forward to more. Thank you, Victor, for being here too. And we have a very exciting, one of my favorite people coming up. You can hang around if you want, Saryon, but
Sure.
We're going to do a talk with Val Tanini. Is Val in the house, Neil?
I don't see her in the house yet. No, I see a Valerie, not a Valeria.
Valeria, or Valeria.
She goes by both.
She does. I mean,
okay. So if Valerie, if that's you in the room, could you please let yourself be known in the chat so we know if you're in the room or not?
Let me see. Well, I can text her. Let's see. And,
Neil, can you do my video?
Oh, yeah.
Let me just see here. Val, you have her in the attendees chat. Let me just see.
Where's Valeria?
I think that could be her.
Well, just set her as a panelist and she didn't accept. So.
Oh, let me just make a quick call.
Yeah, do it.
Valeria, do you know that she is related to the Italian? She's an Italian princess, I think. She's a member of the royal Italian family.
And she's going to be at this conference coming up. Might as well take a moment just to share about this, which is the Kundalini online conference, May 21st. And Joe and myself, Alan, are putting this together. Extremely excited about this. Alan told me about a year and a half ago, it would be great to do a conference on the Kundalini. So I put it in my list of possibilities. And then a few months ago, I talked to Joan and said, do you want to help produce this? She said, yes. And now here we go. Fully produced Kundalini conference. It's going to be pretty epic because not only Kundalini information, insights from Kundalini, people's experiences having a Kundalini, Kundalini activation, a Kundalini poet even. And we're gonna have some breathwork exercises, Kundalini breathwork exercises. So
Neil, can you just send me the link on my phone so I could text it to her?
Yeah. Joan, you want to take over for a second while I do that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Joan, talk about this amazing conference coming up.
I am going to talk about it. So guys, we also have Larissa Stowe. She is not only going to be speaking, but she's going to be performing some of her upbeat, amazing music for you. And all the things we talked about today on Ascension require us to just shift our energy. And so in this particular event, we're going to have a chance to activate, awaken ourselves, experience. Ever since I started, and I have to tell you, I've been having a Kundalini awakening ever since I've been reaching out to these speakers and then getting an awareness of the full expansiveness of this.
Well, you know what? It is catchy. It really, really is. No, I picked up that energy from someone else. So okay. I think she's in the room, Neil. Do you see her? She said she's here.
She should be coming in. We feel her vibration. I can't wait to
There's a Valerie. That's the same Valerie as before.
No. I think okay. Let me.
Why don't you chat with us, Val?
Did you forward the text to me?
Yeah. I sent it to you.
Sent it to me as the text.
Yep.
Oh, you did? Oh, I never got the link. She said from them. Oh, okay. You didn't
send in the email she responded to.
You didn't see. Okay. Wait, let me just, I don't see your text. You sent it as a message,
I think you
right?
Sent it to me, Neil.
Oh, yeah, I did. Oops, my bad.
You send it to me.
We're so excited and out of our body. which has happened to me since I started exploring Kundalini with all of these amazing speakers.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah. So something that's really awesome that we've been able to do the last couple of years, we've done a lot of events on many topics, but definitely the last year and a half, been picking up one specific topic and going really deep into it.
Okay.
And
I sent this
Joan.
to Val, just so you know. I sent her the Zoom link.
Okay, cool. Alan's sending it too.
Okay.
So
You sent it to her? Okay.
The ancient history conferences that we've been doing, going into Egypt, Sumer, and so much more. Sarian was actually on the Sumerian one, and we're also doing one in India, but specifically on the Kundalini, we have people talk about Kundalini at different events, but we haven't done a full deep dive into it. So I'm excited just to have the opportunity to really do next level awareness by going so deep into a topic, because Portal to Ascension isn't just for, all the individuals that are into this. It's also for the people that are waking up. But on top of all that, it's really next level information for people to become the teachers of the information for the new paradigm. So having all the tools basically at your disposal by coming into these events to really go deep into these topics. So when you present and you come from this place of knowing, you have a really full spectrum idea of what it is. And the Kundalini conference, I feel, is definitely going to be one of those.
What's also interesting about the Kundalini, and maybe Larissa and maybe Val will even talk about, it's very much connected to the divine feminine and that aspect of the goddess coming forward, the goddess energy, the Shakti. So that seems to be the movement in our community towards that balance of the male, female, and the Shiva Shakti coming together. But, the Shakti has been repressed for so long that it's emerging now. It's emerging as a huge frequency of a higher consciousness. So
yeah.
And Kundalini is a real thing. It's an energy that sits in all our bodies, but for some people, for some reason, it is awakening. And actually, Barbara Han Clow is on that conference, and she's going to talk about the astrology of Kundalini and when it is that it's activated in the body. There's certain configurations in your charts and certain times a year and really a cycle in your own evolution that these things can ignite. And it ignites in many, many different ways, Dan Winter, we should have Dan Winter on that too sometime, or commentary, because he talks about the whole.
Oh yeah, he does.
Awakening.
Dan and I are going to do a 2-day workshop on Kundalini physics.
Oh, and Kundalini physics. Okay, let me.
Basically, the science of the Kundalini.
Oh, that's good. When are you doing that?
He just asked me to do it, so we got to figure out a date. Probably be next year.
Okay, let me know.
I'm sorry. Do you want to comment on the Kundalini? Do you have any?
Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking, it's one of my favorite topics. I think there are so many people in the world that don't know what it is, don't realize that it's part of their nature, that it's something that they can experience. I think the more people that hear about it, the more they can actually make the choice and say, oh, that sounds like something that I would like to have an experience of. The moment somebody says, yes, I'm inviting this, I'm welcoming support to help me have a Kundalini experience, then they're going to start to align with whatever needs to happen for that to be the case. I mean, that was how I had my first experience. I didn't even know the word Kundalini, but I was basically asking for a Kundalini experience without knowing what I was asking for, because I didn't have that name on it. But once it happened, I realized there was a connection between asking for it and having it happen. So if more people know about it and know what it is, and we make it safe for people, then hopefully there will be a lot more Kundalini awakening happening in the world.
It's not always an easy journey, I have to say. I know people who've had a bit of a rough time with that. And maybe Val will talk about this whole process. Hi, Val. Val Tignini.
Hi, Val. It is wonderful to have you here.
Look at those giraffes.
Giraffes can see 360 degrees around. They have clear sight.
Meet the team here, Val. Have you met Neil before, or Joan, or have you this?
Val and I have
in a past life.
Alan, you have spoken.
Yes, we had a very good conversation. We connected.
And my friend Victor, also from New York, and Sarian, and we're all here welcoming you to Portal to
Thank you so much.
Ascension.
Alan, your book is on the screen. I love your book.
Thank you. It's just it's advertising there. Oh, you got it. Anyway, it's okay.
Are you going to introduce her, Alan? Do you want me to read part of her bio?
You could, I can, yeah, you read her bio and I'll give like a little personal introduction. But Neil, you have anything to say since it's your platform for Val, since you're
No, I'm just excited because, you know, I've been on the, in the back, just watching the whole production of the Kundalini conference come to fruition and putting it together. So I've definitely been corresponding with Joan about Val, and Alan's told me a lot. So I'm just really excited to have you on this platform and to share all the amazingness. You know, Alan and I were traveling together in New Mexico for the last week and a half, and he told me a lot about you and the history, how long he's known you. So I'm just excited that we get to an opportunity to share your wisdom with the Portal community.
The big part is to see that awakening, but I'll let Joan, you know, do the formal introductions, or maybe Victor.
Right.
I love his
Okay.
voice. Yes.
Just so happy from the Giraffe Kingdom to bring on our Kundalini expert. And so Valeria is an avid explorer of the world and an artiste of multiple mediums. She's a descendant of the royal Italian family, the Medicis, a first-generation Italian. She was born in Brooklyn, so that's amazing. We have several Brooklynites, and I'm a Queensite right here. By the age of 21, Val worked as an information architect and model actress for many kinds of companies. She has collaborated with a multitude of brands ranging from highline fashion companies, well-known charities, and wellness and holistic brands as well, to name a few. And she starred in a docu-soap on TLC called Mama Bells. So you have definitely been featured. You've come a long way. And she had a moment, this is really post-awakening, Val had a moment of multi-dimensional experiences growing up with ETs, a sense of energy and higher awareness. Val had a spontaneous Kundalini awakening that I think was experienced by Alan, and AKA the Holy Spirit running through her in 2010. So we're going to hear about that. And Val has also been experiencing her work evolving into higher levels of consciousness, working with divine, multi-dimensional beings. So she has also experienced the sacred tremor of the heart, spontaneous experiences, and she's been integrating the Divine Mother. She's doing private and group sessions. She's leading workshops in Tokyo for top spiritual company. She's led many group sessions in Sedona, New York City, and now here on Portal to Ascension. So welcome, Val.
I just want to say a few words, but because I want you to speak, Val, because I don't want to. But I was going to save some of this for this Kundalini, but Val came into the session I was hosting with this guy, Abdi, as a sort of regular person. She left as a being of divine awakening, and it was beautiful to see it. So thank you for being here. I don't know what you're going to talk about today, but please, it's all yours.
Alan, first of all, Alan is a very important part of my life, part of my awakening life. He's always been there in these very important moments. And one of the most important was my Kundalini awakening, but for some reason, he's always been there, and he's very like cracking open, consciousness for me moments. And he's obviously, a soulmate of sorts in this lifetime and many other lifetimes as well. Galactic brother.
Thank you.
Yes. But I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you so much, Portal of Ascension, everyone that's involved. Thank you, Alan, for inviting me. I'm always honored. It's always an honor to be with like-minded people, as well as like frequency vibration. The Kundalini awakening has opened me up to vibration not just a healing process, but it's been a journey of sorts, into not just this lifetime, but other lifetimes as well. And also fast forward lifetimes, and then dealing with all kinds of levels of dimensional realities as well. So it's not just about this lifetime as an awakening. It's awakening to so much that is multidimensional, but it's difficult to, it's not a tangible thing. It's always something so etheric, and the ego, of course, it checks in and, you know, tries to kind of make everything tangible and make it so make it like yours. But I know that whatever is happening to me is happening to the soul that needed the Kundalini awakening to express and share this energy with others. Because after that experience, I was able to activate people and awaken people and deal with different levels of consciousness and understanding. So I know that I wasn't just here to be healed. I was here to assist somehow humanity and the earth. So I'm grateful. And I'm here to always serve. And that's my role.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the process? I mean, we want to save some of this for the Kundalini panel, but
I know.
But talk a little bit about who you were before and
Yeah.
where your work as a kind of service for the higher spirit
Sure.
is now.
Yes. So who I was as a child, I was always connected somehow, but didn't really know how to express it. I always felt odd, like the black sheep, very sensitive to energies, but still didn't understand it, very empathic, and always weird. I was always weird, you know. In school, I never felt like I fit in. I always used to look at the stars in the sky and used to say that was home. Didn't understand why I would say that, but lived a very normal life. You know, grew up in a Christian Catholic household. It was a first generation of immigrants. Didn't really have like I wasn't very popular. I was just trying to fit, just kind of like, you know, move under the shadows of people, you know, kind of very shy person. And I think that's also very common with people that awaken. I had a very difficult time how can I say this, dealing with like matters of love, with like romance. Again, I never felt like a real soul connection, so I wanted that so much, but it was difficult to find because it was the people that I was with weren't meeting me there. So I always felt like not in the right place, not in, you know, not with the right group of people, but I loved everyone and I always wanted to help everyone. I even started a company. By the time I was 28, I started a company. It was called Val Secrets, and it was where I would tell secrets of like how to make recipes or beauty secrets or dating secrets, and it was kind of like that kind of range. And I wanted to help people by giving charity work to all different kinds of charity, mostly children, because to me, children need us the most. Yeah, I was I was sensitive, and I had experiences with extraterrestrials when I was a child. I could maybe 2 or 3 times, but I never made such a big deal out of it because I thought it was normal. like, okay, yeah, so what? I saw a UFO, or yeah, I felt energy in the room. And that's a long story in itself, but and I've had experiences with divine beings coming into my bedroom and having like physically being there. And after the Kundalini awakening, everything kind of connected back. It was like all connect the dots kind of thing, because I felt so strange being in the world. And then it all made sense to me, because I wasn't of the world. We all have a soul, and we all have a history of our souls. And my soul's history it was always meant to have a Kundalini awakening. I always had a Kundalini awakening. And this lifetime I had a Kundalini awakening when I was 30. And I think in my experience as being 30, I felt like I was already too old because I think in my past lives I was much younger. But in this lifetime, for me, drinking a cocktail was enlightenment. Now I don't drink at all. And it's really changed who I am. I try to live a pure life, and I don't drink alcohol. I became vegan after my Kundalini, but now I'm starting to eat some sort of meats again. But it's a constant change. You're constantly morphing. You have to change to the vibration of your environment. If I'm in a very high vibrational place, I really don't even need to eat. I go breatharian. So, but when I'm in a more dense area, then you acclimate to, well, at least I do. I acclimate to the density of the vibration of which I'm in. So I don't limit myself, and I don't make it dogmatic, because then I'm going backwards. That's what that's where I came from. I want to be fluid, in which my vibration and my auric field will tell me what's right for me in that space, in that time.
Right. Is there a connection between Kundalini and ET? Some people make it because there's an opening. What is that connection for you think?
Absolutely. I believe that Kundalini awakening is a gift from the galactics, of which was brought down. Some people call it the fire of the Holy Spirit. They call it the serpent energy. They call it many different things. But Kundalini is, it's an opening of our energy body, or the chakras, but it's the energy body. And when you're having the Kundalini, your siddhis, or your gifts, they open, and everybody has gifts. It's just some people, they put their gifts to the side, or they get scared. They don't want to open those gifts. But I believe that galactic, and this is a galactic energy, which not one necessary being brought it down, but it's connected to a Christ consciousness, of which to me means a pure consciousness, a clear consciousness that is here and now, and will help heal the planet. And I believe more and more people will have Kundalini awakening.
Yeah, it's something in the energy field of the planet, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, it is.
I have a question.
Neil, Joan, questions.
Yeah. When I first started, like in 2008, I was doing like Oneness Blessing, Diksha, and there's a lot of Kundalini yoga people in there. And I was hearing all these stories, and then some people were like, oh, Kundalini, some people have spontaneous Kundalini activations. And there was a whole train of thought on it being dangerous by some people, saying that having that Kundalini. Can you speak on that a bit? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I don't think it's dangerous if it happens spontaneously. but I do think it's when you're forcing the Kundalini to rise, it's not dangerous, but it can have its side effects. So when the energy comes up through the spine, sometimes this energy can leak out of the spine. So this is why people do Kundalini yoga, because you're opening up the airway or the narrow tunnel of which the energy rises up through the spine. And there's different kinds of Kundalini awakenings. There's a Kundalini rising, which is, it comes up like to certain chakras. And then there's also the Kundalini awakening, which is the full Kundalini awakening. There's also one that comes from the crown chakra down. And that sometimes that's through Diksha or some, with energy exchange from a guru. And sometimes the energy comes from the feet up. And to me, that's the best way to have the Kundalini awakening, because what's happening, the energy is, when it starts from the feet, it actually heals. When it starts from the crown, you're pushing the energy down. So there's a lot of, then when that happens, there's a lot of pain bodies that come up a lot in the physical body. I know a lot of people that had Diksha done, and they have physical ailments that come up. Now, again, it's not dangerous. It's more.
Are you ready for it or not?
It's harsher. It's not as soft as it coming up. And, when you have Kundalini that comes up through the feet, it's a warmth because it's healing. I always say warm energy is healing. Cold energy is activation. And so what happens is the warmth comes up first and then the activation comes. And so it's a process.
I think, Neil, like also some people complain about it because it hits blocks. If you are blocked in a certain area, or there's abuse or sexual abuse, because it hits the sexual center first as it comes up the spine, it can be very disruptive for people, because Joan would know as a chiropractor, people function in certain patterns of movement and energy, and then this changes that, and that's the hard time people have because it changes their patterns, right, Joan? Wait, unmute yourself. We don't want to miss anything.
You're right. I saw someone having a Kundalini experience once, and it was kind of scary to me to watch, because this kind of quiet person suddenly became explosive, expansive, and almost really out of their body with that energy. It was kind of surprising. But yes, as a chiropractor, we want to expand the spine breathes and opens up. So through yoga and through expansion, that'll happen through all those centers. So it could be a very gentle experience, and I can imagine it can also be hard.
Well, when I saw Val have that, it's like, it was an incredible thing to witness, because I saw that transformation right there. I mean, she was bouncing off the floor, but
I was going to ask you, how did you know? Like, what was she doing? Was there?
Well, it's because I've seen it a lot. I've had my own experiences. A sort of wave that comes through the body, right? Right, Val? Do you want to talk about?
Yes. The energy, they say it's like the serpent energy. So it actually moves your body like the serpent. If you're especially Shakti energy, like the women, usually they're connected to that Shakti, that Shekinah energy, and so it allows for the woman to become this Shakti, to become like this slithering snake. So it happens to me often. Just talking about it, I can feel my Kundalini kind of come up right now. It's amazing. It has its own mind, if you will. Of course, it's not separate from me, but it's nothing that I can control it now. But there are times that sometimes the energy is so strong I cannot control it. And Alan's witnessed this many times. I can simply watch a film of the Isis being in the Isis temple, just a film, and I can experience a Kundalini experience.
Right. I was showing Val the film of Gail Mack in the Temple of Isis being transformed into Isis, and she just went through one of these.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, as I'm looking at you, I could see you as a reincarnation of Isis. And I can imagine what that, like your expression in that.
Well, Mary Magdalene too. You want to talk about the Magdalene connection?
Yeah, so that Isis, Magdalene, still that lineage is, I'm very connected to that lineage. And Mary Magdalene, for me, you know, I almost feel like I am her, or I am Isis. And I've had experiences with these beings, you know, separate, but then of course it always comes back. But you know, I am you or she. I am you. You know, I am that I am, and it's the oneness of which we can become that being. But I have a very strong connection to these beings. And Mary Magdalene, of course, today's Catholic Easter, so
Yeah.
you know, family comes from that lineage, and today is Mary Magdalene is of which she finds Jesus, you know, at the tomb, and she finds his resurrected body, and she's a you know, priestess being, of which she made the religion of Christianity, but she also brought down a higher awareness of it. She was the only one that could understand a being like Yeshua, who could speak of things in a very metaphorical way, and yet she understood him, because it wasn't about the words that he was saying, it's the energy. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening now with a lot of these beings, that gurus or teachers, spiritual teachers, says it's not so much as what they say, it's the vibration of the words. And I think that sound, so I'm going on tangent here, but the sound vibration is the first wave of awakening for humanity. It's going to be through music and words. So what we're doing here in Portal Ascension, it's a lot of talk, but what we're bringing as high vibrational beings, we're bringing energy to our words. It doesn't really matter what we're saying so much. It's really the vibration of us, of our presence and our truth. And truth is also high vibrational gift that is coming forward right now. I call it the truth era. You know, everything that's coming out into the open, that's also bringing tons of awakening to the planet right now as we speak.
Hey, you know, since it's Easter, I'm thinking, Mary Magdalene, do you think there was some kind of tantric sexual connection between Jesus and Mary Magdalene that resurrected or activated the ascension process that we see? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, absolutely. They also have something called sacred union, which is called Heroskamos. It's a higher dimensional marriage, but it brings down this very tantric energy, and you know, it's not the tantra that's here and now, you know, that's kind of morphed into what it is now. It's more on the physical realm, but this tantric energy is on the higher realms, and it's almost like just being present in each other's presence. You can shift through these higher dimensional consciousness levels of reality, and you know, you just kind of floating through those realities, which is absolutely, for me, it's stunning. And I've experienced only to a certain degree because of what it is, but Heroskamos, I feel like a lot of people will experience this as well.
The divine marriage, Heroskamos.
Yes, because right now we're experiencing these almost like fake marriages, because it's about other things. It's not a soul connection. So, but what we experience, I think a lot of people now are going to experience this soul marriage, and it's a deeper commitment, because it's not, you don't have to commit. It's not from the mind, a commitment of the mind. It's a commitment of the soul. It's already there. You've already committed. It already happened, you know, before you were born. You were born into that commitment.
Right. Yeah, Joan, unmute, because
born into the soul family, which is what you said when you hopped onto Portal to Ascension. You said it felt like we were a soul family in your memory. of this. Do you think that some of, your ancestry, you come from a very renowned, lineage, an ancient lineage. Do you think that that contributed to some of your connection or your like
yes.
your
Yes. And
advanced,
that's
yeah.
yes.
Can you
That's
go into
the
that a
reason
little
why
more?
I mention it. Yeah, I don't mention it because of the wealth or anything like this. I mention it because they, the Medicis, they were ones that found the tablets, and that were based. I'm sorry.
The emerald tablets, you mean?
The emerald tablets, yes. And they, Cosimo was the first one to create the family in its establishment. He found them, and he told his sons to read them because there's ancient secrets in this. And when they read them, they actually activated channels. They opened up different channel systems, of which they connected to Yeshua, and they connected to Mary Magdalene and many other beings. But they were, of course, they were Christian because they lived in Italy, in Florence, and they connected to those beings. And then they actually had the truth about Mary Magdalene. And what happened was, they decided as a family that they would sponsor artists to portray the truth through the artwork. So the first piece of work that they've done was with Michelangelo. He's a sculptor, and he created the statue of Mary Magdalene. That was the first piece of work that they patronized, and that's because they knew the truth about Mary Magdalene. She was a divine being. She was a divine feminine. And she was the one that was partnered with Yeshua, and they had children. They knew all the story, but they also had problems with the Vatican, and they tried to kill them many times, and they actually succeeded. They killed Cosimo, and they killed many of the family, until they made some sort of contract where they say, you know what, okay, we'll stop, with all this. We'll stop trying to, give out the truth. But you have to make one of our family members a pope. And that's how it ended. So the Renaissance was started by them. They sponsored Leonardo da Vinci. They sponsored Galileo Galilei. They sponsored all these major roles. Botticelli, who created the Venus, right? The Venus. These are all awakening artworks, which talk to us about the higher realms and the divine feminine. Venus is divine feminine. So
No, it changed art. It brought in individuality. It created the Renaissance throughout Europe, an activation of new art forms and the focus on the individual. The Renaissance, we're a product of that Italian Renaissance. Everyone here is doing creative art in that way because it happened there because of the Medicis. So yes.
Right. They call them the fathers of the Renaissance age.
Yes.
So this is why I mentioned them. Not, it's about, I can sense the connection in me, and how, they're my ancestors, and they want me to continue on, bringing out the truth. It all comes back to the truth.
I can feel that. That's why I asked you the question. I could feel that they're with you, that you were born specifically for these times to bring this new information in now. And it's beyond the Kundalini awakening. I think a lot of the Magdalene energy, the sacred union, and definitely Val. And I like the way you call it, Val, secrets. So why do you call it secrets, love?
Well, this name actually I was deciding to build this website to help women and children. And I'm very close to my family, and I sent them an email. My brother, actually, he said, he says, why don't you call it Val Secrets? Like, it just clicked, and I said, perfect, I'm doing it. And
it was before the Kundalini, right?
It's before, but it was, there's Dharma. I really believe that that company that I had was my Dharma, because I gave so much so much in return to people, to women, single mothers, women in general, and of course children. So it was a great experience for me. And then I had the Kundalini awakening in the midst of this development of my company, and then everything changed. I couldn't sustain that kind of company anymore, because I would have events and it was connected to, we would have alcohol and it wasn't me anymore. I was speaking another language.
Right.
And the people that I was connected to, I wasn't connecting to them anymore.
Yeah. Neil, did you want to say something, Neil?
Yeah, I had when I got initiated as a oneness blesser, like 2008, 2009. Before that, I heard about the Kundalini, and I'd never experienced it, so it was kind of like a myth to me. And people said they had that experience. And then in the initiation process for oneness blessing, we were in 3 circles. It was like the inner circle, middle circle, outer circle. We're all holding hands and we're doing this breath work. And it's the first time I did such intensive breath work, and it was for like 4 hours straight, right? So we're just like doing this hardcore breath work. And then all of a sudden, I felt an electrical current go through all of us. And we all, like, it was like a wave, at a sports game. And the electrical current went through, like, it was definitely some electricity, and it was definitely going through everyone from one person to another. It was tangible, wasn't etheric, wasn't like being made up or anything. And then all of us fell on the ground and started going like this. It was,
wow.
And looking at it in retrospect, I was like, damn, from an outside perspective, it looked like some sort of cult thing, but it was straight up like Kundalini activation. And the whole thing with the oneness blessing Diksha thing is that then the spirit of Sri Bhagwan comes down, and then you have now gone through the Kundalini activation that you need in order to purge certain things within your chakras to be able to be the conduit, to be able to do the blessings. I'm no longer a oneness blesser. I stopped many years ago, but that was kind of my tangible experience of it. And I've kind of just been curious about it ever since. And I did just to add some more to this, I did some research on, the serpent in the Bible, the serpent in ancient history. Because if you look at the Eastern world, you have the dragon, you have the Nagas, you have serpents all over India, and it's definitely connected to the Kundalini. Even in Egypt, one of our speakers showed that light bulb thing that people think is a light bulb has a serpent in there, looks like a Kundalini activation. But then when you get to the Western world, you have slaying the dragon, right? Mm-hmm. You have a whole other component, and that either came from one thing to inhibit enlightenment, right? There's 2 beliefs here, and it could be either to like be like they don't want people to be enlightened, or it was this whole fear of the spontaneous activation of Kundalini. So they're like, you got to keep the dragon in check, So it's just interesting how the serpent kind of just is.
And the serpent in the Garden of Eden was, negative. Well, maybe it gave knowledge. The serpent gave knowledge. So
yes,
interesting.
The serpent's also connected to the original being, Lilith. She was she was the first woman to be partnered up with Adam, and he said, no, I don't want her. She's too independent. So God, which is, to me, the story is another story, but this is also Enki and Enlil, the Anunnaki, the ones that were, they were creating man and woman, and they asked the God to create another being, and then they created Eve. Mm-hmm. So this story actually is translated in Hebrew, and I follow this rabbi, and he's very interesting how he translates it. It's a direct translation, so I find it so different from the way we know it, as most people do.
But in Egypt, the serpent was also healing. The staff of Hermes has the caduceus of serpent. But
exactly.
And it's a symbol in the medical field. We have that staff going through for healing. But we also slay the dragon. We have, in Western world, I think they're afraid of this energy is the truth. Val has disappeared. She will be back.
What are you saying, Neil?
Yeah, I was just saying the serpent in a lot of ancient texts, especially the Sumerian text, represents wisdom or advanced sciences. And if you look at the Sumerian scriptures, there's all these references to some sort of quantum physics awareness. Whenever they show a serpent, there's even like a tablet that looks like a human's coming out of a serpent's mouth with a giant at the end of it. And the speculation is that it's like the serpent is the wormhole and the human is the hybridization from the Anunnaki. You know, so it's like, yeah.
Victor has an answer
Yeah,
here.
Victor.
And the caduceus is DNA. If you look at the caduceus,
Yes.
it's DNA.
Exactly.
Yes, yes, yes.
So Kundalini then is a DNA, an expression of DNA, an expansion. You know, yesterday we were talking about how we change our DNA, and this is one of the ways is through Kundalini.
That goes super deep because now we're talking about reptilian serpents, DNA wars, and all that stuff.
Oh my God! And
it's
okay,
all
I was
symbolism
going to.
right there.
I was going to mention that the grandmother of Anu, who was the king of the Anunnaki leader, the grandmother was the dragon. She was the dragon queen.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that we're all descendant, since they worked with our own genetics, we're all descendant from the great grandmother queen? I think her name was Tiamat. Can't quite remember.
The Dracos have gotten a bad rap because there are some negative Dracos and there are some positive ones.
Exactly.
And we have the reptilian brain there in the lower cerebellum. So we've evolved from that or parallel to that. So
yeah, there's some channelers that say that you know, evolved humans, fifth dimensional humans on other planets, their brain speaks to the spinal column telepathically through frequency, and the reptilian part of the brain is what we need in this 3D in order for our brains to communicate, since we've broken away from that. So as we ascend and evolve, the reptilian part becomes dormant, and then we evolve to completely have a telepathic communication with our chakra system in our brains.
yeah.
So we have a place right here behind your skull. You can put your finger there between the Abdullah, you know, the Abdullah here, and then you can touch the top of your spine, and that place there is that activation point. Chiropractors, advanced ones, have found out that if you work with this, you can then activate, you can bring in angels, you can bring in your guides, you can bring in the Kundalini energies. It's like right here.
Wow. So I just texted Val, see if she's coming back, because she does have a fantastic story, and I think she'll share more of that process on the Kundalini panel on May 21st, because she talked about going through levels and levels of consciousness as this energy went up her spine. She, you know, didn't know anything about
Alan froze for a second, but I got a feeling he'll be right back.
Yeah, he'll be right back. She didn't know anything about Kundalini, I'm guessing. She's got the most remarkable story.
And it's so true. Maybe she'll give us a sample on the Kundalini, because she can sort of activate it and do that sort of Shakti transmission. I don't know if it works on Zoom, but I've seen it live where she raises the energy and does a transmission, and then people start to feel it. Like it, you really can pick it up from other people, like you did, like you talked about, Neil.
You could pick it up just from her energy. We're in a this morphogenic field right now where everything's expanding. So I was getting really hyper excited just looking at her. So
and I'm just answering a text there in the chat. It is in waves. It's a wave. It comes and it goes. I mean, when I've had it, it wasn't as dramatic as Val or a lot of people, but have you anything like that, Victor? Have you experienced?
Actually, in 2000, I was teaching a class here in New York called Enervision that I had created, where people could sense the human energy field either through touch or through sight or whatever their clair that they had developed. And someone had come up and inserted her hand into my field, and she jumped back and said, I got an electric shock. And a friend of mine was taking a picture at the time with regular 35 millimeter film, a regular camera, ambient light, no special effects. And if I turn off my video, this is the image that came up. It was actually on the film and on the negative. And
so how did you generate that, Victor?
I was focusing on raising my energy, on bringing up the Kundalini. And as I was sitting there, this woman came up, she touched me, she jumped back, she said, I have an electric shock, and a friend of mine snapped the picture. And that's the image that was on the film.
Wow. Well, let me just call Val and see.
I love that.
Yeah, we only have like 4 minutes for Val, so I'm not sure if we should bring her on or...
No, I think she should come on and just talk about her platform now. I think it's
Okay.
called
Yeah,
Blossom
let's
and
close
some
out
of
with that.
the things. So let me just ask her to come back and just
All
talk.
right, that would be
Yeah,
lovely.
cool.
You know, I was really sensing that her history and actually her lineage was very, very important in what she does now. So
She
I'm
carries
really
a very special energy, a very
right.
special energy. Absolutely.
And probably what we call that blue blood, that genetic, really a different strand from the Anunnaki gods, that sort of spiritual lineage, probably connected to not just Isis, but Magdalene herself and Yeshua, as she said. So really powerful. You could feel it just looking at her. I can see Neil is all Kundalini himself right
Neil,
now.
you're being activated, Neil. I'm gonna see if I can pull up her
And you
website.
can feel it, by the way, on Zoom. On my Miracle Mondays, guys, I always start by running the hands together, and we're all sitting there working with, you can do it all with me now, actually, where we feel that energy. You start by running your hands together really fast to generate that high vibration, and then you can feel the energy, the ball, and then you can actually send the energy out and receive it. So I'm sending out with my right hand, guys. You can receive it with your left. And when you feel it, not if, but when you feel it in your left hand, put it in the chat. Because yes, we can do Kundalini, we can do energy rising via Zoom because everything is energy. The ether carries it.
Wow,
So
great.
yes.
Keep doing it a little bit there.
Alan, Joan and I are going to interview Val on PortalToAscension in like a couple of weeks, so we can just direct people to come to that in order to get more of a
Definitely.
download of her
Okay,
stuff.
I'm just going to show her website here, which is called Blossom Online. Let me just share that screen for 1 second, see if it
Can you
comes
feel
up.
this, guys, while I'm doing it?
Yeah.
It stopped.
Well, I'm just gonna. This is Blossom Online. Change your vibration, change your field. Sign up here. Designed to guide and support your mental, physical, and spiritual evolution. What is Blossom Online? It's a sort of ongoing class where you kind of tap into the energies together. So let me see if you sign up here. I'm not sure. So you sign up for this ongoing class, and then it just 21 day. Or can you see that on the screen there?
Yeah.
I think she'll have another
I feel
one
it.
coming up.
She also has a Magdalene group, I noticed.
Yeah, but Blossom is the main thing. But the Magdalene groups, yes, definitely. The Magdalene groups are things she works with people. And yes, yeah, definitely do a good, I mean, I'm sure you'll do a great interview with her there.
Yeah,
But,
so definitely everybody, just if you want to know more about her, we're going to do like a whole hour-long interview on PortalToAscension YouTube in about a couple of weeks. YouTube.com/PortalToAscension, subscribe there, and we'll go deeper into her platform and everything.
Oh, and I'm gonna just say I'm gonna interview Larissa Stowe as part of the upcoming Kundalini weekend.
Cool, yeah. Nice. So just to add a cherry on the top of everything you said here, because like it really goes deep with the symbolism with the snake. I said the reptilians, the DNAs, the dragon beings that were here before humans even incarnated into our galaxy. But then also, did you guys know that the snake is the only non-mammal animal that has a pineal gland that derived from mammals?
Really?
So, yeah.
I didn't know that.
So it's so trippy. It's like doesn't even make sense. So if you, I mean, you can just search it and it'll be the first thing you find. Like it's all over the place. So yeah, snakes basically have a pineal gland that seems to evolve from mammals.
Wow, I didn't evolve. These snakes evolve from the mammals.
So so serpents and in general, reptilians in general have a specific type of pineal gland. Mammals have a specific type. The snake's pineal gland is equivalent to the ones that evolved out of mammals. Under a microscope, under like close observation, it's just a mystery within evolutionary science. But that just connects so hardcore with like not to say the whole Garden of Eden story, the way that we're told it is true, because it's not, but the whole thing of the snake being like a lizard and then losing its legs and being able to communicate, and then having to be on its belly the whole time, all of that symbolism is based on some real truth that has been distorted, right? So it's just like what the truth is. That's a whole other podcast for sure. But
You know, what I always got from the snake after biting, or the apple with even crawling on its belly like it didn't crawl on its belly before, probably was related to the dinosaurs, reptilians. And then it crawled on its belly. So there was like process of evolution.
well, there's so many different stories in because the Anunnaki story, the Genesis story for sure, but then there's the Lyran and the Syrian story of the Lyrans being God and the Syrians being the snake, and the symbol for the Syrians were the snake. And basically the snake was not doing something bad. The snake was saying, hey, God wants you to live in a fifth dimensional paradise, but you're in a free will world. God is telling you that you need to live like this in this peace, but I'm giving you the option to experience duality and experience knowledge. Do you want to eat from the apple, the tree of knowledge? So the whole original story was the serpent was giving the experience of duality as a gift to humanity, and the God was actually the bad guy.
Right.
But not really the bad guy in that sense, but
No,
a
but
bad
God,
guy, a bad guy in the sense of was trying to violate free will by creating harmony only, not allowing the duality to manifest.
well, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, God comes in after Adam and Eve has eaten the apple, and they said, oh, they have knowledge and they'll be like us. So we're casting them out. And that was always suspicious. First of all, the gods come in, they'll be like us, and then be knowledge, cast them out of the garden. I mean, there's many metaphors for that, but it's very strange. Yeah, Victor.
And my friend Paul Wallace, who you're going to be interviewing later on today, talks about that in his book, and the concept of the word Elohim being plural as opposed to a single God. Elohim is multiple, is plural.
Yes. I think our friend Grant Cameron would have a lot to say about this, actually, because it's really about consciousness. You know, we could be walking around kind of oblivious in paradise, but when we have a little knowledge and wake up, we become discerning, more divine. You know, it's divine to be in bliss and not know, but when you awaken knowledge, then we could really understand the world. And I think that's part of evolution. So anyway, this was the great question.
If you want to introduce Grant.
Yeah, Grant Cameron is in the house. But I just want to say, there he is. Grant, how you been? Wait, you're muted. We want to hear everything.
Hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Good. Super.
Good.
Yeah, things are good. So let's do the thing. I got some weird stuff to talk about. So let's.
Right. I also am going to call you about a bigger conference, but I'll do that after this. We'll talk about it like tomorrow. I'll give you a call. But yeah, Grant Cameron. Do you want to say anything about Grant, Neil? Because he's
just been working with Grant for so long. He always shows up, has so much insight into many things. When we first started working together, it was really much about the disclosure and even the WikiLeaks. We did a bunch of events on that, and I just love the way Grant has evolved into really focusing on what really matters, which is the experiencer. And it's about what we've been saying so often these days, is that what is beyond the nuts and bolts, what is beyond the fact that they exist, who are behind these vehicles, what are the experiences that are happening, and what does this mean for humanity? So I just like that Grant, it really is full spectrum when it comes to disclosure, consciousness, spirituality, the government, it really brings it all together.
Right. And it's so exciting, whatever Grant comes up with, because, he's looked at the big picture, right? He went from nuts and bolts to like this whole immaterial realm, apports, metaphysical, paranormal. So he covers it all. So we really want to know what weird stuff you have for us today, Grant. What did you find?
Okay. So let me share my screen and we'll start.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Hang on.
Got that. And also talk a little bit about the latest FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, Pentagon, 1,500 pages dump, if you want.
Okay. We'll talk a little bit about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you see my screen?
Well, it's not. It's on. Put it on. Yeah, that's better. There you go. Okay, we see it.
Okay. So I'll begin. I have 5 books coming out whenever, and maybe a 6th book. This is one of the books that I was working on, and I'll start with this, and we'll get into consciousness, and we'll get into evil aliens and all this kind of stuff that's sort of prominent in the UFO world right now. But this is critically important because for whatever reason, I have had a series of people come to me claiming they've flown the craft. And I think I'm the only one that's got these people. People may have the odd one or whatever, but they just all seem to appear to me. So the book that will be coming out has 36 people, and this includes John Ramirez from the CIA. It includes 747 United Airlines pilot. It includes a retired U.S. Air Force colonel out of Los Angeles. A bunch of people at different levels. But before I begin, I want to sort of pay tribute to Robin Foy, who has just passed away. I have talked about a number of things I'm going to talk about today that I think are extremely important that the UFO community has sort of missed the boat in terms of everybody's interested into interesting stories. They want to hear the latest UFO thing, who's the latest video, all this kind of stuff. And in many regards, I think we're sort of missing the boat of what's actually going on. Robin Foy was very important because I think that physical mediumship is extremely important to understand how reality actually works. And Robin Foy did he was responsible for the skull experiment, if you've ever seen the documentary. And he has just passed away. And to show you the power of the physical and the connection between the physical and the non-physical, the spiritual world, whatever you want to call, I always refer people to the interview I did with Leslie Kane, where I asked her about the hand. I said, Leslie, tell me the story about the hand. Tell me what happened with the hand. And she describes this situation where she's sitting at this table with a red light under the table, and this sort of watery stuff starts to appear on the table, and this hand appears, an arm appears, and it's right there. She said, I can feel it. I can feel the knuckles. It's warmer than an ordinary hand. It's soft, like almost like a baby's hand. But she said it's absolutely a hand, and it sits there, and then it bangs on the table, and then it just sort of disappears back into wherever it came from. And she said she's seen this a number of times. That is critically important because that basically shows you that whatever phenomena we are dealing with doesn't live in this physical reality. It lives in some other reality, and it can pop in and it can pop back out. And Robin Foy and all the experiments he did with the skull, if you've seen all the material that was going on in Great Britain in the 1990s, tremendous amount of material that shows a critically important thing that I think the UFO community has sort of overlooked. And that is this idea that it's all connected, whether you're talking physical mediumship, whether you're talking UFOs, whether you're talking paranormal phenomena, it's all one thing. We're parsing it. That's what Ray Hernandez's original vision was with Free when he had a conversation with me, and I gave a consciousness lecture a couple of days later. He was taken into the field driving down the freeway in Miami, and he was basically shown it's all connected. You got to quit parsing this stuff. It's all the same thing. So I want to pay tribute to Robin Foy, who did a lot of important work that I think people should take a good look at because it is definitely connected to the UFO phenomena. My story today started with Pam Dupuis. This is Pam Dupuis, has now passed on. I owe most of what I'm going to talk about today to Pam Dupuis. She's the one that got me going. After I gave my first consciousness lecture in 2013 in Phoenix, Arizona, after my 2012 experience, there was basically told with absolute certainty this has all got to do with consciousness. I was put in contact with Pam Dupuis. I didn't know who she was. They said, are you going to talk to Pam? I said, I guess so. She came to this house on the Monday, and she basically started to talk about being an abductee and doing remote viewing for the U.S. government and this and that and whatever. And I'd heard all these stories. And at that point, she said, oh, yeah, and last night I was flying the craft. And at that point, I never heard anything like this in my life. And I thought, this is absolutely insane. I still think it's insane. It's, I guess, what Jacques Vallée would call absurd. If you're going to make up a story, why would you put something so stupid into the story? Is the fact, oh, yeah, I got to fly the craft. My first instinct when she told me this was, I said, like, come on, it's like Arab women at that point, you couldn't drive a car. I mean, you had to have your brother or a man in the car in order to drive a car. I mean, and you're saying that if you get taken by the intelligence, whatever it is, they'll let you fly the craft without training, without license, without insurance, nothing. You just, hey, drive the craft, let's fly around the universe here. And it just seems so absurd. And so she was the first one to tell me this. And then what happened is these people started to come to me one after another. And I would keep it very quiet. In the last maybe 6 months or a year, I've started to release what I've been told. But until that point, I really didn't tell anybody that I was recording these stories from these people. And basically, they're telling a very, very similar story about how this whole thing works. And it's extremely important to realize because then once you understand how this works, you understand what may be going on. This is one of the most important slides I think I've ever seen. This is a painting that was done of an out-of-body experience. Now, if you look at the free survey of 3,200 experiencers that was done by Edgar Mitchell, Ray Hernandez, and all those people, 80% of people who are experiencers say that had an out-of-body experience. I have not, but I realize the importance of the out-of-body experience. Again, the out-of-body experience is going to be the same thing. It's the same thing as a near-death experience. It's the same thing as lucid dreaming. It's all these sort of things where you move into this alternate reality. The importance of this is, this painting is, you have this girl who's out of her body and she's looking back. And this is critically important. It's like, I call it the 1492 dilemma. And that is, what if the world was actually flat? What if the sun actually did go around the earth? What if everything was actually solid? What if we weren't moving at 1,000 miles an hour into the east? And what if there were only 5,000 stars? What would it look like? It would look exactly the same way it does now. It's interpretation. So we're in a dilemma right now where we are making interpretations about what we're seeing, and it's not true. So we have this idea, oh, you have God created the heaven and the earth, and he created a human being, and then he put the soul in there, and he put consciousness inside the brain, and the brain looks out the eyes, and it sees what's going on, and it lives its life. The out-of-body experience completely proves that wrong. So you have the girl, she's looking back at her body, and what does she see? She sees her body, but more important, she sees her head, and she sees her brain. So she's got awareness. Now, it may be contained in an astral body, but it's still just awareness. So the awareness is looking back at the body and seeing the brain. So is consciousness in the brain? No, it's not. Is the awareness in the brain? No, it's not. It's floating above the body, or it's seemingly above the body. It's looking back. Consciousness is there. And what you have to realize is that, as Deepak Chopra has said so many times, and wisdom going back 5,000 years have said, this is like illusion. This is the fact that the body is in the awareness, not the other way around. We want to interpret it and say our awareness is in our body. We see through our eyes, we feel through our hands and stuff. No, the body is in the awareness. The awareness is looking at the body. It's looking at the brain. It's looking at the head. The awareness is not in the brain. What's even more important, if you look at the side, say that was a window, you could have your awareness floating around, and you could go and look out the window. And what would you see? You would see the moon. You would see that mountain. The mountain is in your awareness. The moon is in your awareness. It's not out there. It's in your awareness. You could look out and see the stars. The stars are in your awareness. And recently we've had this whole debate about galaxies. And I pointed out 100 years ago, we only believed there was one galaxy. And Hubble, when he came forward and said the Andromeda, he was talking about the Andromeda galaxy, he had a lot of fight. They said it's not a galaxy, you get lost. Now it went up to 200 billion galaxies. And now the science suddenly said, oh, we made a mistake. There's 2 trillion galaxies. So the 2 trillion galaxies, where are the 2 trillion galaxies? They're in the awareness. We're saying, oh no, it's out there. There's just time and space, and it's out there. But the out-of-body experience, if you understand what's actually going on here, that the awareness, everything is in that awareness. Here's one that ties it into the UFO issue. Betty Andreasson, who just recently passed away, had 6 books written on her. I was honored to, at one point, interview her, but I can't find the interview. She had an experience where she has this long experience. They take her here, they take her there. They're taking her all over the place. This elder and this gray guy, small gray guy, are taking her around, and she goes back. And she goes back exactly the same thing that Chris Bledsoe talked about. That Chris Bledsoe said that in the 2007 experience, he was moved around Egypt, and he was shown all this stuff. And he said it seemed like it took 4 months. It was actually 4 hours he was gone, and he was in a glass orb. He could look out, and he was in this glass orb. So Betty Andreasson talks about this glass orb as well, that she's taken back to her house after this experience in this glass orb. So they land her in the backyard. She gets out of this glass orb, and this is what she says. I ran to the trailer door, happy to be home. I headed for the bedroom where Bob was still sleeping. As I reached my side of the bed, I was shocked as I saw myself sitting there. Yet I was standing there beside myself. I slipped into my resting body. So this comes to this whole thing about abduction. What's really going on? Do we actually think, is it actually like the sun is actually going around the earth? This is how we interpret it. We are being grabbed and we are being taken physically out of the body. But when you start to look at this sort of stuff, you see a lot of really weird stuff in terms of the body floating, going through walls, which shouldn't happen if they were actually moving you in a physical state. And Beta Andreasen, you got to remember, she had 6 books written on her. She had a lot of experience about this, and a lot of experiencers will tell you this. They'll say, I don't think I was abducted. They come to me in my dreams. Or Bashar says, we come to you in your dreams because now you're in our world. And this is this whole interpretation of the 1492 dilemma. What's really going on? What are we actually seeing? What is actual reality? And the more I look at it, the more I realize what I was told, and I've only had a couple of very direct inspirational events where I was given material, and in the one it was clear as day. I was told, you have not got a clue. Everything that you think is wrong. In fact, it's exactly the opposite of what you think it is. And that's what we always have to keep in the back of our mind, is we're being given these ideas in the physical world, and we're rehashing these ideas that we've been taught as we got brought up. And we've twisted it around. René Descartes, who came up with the scientific method, actually said, people say, well, you've got to be skeptical. And so René Descartes, the way he described it, if you go back and describe it, is no, you don't have to be skeptical of new ideas. You have to be skeptical of your old ideas. That's what he said. I need to tear down everything I've believed. And that's, I think, what we've got to do. We've got to realize that a lot of the stuff we believe, that we have gathered and put together, is wrong. It's wrong. And what the paranormal phenomena is showing us is there's something to discover here. If the world was the way we say it would be, these things would not be happening. It's the 5% that Gary Nolan talks about outside the curve. You look at the 5%, the anomalies, and that will tell you why something is happening. It's not the person is telling a lie, it's the person is telling the truth, and they're giving you a hint that something you believe is not right. So you have this constant thing about out-of-body experiences involving experiencers, and 80% of experiencers say they've had out-of-body experiences. Now, here's Seth. I've gone now back in the recent years to channelers. I really believe strongly in channelers, in the material that, because they're all basically saying the same thing. People say, oh, they all said different stuff. Absolute garbage. I have read this stuff. They're all saying the same thing. And here's this idea that if we go back to this, Seth says, consciousness does not take up any space. You must understand this. So if awareness is there and awareness is looking back at the body, awareness is consciousness. It doesn't take up any space. It's all there at that one point in space and time, or whatever you want to call it. It's just there. How big is the universe? It's no bigger. It doesn't have any space at all. We're making these assumptions that there's this huge universe, when in fact, consciousness is all there is, this awareness, and it doesn't take up any space. So Seth is another one. This is this idea that we believe that we're in these physical bodies, and the spirits are coming to us. Seth said to Jane Roberts, I am in this room, although I have no object within which you can place me. You are just as disembodied as I am. You have a vehicle to use, a body that you can call your own, and that is all. We're all disembodied, and from time to time we'll go into a body and we'll occupy this body, but we are all the same thing. We're these essences that make up the one, or as Bashar says, the one is the all are the one. I've pushed this for many years. I'm not getting very far, but I'm absolutely certain that this is going to be true. I talked about an experiment. I talked about it with Alan a couple times. J.Z. Knight did a test a number of years ago. Ramtha, who she was channeling, wanted to do this test. She did 3 DNA tests. She did one, and did 3 different samples, one when she was completely normal, one when she was channeling Ramtha. And what these 3 different labs brought back was the fact that when she was normal, she was a female with French background, I think it was. And when she was channeling, her DNA completely changed. She was male, had a male DNA, and she had she was from Iceland or some sort of thing like that. It was completely different. So everybody would say, okay, Jane Roberts made the story up, it's all garbage, whatever. It made sense, because if you know with people who have multiple personality disorders, you'll hear these stories all the time. Oh, the person's eye color changed. They didn't have the disease. One could see, one couldn't see properly, had to wear glasses, all this kind of stuff. That's all DNA. And so we have this understanding, oh, DNA is this physical thing and it programs us and whatever. This destroys that idea. It basically says you got to rethink DNA. What is DNA actually? If everything is consciousness, you've got to start forgetting about the physical aspect of this thing. And you got to realize there may be an aspect that all you're seeing is a reflection of something that is much more intricate and much more complex. So she had this test. So I said, well, everybody said, well, don't listen to her. No. I said, well, why don't we just do another experiment? Why don't we just go out there and look? If it's not true, we should be easily be able to prove it. We can go to trans channelers, not sort of relay channelers who are relaying messages back and forth, because the channeler will still be in possession of their consciousness. But when you start looking at people who trans channel, so Lynn Buchanan is on the left-hand side. Now, these are stories that when I see them, I go, wow, this proves it again. Lynn Buchanan was given a target, remote viewing target, when he was in the military. He was given a target to go into Saddam Hussein's head. And they talked about this mind melding thing that they actually claim that the remote viewers can do this. They can get into somebody's head and they can try to change their ideas or whatever. He went into his head, and the report was, and he's talked about this a few times, when he got in Saddam Hussein's head, his eyes turned to brown. His eyes color changed. Paul Selleck on the right-hand side. Paul Selleck always talks about, and you'll hear him, if you hear him talk, he talks about it all the time. He says, you know, when I channel, people say, my eyes turn this bright blue. And I've never seen it because I can't see it, but I ask people, did you see it? Oh yeah, your eyes turn bright blue. So I knew there had to be some connection. And I'm thinking, he's talking about his spirit guides. And I waited, and finally he said it. I've seen my one spirit guide a number of times. And he's this guy, he had this scroll, and he describes this first time that he met him coming over this mountain, and it came down, and he had these bright blue eyes. And there you see it. So that you got to question this thing, is how much is actually physical? Is consciousness actually DNA? And when you change the consciousness in the body and you have a trans channel and you put another consciousness in there, is that DNA going to change? If it does, the world is on its head. Everything people believe is going to be wrong. And I keep insisting that we run this experiment. I've tried it. I've talked to Bashar. He had agreed to do this test. There was a couple of people who had agreed to do this test. This would revolutionize the world if this turns out to be true, that when a trans channeler channels, the DNA changes. And that would totally revolutionize the world, because we'd have to rethink the whole idea of physical DNA. Here's going back to this slide here. The thing is, what's really going on? What is, we assume we're sitting and looking out the eyes and we're interpreting stuff, and the soul is in the body and stuff like this. But if you take a look at what has happened in history, and I'm going to get more into talking about the first one, when Jesus is dealing with the Pharisees. Now people say, oh, skeptics, you know, got to be a skeptic. Well, skeptics were around in the biblical days. The skeptics in the biblical day were the Pharisees. They were jabbing Jesus all the time, and they asked him about the kingdom of God. Okay, so when's kingdom of God coming? And I'll get in more detail, but I'll just give you the short version here. Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. Physicist John Wheeler, he had two things. There's one thing, he said, there is no out there. Now, what did he mean by that? Is that the absolute concept that there is no out there? There's no time and space. This is all illusion. People have had a lot of debates about it. And he also had this other thing, was that reality did not come until something was observed. And he had one other thing, but it's just escaped my mind, where he understood this concept that it's much more complex than what you would see. Here's the one that Stephen Greer uses all the time. He talks in his meditation, he talks about the Sufi quote, does thou recognize self only as a puny form when within thee the universe is enfolded? Is it true that your consciousness, you have the 2 trillion galaxies inside your consciousness, you have the stars, the planets, everything is inside your consciousness, or is it out there? And people seem to be indicating over and over again, it actually may just be all within yourself. If you talk to people, the head guy for out-of-body experiences, he said the same thing. When you have an out-of-body experience, you don't go out of your body, you go into your body. Everything is within you. And this is the concept that looks more like, as I go along, this looks like this is exactly what's going to be. And this turns everything upside down. That's why I'm saying it's like 1492. We haven't got a clue. We are absolutely out to lunch as to what we're doing. And all we're doing is taking the programmed, conditioned mind, and we're moving these blocks around and trying to make them work. And all the blocks are wrong. Here's Deepak Chopra. You are not in the world. The world is in you. So this is the concept where I think we're going with this whole thing. And then you can start to explain when the people are flying the craft. And I'll get into this. This is another one. Consciousness does not exist in the body. The body exists within your consciousness. Do you understand the difference? And I think that was Seth that said that. No, that's Bashar. Do you understand the difference? The body exists within your consciousness. And that's this idea of looking back from an out-of-body experience. The awareness, the consciousness is there, and everything is in that consciousness. Here's one of my sky pilots. This is the Peter Whitley from, he's the head of MUFON for Japan. His experience started by going to a session. He was always into meditation his whole life. He went to a session at the Monroe Institute and suddenly picked up out-of-body experience. He was able to do this at will. He could do it all the time. I think he said he had done 22 sessions the last time I interviewed him. He said he was going to start doing them again. But what he basically does, he goes into the out-of-body state, and then he goes and talks to he goes on the ship. He goes to talk to the Greys. He can go wherever he wants. And you'll see this over and over again with people who have out-of-body experiences. They can go wherever they want. They can do whatever they want. The mind is the builder. Or as Bashar said, or not Bashar, Edgar Cayce, the spirit is the life, the mind is the builder, and the physical is the result. So he can go in an out-of-body state and he go onto the craft. And in this book, and I call it the UFO Sky Pilot, the book, he tells his story of going on, interacting, how they pull material, all engagements he had, and it's all done through out-of-body experience. All his stuff is done through out-of-body experience. Here's Rebecca Castle, who was the one involved with John Podesta with trying to get a meeting for Edgar Mitchell with Edgar Mitchell about UFOs with Barack Obama. She's flown the craft and she talks the same thing, and everybody will repeat the same thing. The craft is alive. The craft is a conscious being. She puts her hands on this panel, and whatever she thinks is what the craft does. And I think she did that as a small child. So she's one of them. Here's Gerald Pratt from Liverpool, England, another one that basically says this is out-of-body experience. And he talks about being on the craft, and these people are flying the craft, and he says, can I have a go at it? And he said a couple of important things, which you'll see crossover into all the other paranormal phenomena, is he said as soon as he was told to put his hand on a panel on the wall. As soon as he put his hand on the panel, he said, I could suddenly see in 360 degrees. This is something you'll see in out-of-body experience, near-death experience. You'll see it all over the place. This is another one of these absurd things that Jacques Vallée talks about. This is not something you want to make up. Oh, I could see in 360 degrees. This is absolutely nuts. But people in out-of-body experiences, in these abduction experiences on board the ship, will say, I could see in 360 degrees. And that's what he said. And he lifted the craft up, and he said he could suddenly see through the walls of the craft. As soon as he put his hand on the panel, he became one with the craft. And whatever he thought is what the craft does. So his mind just basically told it what he wanted to do. Here's Chris Bledsoe. Chris Bledsoe is very famous for his experience. When I heard he'd flown the craft, I said, Chris, I don't stop talking. I want to get this on tape. I phoned him up on Skype. I recorded the phone conversation. I've got it on my UFO Consciousness podcast. And he tells the whole story in 5 minutes. He talks about very bizarre things. He talks about the fact that the craft is alive. The craft is a conscious being, and that when he went into the craft, it was multiple times bigger on the inside as it was. Terry Lovelace tells the same story, that it was the size of a football field inside. Hal Puthoff has talked about this. I've always wondered how do people describe this? That when they go in the craft, it's way bigger inside the craft than it is outside. Then you're starting to look at the fact this may not be as physical as you think it is. This may be something else. And even Bashar, I think, well, I may have it coming up here, but here's what Chris said. You become a part of that machine, that metal, that ship. It almost has like a soul to it. The craft does. It maybe becomes you into the future, into the machine somehow. It is very intelligent. And he talked about this, and everybody, it's almost like they're reading off a cue card. They're all telling the same sort of story. The craft is alive. You become one with the craft, and whatever you think is what the craft does. Here's Chris's drawing that he made for me. This is there was 4 beings. He was standing on the far wall there. There's a panel board on the right-hand side there, and there's this pedestal. And what he was told is to put his hand on this pedestal. And he said once he put his hand on the pedestal, these lights started to come off the pedestal, and you could see where his handprint was, and different variations. And then these octagon things started to swirl in the walls, and the craft started getting these octagons got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then all of a sudden the window opened up, and he said, I was cross-legged on the floor, looking out the window, flying down the Cape Fear River, a couple of inches off the water. And that's where he'd been taken in 2007, going, yahoo, and flying this craft with not touching anything, sitting there, and the whole craft is moving at his will. Here's what Bashar says. So you see these parallels over and over again. Everybody's starting to talk about the same thing, almost like the veil is thinned, and we're about to learn this thing. Our ships, this is Bashar talking, our ships, in a sense, are grown. It's what all the 36 people told me. The crafts are alive. They have this ability to shift their shape over and over again. This idea that the craft can be way bigger, and even within the cabin to provide what we need. So they can change the shape of it, the size of it, depending on what they need, when we need it. And when we don't need it, it simply absorbs back into the walls or the floors or the ceilings. It's all made out of the same seamless material, like it's grown. But it's the idea is they can change the ship to appear as whatever they want. And that's one of the problems we have with UFO sightings. Everybody's gathering these UFO sightings, not realizing that the UFO can appear as whatever it wants. There are almost no two UFOs that look the same. There are almost no two grays that look the same. It's almost like they look like leaves on a tree, but when you look close, you see, oh, it's actually not the same, that they can change. And that would indicate a consciousness thing, that the consciousness is creating whatever shape they want, depending on what size they want, or whatever they need. It's very, very plastic, almost like a psychedelic experience or a near-death experience, where you realize that it becomes very plastic and you are able to control the environment as to whatever you see is what appears. Here's Ron Johnson, who talked, and this is a parallel, crosses over into the spirit world. And there is this very direct connection to the spirit world. Ron Johnson has recorded this over 50 years, all his experiences over 50 years. This is LB, this is the being that he deals with. And he was told to fly the craft. He was told to sit in a seat, which a lot of people are, and put his fingers into these little holes in the seat. And he said the seat was as if it was built for him. It was completely fit his body. And I asked, what am I supposed to do? So the LB says, it's all inside you. All you have to do is think, and the ship will respond to what you want to do. It's all inside you. There is no out there. I said, like I'd like to go out in deep space and see the Milky Way from a distance. It took maybe a second or so, and all of a sudden, we come to a stop way out somewhere, and I'm looking at the Milky Way from a distance. 1 second to out there. So tell me that's physical. That's something else going on. And that's this idea, it's all inside you, that you're moving around inside you. The whole reality, your whole existence is happening in your consciousness. And Ron points this out. He also pointed out another thing that, and you see this over and over again, when you start looking at his experiences, you see these parallels. So I'm talking to Ron, and he gets 3 visions in the spirit world. LB takes him in the spirit world. And the third one, he's with his mother. Second one, he's with his mother. He can't see his mother. Third one, he's with his mother. He's actually walking around with her in what he calls like a heavenly type place with, beautiful. And he says he's an LDS guy. So he says, my mother shows me this. It looks like a temple a small temple in Nephi, Utah. And she says, Ron, when you die, you're going to get a room in this building. And he said, when I went in the building, he said, it was the weirdest thing. He said it was like 10 to 100 times the size inside the building as it was outside the building. And I go, hey, I said to myself, hey, that's exactly what the UFO people are saying about the UFO. So is he in a temple in Nephi, Utah? Is he in a UFO? It seems to be the same principle. And this is, again, these absurd things that if you're going to make up a story, you're not going to say, oh, I went in a building, it was like 100 times the size in the building as well. It doesn't make any sense. So you see these parallels over and over again between the spirit world and the UFO world. And it all, I would say, is going to link back to consciousness. It's all consciousness. It's all within yourself. It's all happening in your consciousness. Here's Jean Kimura. I just interviewed her. She's in the book. She was taken in, where was she? In LA? No. She was on the West Coast somewhere with 2 other women. They were in a tent. She and a second woman were taken. The third woman, who said never talked to her again after this happened, was left in the tent for some reason. So they were taken to this craft, and they were shown this panel, and they said, where would you like to go? And so her and this other woman were going around the universe, and she actually said to them, well, how does this work? And he said, you have to see it inside yourself. It's within you. Think, imagine it in your head, and then push the button, and that's where we'll go. And she said they did it. Both her and this other woman were doing this. They would do this, imagine where they wanted to go, and they were going all over the place. And you see this again, the crossovers. If you take a look, I just did an interview, which I'll hopefully post on my Paranormal UFO Consciousness podcast with Ingrid Honkala, who worked for the U.S. Navy. She worked for NASA. She's an oceanographer, a PhD. She had a near-death experience when she's 3 years old, or just before 3 years old, in Colombia, where she grew up. And she tells the story again. You see this parallel. She says, I'm out of my body, I'm floating around, and I go to the housekeeper and I see she's watching a soap opera. And then suddenly, I'm over my mother, and my mother is going to the bus stop. And my mother instantaneously knew something was wrong and turned around and started running back to the house. She had drowned in a pool in the back of on the patio. And her sister was sitting there playing with her. And she said, and then I saw my mother started running back, and I went, oh, okay. And then she said, I saw this dog at the end of the street. And I went, oh, a dog. I love dogs. And she said, instantaneously, she was with the dog. And then she saw this park off in the distance. And she said, oh, a park. And boom, she was instantly in the park. And she started to play this game. She'd see a tree. Boom, she'd instantly be at the tree. It was this idea. She was moving around instantaneously based upon where she wanted to go with her mind. It was all within her. She was doing this. So you see these parallels over and over again with these near-death experiences, with these abduction experiences, with all this kind of stuff, to show us this key component that we may have all this stuff wrong, and everything may be an activity inside consciousness. We want to turn it into nouns. We want to have, oh, there's 7 levels, and there's this, and there's this, and there's colors, and this. There's nothing. There's just one thing. It's just consciousness. And as Deepak Chopra says, everything is an activity inside consciousness. There are no nouns. As soon as someone starts describing nouns, it's wrong. It's a verb. It's all alive. It's all, and it's almost like, as I describe now, God did not create the heaven and the earth. God created the sparks of the divine, and the sparks of the divine created the heaven and the earth. We are creating the universe with thought. It's all made out of consciousness. We are creating it. We create the good and we create the bad. We create the duality. It is up to us, but it's this world, and we're making this interesting Hollywood movie, and God is watching this thing, but it's all there. The idea that there's an out there, there's some Illuminati that's going to eat us, or evil aliens or whatever. We're creating it all. It's all us creating what's happening inside of us, and it's all done with consciousness. Consciousness is primary. Here's this 360-degree vision thing, which you'll see over and over and over again. And I didn't even know this existed until I started looking at this whole thing. This is another one of the things that I think has been totally ignored. It's extremely important, and that is the blindfold reading. I've encouraged the kids in Australia. They actually started an Olympic team. I said, we need to promote this thing, because basically what you have is a small kid who's maybe 5 or 6 years old. You can teach a kid, put a blindfold, and these are very high-end blindfolds. If you ever seen how they work, there's no way you can see out of these things. You can put on a kid 5, 6 years old, or 4 or 5, 6 years old. Within a couple of minutes, the kid can see colors. You can have kids reading books with blindfolds on, and people say, that's not possible. No, it's garbage. They're peeking. No, it's the whole idea. Where is the consciousness? Where are you actually seeing out of your eyes? This absolutely proves you're not seeing out of your eyes. And what they show is, this is Rob Freeman, my friend, that you can take a colored piece of paper, and the person can sit on it and determine what color it is, put it behind your head, above your head, and it's not looking at a certain area. It's this 360-degree vision, that the consciousness is not being seen through the eyes, almost like the near-death experience thing, where they did the study with 33 people who were blind, and they had, I remember the percentage was 13 people who had never seen in their life had a near-death experience, and they could see, and they'd never seen it in their life. And that's the whole idea. What's actually doing the seeing? This is extremely important. It keeps getting ignored. There's groups all around the world. It was actually invented by the Indonesian military. This whole idea that take guys and put bags over their head and throw them out of planes, and they had to operate with these blindfolds on. It just proves conclusively that you can see. And the other thing to report with these kids that I've interviewed, some of these kids, where as soon as you have it, you also you can see things in the future, where you can be driving along with the blindfold and you know something's coming around the corner. Watch out, something's coming. And this is the whole idea. It's all tied together. But consciousness is not in the brain. I just put this one because it's kind of, I just found it and I thought it'd be kind of interesting for people who are into the whole thing about what's going on with the government. This is Senator Barry Goldwater. I got his entire collection of papers from the University of Arizona. 1981, he said, relative to your question about the accuracy of the details in the Roswell incident, that was a book written by Bill Moore in 1980. It got the whole thing going. He was head of the Senate Intelligence Committee. So now you got Senate Intelligence Committee working on. Barry Goldwater's head of the Senate Intelligence Committee in 81. They are partially true. The Roswell story is partially true, but not completely. I can't give you any other answer other than that. So please don't push it. That's in a Barry Goldwater level. I just want to stick that. Here's the beings. They're coming out with a documentary. I think it's going to be on Google, whatever. I don't follow these services, but it's coming out. And there's a book. I was helping put the book together, but I'm sort of strapped down with a bunch of stuff that I didn't get it. So they're going to do the book. These are two women with dyslexia in Great Britain, and you'll see a lot of people have dyslexia, a lot of experiences of dyslexia, almost like that's the part that triggers these people are into this other world. And these are called the beings. These are the ones, either I interviewed them or somebody interviewed them, and we said, because you see they got no faces, and that's the whole concept, is they don't want you to see them as human beings. They're just beings. They call themselves the beings. And I remember either I asked them or somebody else asked them, hey, are you an extraterrestrial? Are you extraterrestrials? And what they responded was, oh, you want us to be extraterrestrials? We could do that. We could be extraterrestrials. We could even take you to our planet if you want. But no, we've always been here. You're the visitor. And you see this over and over again. And these are the beings. When this documentary comes out, you'll see it over and over again. They just say, it's an illusion. Get it through your head. It's an illusion. Everybody's dead. It's all an illusion. It's all just, it's happening. You're creating this thing. Sit back and enjoy it. And that comes to this whole idea that's now starting to move in the scientific community. So it's starting to come together, is this idea of the simulated universe. But in the simulated universe, oh, there's somebody running a computer. No, it's the sparks of the divine that are running and creating this whole simulated universe thing. But you'll start to see this, and a lot of experiencers are dealing with beings who are starting to talk about this idea, almost like they wouldn't talk to us in 1940s, 50s, 60s, because we wouldn't know what the heck they're talking about. But now they're starting to talk about this idea. It's an illusion. It's all being created in the mind. Here's one message. Here's what they said. This is from the beings. And there's actually two women who are in contact getting messages from the same beings. There is no good or bad, just experiences, even though it may not seem that way. The earthly realm is an illusion, which you and all other humans chose to create to comprehend the meaning of energy. No human has the power to extinct the earthly realm. No need to fear the experiences that humans chose for themselves. Enjoy and have fun in this puzzle called life. That had to do with a vision that I had, that I asked them. I said, hey, can the government actually do this? You'll hear about it down the road. I'm not really sort of talking about now, but I said, can the government actually do this? And I had this sort of encounter, and that's when they said, it's all illusion. I mean, you keep forgetting the plot here. It's all illusion. I knew that, and they sort of brought me back to reality and said that's the way it works. Here's Nancy Tremaine. I helped her publish her first book, and I wrote the foreword to her second book. She was the first to encounter the Greys publicly. She's written 2 books on the subject. She was taken in July of 1961. This is what she wrote in the middle of the night. Realities or illusions are part of the delusion that we have created. We are living in a delusional illusion of our making. We are players in this fictional theater that we perform for our creators, a muse existing for our audience. The stage is set at birth, and our performance has begun. She wrote that, woke up, and it was on a piece of paper beside her. That meets the quote that I always use now: all the world's a stage, all the men and women and aliens are but actors. They have their entrances and exits, and each man plays many roles. You are not the actor on the stage. You are playing an actor on the stage. Big difference. You are the one that's watching. You are the observer floating above the body, and the little actor is lying in the bed. We have to keep this in mind. We are in charge of the whole thing. It's all within us. It is all an illusion. This is Desta Barnaby, who's written 2 channeling books. And when I go back and look at her channeling books, I would suggest people read my assistant Desta Barnaby's channeling books. She is right. I could not believe. Here's what she said. I went to look it up. It is all an illusion you have made with your mind. Everything you see now, no, it is you. and you gain control, and you can have what you want. It is endless because you are eternal. And the concept is when you realize you're creating it, you get control of it. If you are the victim, then you are the victim. You float around like a cork going down a stream. Once you realize you are the one that's creating the illusion, you have a chance to change it because you're the one creating it. Now here, let's get rid of this thing here. Here's this question about Jesus with the Pharisees. He was asked by the Pharisees, when will the kingdom of God come? Jesus answered to them, the kingdom of God is not coming with something observable. No one will say, look here or there. And that's this whole idea. Is it out there? For this, you see, the kingdom of God is within you. And this is the mistake we're making. We're believing this is out there thing where we're seeing through our eyes and this sort of stuff. And Jesus, it goes back 2,000 years where Jesus said, no one will say, look here or there, for the kingdom of God is within you. And that goes back to this idea. It's all in consciousness, and it may not take them any space. It's like the singularity. It's like the whole thing about, oh, how did the universe get created? Oh, it came out of a singularity, came out of nothing. And I go, yeah, come on, let's give you a head shake. Like, how does this work? What's a singularity? Well, it's something doesn't obey the laws of time, physics. And this is what it may be, a singularity. It's one singularity, and you are the singularity, and it's all within you. You created it. And when you go from lifetime to lifetime, you just go back in there and you create another thing, and you come out, create another a game to play. And we just go through this over and over again, and we are the creators of the universe. The Seth channel again, the responsibility for your life and your world is yours. It has not been forced upon you by some outside agency. You form your own dreams, and you form your own physical reality. The world is what you are. It is the physical materialization of the inner self which have formed it. Again, you see this over and over again now, that this idea that we are creating this physical universe. Here's Jim Semivan, who had the experience with the beings. And here's what he says. People will say, well, you know, these bad guys or whatever. It's very important. I think you should listen to Jim Semivan. He's very honest, and he's trying to come to grips with what happened to him. And here's what he said. How do you make any sense of it when there does not appear to be any there? The phenomena seems to work on another level, consciousness, dimension, unknown to our science. There does not appear to be any there. It all just sort of dissolves. And here's a guy who probably knows more than you and I. He's got some contacts. He's good friends with Kit Green and all the guys in the Invisible College and all these guys. He's had some conversations. He's never really expressed what he means by that, but it's this whole idea that the physical world starts to fall apart. The DMT experiment. So I had a friend who's an AI expert. I remember him phoning me up one day and he said, hey, I had an abduction experience. I had doing DMT. I had this classic abduction experience. I said, you had a classic abduction experience? And I knew that Strassman, when he did the experiment, that he kept it very secret. These people were talking about having these encounters with beings. And he kept it secret because he couldn't grasp it. And he'd say to people, hey, do you think you were abducted? And they would say, no, I don't think I was abducted. And they were on a table. They were watching them. They gave them that it's like a 10-minute session or whatever. So Strassman knew they weren't going anywhere. They were on the bed. And so I asked my friend, I said, well, tell me about it. He said, well, I was on the table and they were working on my head. He said, I could see their arms. I couldn't see them, but it looked like beings, and I was there. And this is the whole thing. So he's in the classic abduction experience, which apparently 25% of all the DMT people also experience, is the classic abduction experience of being operated on or being on a table and that sort of thing. And he didn't go anywhere. He was lying on a couch for 10 minutes. He didn't go anywhere. So where actually was he? And this is this concept. He went within, the same as the out-of-body experience goes within. It's all within. He went within himself and had that experience. And it's very plastic, and you can create whatever you want. So let's get going because we want to get everything here. I got so much material. John Wheeler, the universe does not exist out there, independent of us. Now, John Wheeler is the guy that came up with the black hole theory and the wormhole theory. He's not a stupid guy. He was at Princeton. He was after Einstein, and he also came up with the very bizarre idea there's only one electron. And that gets into the same sort of thing. Do you really know what's going on? When Wheeler said, hey, I think there's only one electron, it's moving back and forth in the universe. There is only one electron. So he said, the universe does not exist out there, independent of us. We are inescapably involved in bringing about that which appears to be happening. We are not only observers, we are participators. In some strange sense, this is a participatory universe. And that's the point. We are creating the universe. We're creating it. We are the thing, and nothing comes into physical until it's observed. It's this idea that we are manifesting physical reality. However this is done through heavier vibration or whatever, we are the ones that are running the show. Here's Niels Bohr. Everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. Now, Niels Bohr won the Nobel Prize for the atom, for the quantum atom. He should know what he's talking about. And what happened is all these early guys were idealists. They believed that consciousness is primary. And when we got to World War II, then suddenly it was technology. And we moved away from this consciousness thing. And we got into, hey, what's the technology? How do these things fly? How's that metal work? And we go into this whole thing about, is there a buck in it for me? And can we get, cheaper gas? And can we go in for a weekend trip to Mars and stuff like that? It becomes this sort of physical thing that takes over. But the early guys believed that consciousness was primary. Paul Selleck is one that I watch very, very closely. They say ultimately there is only one note being played in the universe, and it's being articulated in different form. So it's really saying everything is a source of God, or whatever you want to call that power that you may know, vibration, whatever you want to name it. It is as everything. Is that? No, it's not making any sense. It's just one oscillation. He said it's one note played in various levels to infinite levels. It's all one note. It's the same idea. There's only one electron. John Wheeler called Richard Feynman one day and said, Feynman, I know why all electrons have the same charge and the same mass. Why? Said Feynman. Because they're all the same electron. Our universe evolved from a singularity, a point of infinite density and gravity, and that before this event, time, space did not exist. The same would apply to our point of consciousness, that it's all a point of singularity, and that when you get out of it, the time and space do not exist. We assume this, that all this is there. We're only seeing this very small spectrum of reality, and we've got to always remember that. We think we've got it all figured out, like Max Planck's professor in 1874 said, hey, Max, don't go into physics. We got it all figured out. You're wasting your time. And of course, that was total nonsense. Here's, again, this is Ingrid Honkala. I would absolutely advise you to listen to what she says, because she's a top-notch scientist who told me some of the stuff she did to the US Navy. Wherever I put my mind, I could go. Time and space had vanished for me. I could be anywhere at any time. Saw a dog at the end of the street, was instantly there. Saw a tree, was instantly there. Edgar Mitchell, this is this whole thing where they did these, the experiment where with the 3,200 experiencers, and it was run. A lot of people say, "Oh, the data isn't very straight." I don't think the data. It was done by John Climo. John Climo did 220 PhD dissertations. He chaired them. He was also a reader on 150 dissertations on how to gather data. The material in the free survey is correctly gathered. This guy had 370 dissertations he did. According to people who had to know how to put the data down, he would correct people's papers about how to correct the data. So they did the experiences. Here's what you find. Healing, 50%. And you have in the near-death experience, other things, healed from lung problems. That was Honkala. Orbs, 67% of experiences see orb. Honkala saw a blue orb in the shower. That's when she started to see the energy beings. The energy beings are the #1 being seen in the free survey, 55%. So she saw this blue orb, but she said, "Oh, these are blue meanies. They're the bad guys." And I said, "It was bad." No, it wasn't bad. It was really revolutionary to her experience. Dead people. Whitley Strieber's wife read the 200,000 letters with the secretary and came into Whitley and said, "Whitley, whatever we're dealing with here has something to do with death." Dead people, 76% of experiencers see dead people on board the ship. They're more psychic. This is with Honkala with the near-death experience, same thing. Brilliant light, 52%. Honkala, yes. Mystical being identified voice. Same thing with Honkala, had the voice. Near-death experience. This is the other bizarre one where people say, "Oh, it's just random. You just got grabbed off the street by some alien, he abducted you, whatever." So you have that random event, and then you find out that 37% of all people who randomly were abducted off the street also randomly have near-death experiences, and most of them have 2 near-death experiences. So what's the chances that somebody's going to have a random abduction experience and then a random near-death experience, or are they coming to the Earth to create a reality with their mind that says, oh, I have a near-death experience. I can learn something from that. And I'll also be an experiencer and I'll learn something from that. So you have that out-of-body experience I mentioned before. 80% of all experiencers have out-of-body experiences. Love and oneness was the main message to Hankala and to a lot of the different modalities, near-death experience and OBEs and stuff. 54% of experiencers were talked about oneness and love, and that doesn't make any sense. The alien is going to talk to you about oneness and love. Past life memory, yes, in both cases. Sensitive to other realities, yes, along with those blindfold kids. They're sensitive to other realities as once they put those blindfolds on. At peace, yes. Quiet. Uncle, I said she would lock herself in bedrooms and closets to try to get away from the noise, to regain this sound. Ghosts or spirits. 76% of experiencers had seen ghosts or spirits. And of course, Hankala sees them all the time. Desire to help others, 51%. And Inga Hankala, that's her main mission. She believes is here to help people. And I'll just get into a little bit of this stuff because this negative stuff that's going around about the Skinwalker Ranch and these hitchhikers and this is terrible and we're victims and we're not, it's not our consciousness, it's these evil things that are doing stuff. So this is my friend Ron Johnson, and I talked to him and I knew this already. So I asked Ron, I said, hey, you ever have a hitchhiker come with you? And he said, oh yeah. So he tells the story. He says he set up his camera in front of a big mausoleum. He does a lot of ghost hunting. I pounded on the door of the mausoleum and invited it to come out for a photo. And he had the camera all set up. He says, a black mass started to manifest between me and the mausoleum. And it gave me the hackles to stood up on my neck. I got one photo of it, then broke everything down and left. This black mass followed me home, and it took me over 5 years to finally get rid of it. It had followed me to 3 different homes that I had moved into. And this is the whole point. So the Skinwalker Ranch book plays all these evil things that are following people home. Anybody who has done paranormal phenomena knows that unless you guard yourself, unless you're going to get a hitchhiker. It's very common in paranormal phenomena, ghost hunting and stuff like that, where the phenomena follows you home. And Jacques Vallée, there's another interesting thing where you see these crossovers. Jacques Vallée discovered that many gifted remote viewers also had UAP type experiences going back to their childhoods. When it turned out that many of these subjects had experienced UFOs, they brought me into the project on a strictly confidential basis to document that aspect of the problem, Jacques Vallée told Brent Rains. So this is the whole thing. They understand this concept that there's this connection across. In fact, one high-level intelligence guy I put a message to see whether he actually said this, and what they said was, because we cannot control the phenomena, we watch the people that the phenomena affects. And there may be visitors, however defined. And this is the whole idea that you have to listen to the experiencers. They're the ones interacting. What we're doing now is we're doing Rendlesham Forest. Rendlesham Forest is a UFO sighting. Time to get over it. Oh, we're looking at the Nimitz. The Nimitz is a UFO sighting. Time to get over it. We gotta quit looking at the entertainment. 100 years ago, we used entertainment. We used seances to entertain people. Like, oh, we got nothing to do today. Let's bring in some dead people. Now we're doing the UFO thing. You got a good photo? You got a good video? You got a good story? And we've heard the Nimitz thing. It's just a UFO sighting. You've got to talk to people interacting with the phenomenon. You start to realize, oh, this person was flying the craft. And they all say the same thing. Wherever I decided, the 747 airline pilot said, I had the dream 1 year. And then he says, and then a year later, I told Joe Burks, hey, I had that dream again. And Joe said, you better record this, because this is something going on. This is not a dream. And that's what everybody said. When I talked to the U.S. Air Force retired colonel in L.A., I said, you flew F-16s? He said, yeah. And then I said, hey, come tell me your story. He said, oh, I think it was a dream. I said, everybody thinks it's a dream. Just come tell me your story. It was the same thing. He's standing in the craft. He's standing there. There's beings behind him. He doesn't know what they are. And I tend to indicate it may be soul guides behind him. And he's standing there, and he's standing in the middle of the craft. And here's this voice that says, "Okay, go ahead and do it." And he says, "I don't know what to do." You know what to do. Just do it. And he walks over to this panel and he puts his hands on the panel. And he said, suddenly, it's like he's flying that F-16. Suddenly he's flying the craft. He's going, what the heck's going on here? And then he takes one hand off the panel, and he's waiting for the craft to stall. And then he takes his other hand off the panel, and he figures it's going to stall, but he keeps it a couple inches off so he can slam it back down on the panel to start the craft again. And he says he's got both hands off the panel, and whatever he's thinking is what it's doing. It's flying around. And you see this over and over again. So this book will be coming out, and it starts to show you this power of consciousness, that this may all be consciousness. The physical world is this sort of programmed world that we live in, and the more we live that conscious world, the physical world, the less we're going to understand. But when you can break that down and realize it's all consciousness, it's all this simulated universe thing, we can start to figure things out. This is and they understand this. This is what I point out. They understand this. This is Diana Pasulka talking about going to this field where my friend actually showed Tyler D where this field was, and she talked about it. They were treating it like it was sacred. So you have this high-level NASA guy who is treating it like it's secret. When we went out there, we prayed. They were just praying, so I went along with it. Every time Tyler goes out there, he puts up an altar. There are a bunch of these altars out there, some put up by him and some by other people. And it's on a government site with a fence. It is a sacred place. That's why I call it the sacred place. And they talk about the gifting, that the material is gifted. So a lot of the people inside the government, even though they may not say it, understand this concept. This is not as physical as you think it is. And that may be what the cover-up is, because it's a physical world. And if they suddenly say the world isn't what you think it is, it's not important, all the stuff you rape, pillage, kill, and steal to get your toys, and you put that forward, everything is going to fall apart. And then you have to kill the national $800 billion national security budget, because you're going to have to say, we're all one, we're all connected. And that's the kind of message that they may be actually covering up. It's going to be, as I said, it's going to be a lot less physical than people think it is, a lot more spiritual than people think it is. It's going to be 1,000 times more complex than people think it is, and it will not have a hint of capitalism. It will be like a beehive mentality, a Super Bowl team where everybody, like all the cells in a body, all work together to make things one. Injuries, I'll just go through the injuries quickly. I got 2 minutes left here. Injuries, so they talk about these injuries, 200 injuries. My number one question would be, how do you get 200 people who got injured? They're all military people. My number one question is, were they carrying a gun when they got injured? And so they're using the military people because they can get their medical records. Go back to Bigelow. What did Bigelow say? There was no injuries on Skinwalker Ranch, no major injuries when he had the Skinwalker Ranch. Didn't happen. So how do you have 200 military guys getting injured? And Bigelow said, nobody got injured when I had it. Fugel says the same thing. Fugel says no, except for that one case where the guy sort of took on the intelligence. There was really no injuries, but both Bigelow and Fugel have indicated, Fugel more than Bigelow, that it has a reflective quality to it, that whatever you bring on. And so when Fugel goes in to the ranch, they pray as they're coming into the ranch, because you realize you're going to manifest. If you decide you're gonna have you're up against the Skinwalker and it's evil, you're gonna manifest this. You are in charge. So they do this. George Knapp said, those that were the most aggressive to the phenomena had the worst experiences. It's this reflective quality. You are creating the world around you. It's not some evil alien out there that's doing this kind of stuff. We are creating it. The military, and this comes to the Rendlesham Forest. I'm supposed to be interviewing John Burroughs, and the number one question I have with John Burroughs, because they're one of the people reported that John Burroughs pulled a gun. Now, John said he didn't believe he had the gun out there. There's another case of a woman that had a nervous breakdown at Rendlesham Forest. She had a gun as well, according to Holt. She was in her car. She had this gun. The object came through the car, and she ended up having a nervous breakdown. And that's the whole deal: is, are there guns? If you decide you're going to a CE5 and take a gun along, you could be in some trouble. They don't seem to like guns. They don't seem to like missiles, and they sure as hell don't seem to like nuclear weapons. This is the whole thing, is when people say a person is injured, you got to ask, what was the circumstances behind it? Did it have a gun? And I can give you the example that in the Stanton Friedman files, the one case I had, and I'll sort of end with this slide. They had U.S. Navy intelligence out of Florida had picked up an intercept of a UFO coming into Cuban airspace. And they tracked this whole thing. And one guy reported to Stanton Friedman. They went to the National Enquirer. They filed an FOIA on it. The group that was against UFO secrecy actually went and challenged the U.S. National Security Agency and said, unless we get the records from this, we're going to the Cuban embassy. They got a visit from the FBI that afternoon, scared the living daylights out of the guy. This is a very serious case the U.S. Navy intelligence got. And what happens is the craft is coming in, and they order the craft to turn, to identify itself. The craft keeps coming in. There's two jets. The wingman is the one that gets the final word. They say, take it down. They lock on, and according to the wingman, he starts screaming, "It's gone! It's gone! The craft, the plane just disintegrated. It's gone!" And that's what I would maintain. If you want to hunt the skinwalker, be prepared to be hunted. It's reflective. It's what you put out, you get back. And last thing I would put down is people are talking about why the Navy, why are these UFOs interfering with the Navy? And I would quote Lou Elizondo, who said about the Nimitz carrier group in one interview, it had more nuclear power than the entire state of New York. They have nuclear reactors powering these ships. They have nuclear weapons. They have these submarines. So you have the whole nuclear carrier, and that may be why these engagements are taking place with the military, because the Air Force doesn't have nuclear stuff, doesn't have nuclear planes. All the nuclear stuff is in the Navy. I'll leave it at that, and we'll maybe...
Wait, Grant, I just have a few questions, because it's so... I agree with most of what you're saying, and it does seem to be all emanating from whatever consciousness is, but how do we ever learn anything new? And how do we gain control if it's all us out there and we're doing things? How do we access control over the world we're creating? Because it seems to be happening. Yeah.
Well, you realize you're creating it. So whatever, it's like, so everything that happens is, why would I manifest this? Instead of seeing it a random event. Oh, why would I do this? You know, if it's a good, bad thing or whatever. And it's the idea that people, you can see everything as good or bad. Like one person will have an experience, one will see it as good, some will see it as bad. But if you realize that you are the creator, that you are creating what's happening around you, it's hard to get into it to try to get control of it. But that's basically what it comes down to. Is you are creating, I am creating, and there's no out there. There are no people influencing us. We are the ones that are, even you're bringing these people in to teach you a lesson, that you have this engagement with somebody. If you read Michael Newton, it goes in the same thing, that you and I and Neil all sat down before we were born and said, oh, we're going to do this thing. Neil's going to run this thing, and Grant's going to come on, and then this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And if we realize that it may all have been planned. Even my assistant, Desta, had the word was given to her. She was really upset. Like, forget it. What are you fighting? I mean, you made all this stuff. You created all this stuff. You created this weave before you came into the world. And she said, no. She didn't believe that. And they stopped talking to her. And she went for a month. I think she was back and forth trying to get. She couldn't believe this idea that no, it was her. It was all this, and it's all happening. And I think the creation is done. We make the choices before we come in as to who we're going to play, what we're going to learn, and stuff like that. But a lot of it is predestined, and a lot of it is us doing it.
So the big question is, how do we get in touch with that part of us that has made all those decisions? Because you say you created this. It's not the personality. It's you.
Well, okay. I'll give you the answer. The personality is the ego. The personality is the little voice that's talking and saying, this is, Grant's full of it. This is not true. This is, it's the noise in the signal. So what do they say? I do it in contact modalities. All 70 contact modalities is the same thing. It's the ability to shut down the left brain ego, the one that's creating the noise in the signal. Be quiet and still, be still and know that I am God. You sit there and you be quiet. And if you can get that signal, you pick up the signal. That's all channelers are doing. That's all people are doing. You do hypnosis. You're quieting the mind. No, you're not. You're quieting the noise in the signal. So you can pick up the signal. And that's when you make the contact. And we're so much into the physical world with the ego running the show that we can't break off. We can't get into that zone. And that's what meditation, that's what all contact modalities are about, is getting quiet. And that you'll see this with near-death experience with Hunkalai, where she says it was absolutely silent. It was there, and her whole life she's trying to get back to that silence, that it was all there. She was completely in the field, and people who have near-death experiences are completely in the field because their left brain is completely shut out of it. It's completely shut off through trauma or through whatever. That's what it is. It's this idea that the stillness is there. You have to go. That's where everything is happening, but it's very hard to do.
Wait, I want just one more question. If everything is set, then is there any way to create more unknown? Isn't it our job to move into creation and create new possibilities?
Well, that's the whole idea, that the basic format is set as to who you, but I still think most people will say that there still is the free will. that you can still vary it based upon your decisions as you move along. So the free will debate, I would still say on the free will debate, yeah, you have some choices, but there's a pattern set as to who you're going to meet and what's going to happen.
Right.
And subconsciously, you're bringing all this stuff on where you need this, or you imagine, you imagine being sick and then you become sick, or you imagine,
Becoming
getting something,
rich.
and you become, yeah, or whatever. That you got to relate the mind, as Edgar Cayce said, the spirit is the life, the mind is the builder, and the physical is the result. That was 100 years ago. He said that, and all the channelers are saying the same thing. You hear it over and over again. You are the builder. You are creating it. And it's this conscious world. And we're starting to get away from it because we were starting to realize that consciousness may be primary. 10 years ago, when I had my download experience, people thought I was nuts. They thought I had absolutely lost it. But now people are starting to talk about this, especially with the simulated universe, that it may not be a physical world. Everything may be a desktop icon, that what you see in the physical world is not, it's just reflective of the real reality that you can't see, or the idea of people make the, I'll give you one last example. The guy who started Pixar movies, he wrote a book called The Pixel something, and he talks about the pixel. So you say, what's a pixel? And you say, oh, a pixel, when you get the film, you blow up the film and it's these little squares. He said, no, it's not a pixel. A pixel is a one-dimensional thing in space. You cannot see a pixel. And what they do is they take these spreaders that are used in the brain and are used in holograms and stuff, and they spread the pixel. And then they take 40 of those and they put them in these little boxes. And that's how they have a photograph. But we think a pixel is a thing. You cannot see a pixel. You cannot see anything in reality. Everything you're seeing is a desktop icon in the way. You are not driving the video car. You're driving, you think, but there's something way behind it. The reality is unseen. You can never see reality. You can only see these things that we create, that we play, our little video games and our little bodies.
Grant, if we were outside our bodies and interdimensional extraterrestrial, we were looking down at us humans, would we just see them as energy fields then, or no house, like nothing exists? Like
well, the people that are in the field will describe themselves as like a ball of light, a spot of light, where you see the orbs and stuff like that. But again, you're going within your body to see yourself. You're having this impression because your body is inside yourself. So the awareness leaves the body inside yourself and looks around and can go wherever it wants and do whatever it wants. And people always will tell you with out-of-body experiences, they can literally do whatever they want. They can make everything manifest whenever they want. They can move around. And that's this idea that it can't be a physical thing where we're moving through time and space. It's got to be this thing. It's there's no space and time. So how long does it take to go from here to the other side of the universe? You can do it instantaneously because it's all in the same point of space.
Right.
Wow. Great, beautiful. I mean,
thank you so much, brother.
I'm gonna call you this big Grant. So I want to continue this conversation.
Fantastic.
You're gonna be back here for the panel in a few hours, right? In 4
yes,
hours
I will.
All right, cool. We'll continue.
But it's an ET panel, so try to pretend there are ETs out there. No.
All the world's a stage. All the men and women and aliens are but actors. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Well, let's call a few of them in.
Thanks for that, Grant.
That's almost
Brilliant.
like having to pretend that humans exist. It's
well, that's the
paradoxical.
thing. They're pretending to be aliens and we're pretending to be humans. We are not humans. We are not the actor on the stage. We are playing an actor on the stage. Yeah, right. As Paul Salika, one of them said, you've got to remember who you actually are. You got to remember you are the voice, the silence between the words. You are not the words. You are not the human. You are watching the human. You are that which does not change.
Yeah. Well, Whitley says that the ETs exist beyond time and space from that field of infinite consciousness. So.
Well, yeah, they can manifest themselves the same as we can. We can be whatever we want as well. I mean, that's the whole idea. When we leave, we can say, okay, I'm coming back as a gray, or you can be whatever you want. But it's still a play. It's still not a physical. It's still a thing which made out of consciousness.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Grant.
Sorry to run late. We'll take some questions.
Thank
later.
you, Grant.
Right,
Fantastic.
we'll
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm just a little blown away. Like, where do I exist? Where do I end? What am I looking at? And are you real, guys? And is Lori?
We're not real. We're just images on a video screen that you projected.
Well, straight up, I mean, this is that the whole thing about the fact that we're subatomic particles vibrating in and out of reality is just the bottom line of it all. you know, and we've been able to quantify it and look at it in a laboratory setting now, that we are not physical beings as we see it. And once we can embody that, as I like to say now, we can transcend the matrix and start doing all types of magical things, you know? And I feel like the movie The Matrix is basically that, like realizing the nature of reality, transcending out of it, and then, you know, embodying that and using the gifts that come with that. I feel that's the evolution that we're on.
But you know, I was going to ask Grant, and I'll ask it later. I don't want to take too much time. Is that if we know the world is Maya, and maybe Lori can talk about that, we're still here to operate within the illusion for everyone's highest good. So
we hope.
Yeah. It's paradoxical. It doesn't exist and it exists. We're humans and we're not humans, and we got to accept both of them. You know.
I don't know. And whose reality are we in?
Yours, Joan. Yours.
I know we're yours right now.
Well, then I'm in your reality.
We're about to enter Lori's reality. That's for sure.
Joan, I just have to interject here. When I was in my 20s, I had the full-blown realization, and I told my friend Rebbe, I'm just an idea in the mind of God. And Rebbe said, yes, but a good idea.
What a good way to bring Lori on.
That's hilarious. Well, Alan, do you want to do the official intro to Lori here?
Well, I think Joan, I mean, I love Lori, and she does incredible work with ETs, Ascension, transformation in general. She's been at this for years, and I can see she's really worked inward to share this experience outward. So I think Joan has a little bit more of an introduction there as well, but I'm so happy you're here, Lori.
I know. It is so good to see you, Lori. Thank you for dropping into my reality. I appreciate it so much. All right, I'll read a little bit of your bio in case people don't know her, but you're just amazing. So
yeah, I would love
that
to.
I
totally want you to read my bio, but I so want to address something that Alan said. I don't know if he just.
Oh yeah, please go ahead. Before the bio, go ahead.
Two things. Number one, what we are is pure awareness. We are all pure awareness. Yeah. We're not at the state of energetic purity, vibrational purity, to perceive and realize ourselves as pure awareness. But we are pure awareness, undiluted from human interpretation of what that awareness is. And all that we are aware of is what is within our vibrational bandwidth of awareness. So when you talk about people who are, you know, when we talk about 3D, we're talking about people who have a vibrational bandwidth of only, for the most part, the physical world. And they haven't expanded beyond the awareness that all there is physicality. And when we talk about like fourth dimensional consciousness, we're talking about vibrational awareness that includes non-physical, but is still mostly physical, expanding into non-physical. When we talk about fifth dimensional awareness, we're talking about coming into the awareness that, yes, we're both, and we're living in a state of duality where we're both. So all of these vibrational bandwidths are where and then every time we expand our awareness and we up level our vibration, which essentially means becoming more lightness, more enlightened, more vibrationally fluid, and more unified with the awareness that we are just pure awareness. Ultimately, what we do is we pass through frequency fences, what I call frequency fences, vibrational fences where egoic structure or energetic entanglement, we have to unravel and release and free ourselves from that. And when you asked earlier, sorry, my eye is tearing, but when you asked earlier, Alan, I was so like hungry to say something when you said, well, how do we change this? How do we get control? Those were your words, of this reality that, in my words, we're miscreating. We're miscreating a reality because the collective largely and lots of beings don't realize that we're creating. Just as Cameron, was that his name earlier? I don't know him. Cameron said, it's not fate. I'm sorry. That part I will really disagree with. It's miscreation coming from the unconsciousness of not realizing how to create our reality in a conscious and deliberate way. And so your question, Alan, if you're still on, is so poignant and so important, such an important question right now, that we begin asking this question: how do we create our reality in a different way? Because it's not enough just to know that we're just awarenesses and we're simulations of this reality, and that there is this divinity, however you define that, quantum reality, however you define it. It's not enough just to know it. No, that's not enough. And it's not just fate. This game is about becoming conscious and learning how to utilize frequencies, energies, and vibrations of consciousness to create the reality that we are as a collective dreaming of.
That's a great response to Grant. Yes. I think that's great.
So I want to answer even more specifically, how do we get control and create it the way we want? Number one, we have to become conscious of our thoughts. We literally have to be, what am I thinking? What am I believing? And how are those thoughts showing up in the reflection? Because he's 100% right on that, the reflection. And we have to become conscious of our emotions. What am I feeling that is the magnetic energy that's a reflection of the thought? Because if I have a thought, I love you. I love you. There's an emotional, I know I love Joan. I don't even have to think about it. I just know the name Joan of Angels. I love her. The emotional response is so autonomic. It's there. I know she feels the same way about me. It's already the energetic of our connection. Right, Joan?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. So that energetic is there. There's no wobbling on it. And we're just using this as an example of the person, but if you think anything, your thought immediately fires off an emotion, whether it's conscious or unconscious. So you can name anything in the world, name anything, name a country, a city, a government, anything you want to name, and you have an emotional response. Now, the moment you start becoming conscious of what that emotional response is, it's already rippled out into your field already. And your field, because when you ask whose reality do I live in, Joan, we live in our own holographic reality. Each being is the awareness that source we're the actors in a sense, as it was said. We're playing these roles, or we're watching ourselves as the awareness play these roles. And that ripple into our own holographic reality then ripples and interacts with other people's holographic realities. And this is the nature, even if you think of the Vesica Pisces, two circles interacting, your holographic reality interacting with my holographic reality, right? So now coming back to the thoughts and the emotions, what happens is your emotional response ripples into your reality and starts creating a vibration, a vibrational bandwidth based on what you're thinking and emoting. And that ripple effect goes out into the reality and affects vibrationally anyone else who's in the same vibrational harmonic, vibrationally compatible. And then you energetically attract likeness to you, because whatever you put out, you attract back. So this is what is the solution? To become conscious of the thoughts, to start working with the thoughts and the beliefs and the emotions, not so that we're doing, because here's where the problem I see in the world is you got this extreme all positives camp, love and lighters. I mean, I'm a love and lighter, so I don't mean to insult anyone. But if you have these people who are constantly saying all positive, all positive, all positive, all love and light, and they're not willing to do the energetics, they're spiritual bypassing, what they're creating is this polarized experience that polarizes reality in their game of polarity. So this creates the dark force, so to speak, even stronger. So the way to change it, by becoming conscious of our emotions and our thoughts and our connection and the magnetics of what we put out, is to process this, come into divine neutrality, where now from this neutral place, we don't polarize and we don't miscreate through shadow aspects of our unconscious. I'm sorry, I think I maybe lost Alan there, but I hope that's helpful.
Oh no, Alan's sitting in the background giving you a chance to take over and go for it.
I just stepped right in there, but does that make sense? And is that helpful? And I hope that.
Well, it is helpful, but for me, so, this thing of consciousness is huge for me. I sometimes cannot wrap my head around it, even though I could see divine beings and I'll have that experience and I'll leave my body. When I was watching Grant today, I was dissolving. It was like, oh my goodness. This room then, so things are different. So I'm curious, maybe you'll answer that in your presentation. Would you like me to introduce you?
Since I just dove right in there. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You know what, Lori? The reason we love each other is I'm the same way. I would absolutely skip the introduction and go right to it because that's me too. That's why we like each
Well,
other.
it's probably helpful for people who don't know who I am.
Yes. Okay. So you guys, if you don't know Lori, you already know she's amazing. Okay. She's an author, luminary, visionary, loved by many people. And one of the reasons she's well known for her recognition of the deep and intimate animal-human connection in terms of how animals mirror their humans' behavioral, physical, and emotional tendencies, and for her programs that focus on the interconnectedness of all beings. So Lori's holistic approach is not simply about and or for animals, but for also for the humans in their world and for the deep bond between them. Moreover, Lori's service provides to the humans that which their animal friend and the greater animal kingdom wants. In other words, she tells us what they want us to know. So Lori's tools and methods focus on the interconnectedness of all beings and the recognition that everyone and everything is connected. And so in solving so many of the animal-related issues, problems, and illnesses, she is also solving the humans' issues, their problems and illnesses in the home. And this is what is radically different about our beloved Lori. So it's true, you're all these things, Lori. With over 20 years of experience serving humans and animals around the world, offering seminars and workshops on how we can improve our lives by learning from animals. Lori has become recognized as an international expert, speaker, author, visionary, light worker, intuitive, and healer for both four and two-legged creatures. She's also an ascension guide, way shower, author, teacher, and speaker, assisting others to. I know it's mind-boggling.
That's an old bio you're reading, but thank you. That's awesome.
It is you. And we just want everyone to know listening. Okay, so we're going to finish up in 1 second. But this evolutionary process of ascension is real. Lori is really going to take us on a journey to experience this right now. Worldwide, humans and animals are encountering deep and profound transformation and internal shifting, which is in turn triggering monumental change and transformation in every area of our human experience. So as this shift continues to unfold, people need her support, guidance, and assistance and clarity so we understand these dramatic changes that we are all experiencing. So Lori, I am really happy to introduce you as our Ascension Guide and Light Worker, love.
Thank you so much, Joan. I love being here and I'm really grateful, especially to Neil, of course, for putting it together.
Well, we are with you, and
right?
I'll be in the background if you need me.
All right. Well, the one thing I do want to say is, it was my love for animals that got me here. It was like, that's where it began. But I ended up, for me, I had a first contact experience on ship. And that was really interesting when Cameron was speaking earlier, when he made the connection with the DMT in the brain. Because what happened for me first was I was working with these incredible masters while living in Hawaii during a 2-year period of my life. That was like a 2-year dark night of the soul. And I was working on having deliberate conscious near-death experience through practices, ancient practices that are known in like the Himalayan mountains, and how to still myself, my consciousness, to bring myself into that kind of experience. And we'll be meditating through the nights and consciously releasing through practice DMT in the brain. And I had what's called a near-death experience, but not in a hospital. It's called a little death in these ancient practices. And after that, I had a first contact experience in Hawaii. It was very intense, but when I was taken on ship, I know I had a massive upgrade, so to speak, to my frequency and consciousness. And one of the biggest things that happened was the DNA activations, which is a huge part of what I do now for both humans and animals. And so much of what I teach now and share, and the activations, the healings, the transmissions, all of the channeling that I do from the higher or multidimensional realms is really, it's born from that. So I always have to give credit there, I feel like, because it just came from and through my love for animals. But ultimately, I do feel like I had to kind of upgrade that, allowed me to transmit and to do and to share and to teach and to facilitate for others this kind of change within us. And that's how come I think it's quite easy once you start connecting to these multidimensional realms that we are all part of to access consciousness. So everything that exists in the known and unknown worlds is available to us. And the way we can access that is by becoming vibrationally compatible with it. And the way we become vibrational compatible is so largely what we were speaking about earlier, which is really working on clearing away those identifications that keep us in a state of polarity, all extreme positives, or looking at only the shadow and getting lost in the dark. And when I say looking at only the shadow and lost in the dark, I kind of perceive that as people who will only perceive this reality to be a physical world exclusively. And sometimes it's people who get very lost in the dark by only looking at things that are of the dark, so to speak. And, you know, there's a lot of that in our world too. So we create this polarized experience and we end up wondering, like, how did this reality come about? So the challenge is for us to learn how to integrate these aspects of ourselves, our light and our shadow, and to come into really a love, peace, acceptance, and allowance, a divine neutrality where we do recognize there's not an extreme of good or an extreme of bad, and that we are the creators and the witnesses, because we are the awareness, the witnesses of our reality that is reflecting back to us everything we see and perceive, and everywhere we energetically vibrate within our own personal holographic reality. And that the collective mirror is a collective vibrational display of what the collective in a unified group is revealing to itself. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I hope that makes sense to everybody. What I thought I would do, rather than do a lot of talking, was do some downloads, or we call downloads, a sort of a semi-brief meditation where we can do downloads that will facilitate more of what we want. So for example, and I was briefly kind of meditating or asking source consciousness and the divine, like what would be for the most benevolent best of everyone in our group today, listening live and even in delayed playback, if that's the case, for the collective reality that would support and assist us. And what I was getting was to bring us into just a small meditation and to activate some of the following. So I'll let you know what they are, and you'll hear the words, and always your free will consent would be required for it to be effective for you. But codes of integrity, because we really need that in our world right now, especially in many of our world governmental perceived leaders and religious leaders, etc. We need more integrity, the energetics of integrity. The other one we were going to do is harmony, because like, why does war exist? Is when we don't know how to live in harmony with one another, or energetically, we don't have enough of the vibration of harmony anchored into our physical world. And then we were going to do one of honesty, because of course it's very easy to be lied to by so we could call it an old patriarchy or an old paradigm, if we don't have enough energetics of honesty, like the value of being honest. Our old paradigm didn't value that, but that is a value and a virtue of this new paradigm we're creating. So you're going to bring that in, and also more divine discernment, the ability to determine and discern the difference between a false light. We have this in the spiritual community too, like false lights misrepresenting, or what we call sometimes like, spiritual business entrepreneurs. They're really just there for being in business, but they're not really necessarily walking the talk. Or even the divine discernment to tell, like, who on the TV is actually telling the truth, if at all, or what leaders, or even government leaders of whoever, just to be able to have that discernment, because it's something we're, as a human species, developing, as a human race, those energetics. And then we're also going to do divine truth, which is really the ability to know what is true. And I can say this, there are not very many truths. Most truths are beliefs. ultimate truths are like very simple. There's basically 3 or 4. You exist. You have always existed and you will always exist. That is absolute truth from as far as I know, right? And number 2, absolute truth. This is like meat. This is like really good, juicy stuff here. Absolute truth is you are pure awareness, and that pure awareness, ultimately all awarenesses are one divine source of awareness. Now, you could call that source multiple things, but you could call it God, you could call it spirit, you could call it whatever you want to call it, but it is one divine source of all one, ultimately all one. That's an absolute truth as far as I know and as far as I can tell. Another absolute truth is that you are a creator creating, and what you get back is what you put out as a creator creating, both conscious and unconscious. So once you change that conscious and unconsciousness, you can create something entirely new, better, more desirable for you, right? That's an absolute truth as far as I can tell and as far as I know. And then the 4th one is that pretty much everything else, for the most part, is up to you. Everything's going to change. You can change things. You can play with things. You can create. You can co-create. You can miscreate. You can discreate. You can destroy and uncreate things. All of that is up for you as a creator being once you start to know your power. Oh, the only other thing I'll say, and this might not be absolute in all multiverses, but as far as I know and can tell, everything ultimately is frequency and vibration, various frequencies, which are just the energetics. So once you start to know that, anything else you can test by that. So let's say you have a belief like, oh, nobody's trustworthy out there. Well, you can start changing that belief and you can change that reality. And I hope this addresses some of even what Alan was saying. Anyway, coming back to what I was going to do, just say a few more things about what I want to bring in through the meditation besides discernment, because that conversation was about discernment and divine truth, was the willingness. Let's bring in these energetics to facilitate for humanity, the willingness to awaken, the willingness to consider beyond their own, we could say, matrix of illusion, or beyond just what we're being told in the physical world. See, because when groups of powerful beings like us here get together and we bring in these energetics and we anchor them through us, through our embodiment here, through our willingness, we anchor it into the physical world and it ripples out to the collective. So that's what we're planning on doing here with this brief meditation. Then we also want to do something for immunity and imperviousness. And I don't know like how much I'm totally allowed to say on immunity and imperviousness, but one of the things I found in our DNA, and this is like one of the greatest gifts right now on Earth, is that our DNA contains perfect immunity and imperviousness to any and all things that could be in any way physically harmful to us, including things like, jabs, vaxes, whatever is out there. So, chemtrails, whatever, things that start with G, we won't name them because we don't want to create problems in the world of, you have to, but we, because there's, I was going to do something on censorship too, let's do that. But we want to activate those codes of DNA, and they don't get activated on the mental plane, right? You can't just think it. It's a vibrational compatibility. So we want to get us into that state where we can vibrationally activate these for everyone who's willing. And you start doing that enough, you start knowing you're walking around this world and you're immune and impervious. And why are you immune and impervious? Because the reality is you are the viewer. You are the awareness that is aware of this reality, that knows that even though there's energetic density from those you are over interacting with who are still believing that everything is physical, you're rising your frequency up to now, I'm the awareness that is the vibration here, and anything that is of density no longer has access to me. My key won't unlock that, or even if it could, I don't want to. You have a key, you have keys, right? Key codes in the DNA. I hope this is making sense. The other thing we want to bring out is our willingness to speak and honor our truths. Why is this so important? Because when we are stifling ourselves energetically, vibrationally, this is why censorship shows up in the external world. When we feel unsafe to speak our truth, to hear the truth of others, this is all this chakra center, right? Every time we block this out from ourselves, we censor ourselves, the censorship shows on the public stage. So we want to do healing on this for ourselves and bring in energetic compatibility, vibrational compatibility. And then lastly, well, there's a couple of other things, but I would like to unravel a little bit of this idea that we are worthlessness. We have no worth, no value, no lovability. Because of course, until humans heal this at the deepest level of our being, the core essence of who we are, that is really the ultimate solution for, in a sense, for shadow aspects of us that are unwilling to look under the carpet, too afraid to look at our own shadow, because we're so, the wounded part is so unafraid to see or perceive ourselves as unlovable or unworthy or having no value. And when we know that in the core of the being of who we really are, and we start to understand that we are the vibrational energetic of love. That is the essence of who we are. Absolute love at the essence, the core of who we are. Our being is pure love. Then it's not so scary to look at the shadow parts that we were in resistance to. We can be like, let's transform it into love, because that's what we're here for anyway. All right, so how does that sound to everybody? And can I just, how much time do I have to do this to lead this kind of meditation? I don't know, Neil, if you're still hearing me, or Joan, because I know we started late, but can someone just tell me?
I'm thinking till almost through
10 minutes, about 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness, that's not quite enough time for me.
I
All right,
think
so
we have a couple more than that if you need it.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, all right. So if whoever wants to participate, now this is not a left brain thing, right? We're going to go beyond the mental plane. So you want to start taking some deep and relaxing, long and slow breaths that are relaxing for you. And if it's safe for you to do so, you want to close your eyes. And I just want to check my time. So, and as you're breathing, I want you to breathe in the energetic frequency of pure, divine, primordial love. I'm going to amplify. And as this love is coming in, your eyes are closed if it's safe. And you want to feel, sense, see, perceive from your inner awareness this love filling up your third eye area. Go back. You don't have to know where it is, into the pineal pituitary gland. Just allow yourself to be the awareness, filling up love in and through the whole brain. And of course, peace is always a good one to breathe into, the energetic of pure, divine, primordial love, pure, divine, primordial peace. Exhale when it's comfortable. And when it's comfortable, you travel down into the throat center too. We're just relaxing, bringing the body into homeostasis. This homeostasis allows us to come into the divine neutral. Fill up the throat center with pure, primordial, divine love, pure, primordial, divine peace. You guys are doing great. I'm with you. And when you exhale, rainbow out. So if you see or sense rainbow energy all around you in every direction, up, down, bottom, top, left, circle, a ripple of rainbow love all around. So you inhale the love, you exhale the love. Third, deep, slow, relaxing breath down into the heart center now. This is your portal to the higher realms. This is just the warm up, guys. So big, long, slow, deep, relaxing breaths into the heart center. The reason this is a multicolored chakra, which happens to be deep green and also magenta, is because it's your portal to the higher realms. This center has to be opened and activated for you to start to connect really deeply with your multidimensional reality. Breathe deep, long, slow into that heart, ripple out rainbow around you. And there's no way to do this wrong. Your way is the right way. Long, slow, deep, relaxing breath of love down into your solar plexus region, which is the belly center. Fill up the belly center in every direction, all around. And this we associate with the vibrational color bandwidth of golden yellow or bright yellow. Exhale, rainbow love. If you don't get the colors, that's okay. No way to do it wrong. Next breath of love, travel it down. In every breath, you breathe deeper, longer, slower, more comfortable, more relaxed. This time go down below the lower dantian, below the belly button, into the reproductive center. Typically, we associate this color, I know most of you know, with gold, bright orange. But rainbow color light is always good. Breathe in, breathe out. Your field gets built up with love as you exhale that rainbow love around you, knowing there's no way you can do it wrong. Gods and bodies cannot do this wrong. They can only get more divinely aligned. Next breath in, long, slow, deep, relaxing, down into the base of the spine. Fill up the base of the spine, typically beautiful ruby red colors, and exhale out. Now, while you're at the base of the spine, I want you to feel the base buttocks area as you're sitting, whatever you're sitting on, and open it, relax it, activate it. If you think you don't know, just open it, relax it, activate it, as if you did know. Drop your next breath of love all the way down as deep as you can into the core of Gaia, Sophia, Mother Earth. There is no way to do this wrong. Breathe deep down and reach energetically for the crystalline realm. Most of you are there. Good job. And reach for this crystalline realm. This crystalline consciousness is storing up what's known as, right, your avatar Christed consciousness. Has nothing to do with religion. Breathe it up now, and you'll know you're there. Start to rise it up now through the buttocks. We're going to go faster because we're time limited in the linear way. Breathe it up through the buttocks. You'll know you're there because this is when the body starts tingling. Rise it up through the reproductive center, still breathing love and peace. Rise it up into the belly center. Remember, all around you, ripple out. As the exhale, you just ripple and release love. Rise it up into the heart center, ripple and release in a rainbow way all around you. Building the rainbow container, right? Rise it up into the throat center. And then into the third eye once again. Next one, I want you to reach for the top of your crown, not with your hands, just with your awareness. Feel for the top of your, there you go. Lots of you are there. You're just feeling for the top of your brain. There you go. And if you get a little dizzy, it's fine. That's good. You're not going to stay that way. Breathe in love. And when you feel for that top of the crown and you know you're there because you feel a slight pressure that feels really good. Next breath of love, I want you to just as if you're diving off a swimming pool, diving board, dive down into your heart. As deep as you can into the depth of the core of your being. Good. There you go. Nice. Beautiful space to be here. Now, all you need to do is keep diving into the depth of your heart. And from this space, we call in the vibrational frequencies, right? So you just keep breathing love, drop into the heart. That's all you need to do now. And then what you hear, as long as you agree, you breathe deeper love. If you hear something you don't want, you say no, thank you with your mind. You'll come out of the heart space because you're coming into the mental plane, right? But just keep breathing in love, drop into the heart space. Let's ask Divine Source, Creator God, Omni, Infinite Source, right now to surround each and every being in their own perfect and pure primordial crystalline, ensuring that each being is in their own perfect and pure crystalline, and cutting and releasing all cords and connections which are not 100% of the light, 100% in service to the light, 100% in support of our roles in God's plan of lighted creation, God's source creator, our own divine plan of lighted creation, for the most benevolent, best of all, with harm to none. Drop into your heart even deeper. Breath of love drops you down. And let's have divine source and our own infinite, omnipresent, omni-aware selves, our own eternal ever beings, and our own one true source of all that is, infuse in and through us, activate, energize, integrate, and align within us all of our chakras based to 108, coming into alignment with our own divinity. Your job is just breathe and receive and allow if you so choose. There we go. Nice, nice. And if at any point you need to reopen or activate your base chakra, just do that by releasing, opening, diving back into the heart. Now let's have this infinite omnipresent source to awaken. I'm listening for the words in the moment of silence. To awaken the highest, purest truth within each and every one of us, that we are worth and value embodied because we exist, that we are the embodiment of worth and value, that we have source consciousness, truth, perspective, understanding, and definition of worth and value, and of knowing our own worth and our own value, and also lovability, that we know and experience each and every one of ourselves as lovable, and that we have the energetic vibration the frequency and the embodiment of these energies of being and experiencing ourselves as completely lovable. Breathe, receive, consent, and allow. If you choose now, drop into the heart space as you agree, and it shall be done. It's all energetics now. Activate, energize, integrate. Anchor it in. There we go. Just breathe and notice. Nice, good. Nice. And let's also bring in the divine truth, the knowing of divine truth, the willingness to know divine truth, the willingness to have and embody divine truth, source consciousness truth, and also the willingness to have and embody discernment, source consciousness discernment, the ability to be discerning, the ability to have discernment, the worth and deservability of discernment, the truth of how to utilize and embody discernment, the energetic frequencies of discernment, and the ability to have and embody discernment for the greater good of all beings, including self. Now breathe, receive, consent, allow if you choose. It's all energetic attunement. There you go. This is so beautiful. You guys are doing so great. Breathing, receiving, and allowing, anchoring it in now to each and every one of our energetic structures, our energy forms, our bodies and beings, for the most benevolent, best of all, harm to none. Recognizing and noticing. All you have to do is breathe and be aware. Nice, good. Now let's bring in the energetic, the willingness to awaken, the willingness to seek higher truths and to expand and elevate our consciousness. Breathe that in, allow and accept, and always. These frequencies are just from the highest, clearest, purest levels, frequencies, vibrations of pure awareness that we can receive and allow. So breathe, receive, accept, and allow. That your willingness anchors in through your energetic field and ripples into the whole collective of reality. Breathe, accept, and allow, receive, energize, amplify, integrate, and anchor it in. There we go. Nice. Next one we're going to do honesty and integrity, divine honesty, divine integrity. Let's breathe that in. Let's have Source, Creator, God, the one true God of light of creation, however you term it, it's okay, right? Our infinite, eternal, ever beings, to bring in the energetic frequencies of integrity, divine integrity, and also divine honesty, that it's safe finally to be honest. It's safe finally to have and embody integrity, and that we choose integrity in our bodies, beings, lives, and livings, and in our structure of our physical world. We become the anchors for this integrity and this honesty. That it's safe for us, we're capable of it, we're worthy and deserving of it, and we have the highest, clearest, purest consciousness when it comes to integrity and when it comes to honesty. And we are embodying these energies now, anchoring them in, energizing, amplifying, and breathing them through. Notice what you notice. Just breathe and allow. And let's also bring in safety to speak our authentic truth, and safety and acceptance in hearing and acknowledging other people's truth, recognizing that all truths don't have to be in agreement all the time, that that's okay too. That we're worthy and deserving of speaking and sharing truth, capable of hearing others' perspectives without being in extreme resistance to them. Embodying that sense of safety to speak and express with clarity, authenticity, and truth. Breathe and allow these frequencies, energies, and vibrations into your body being. Just notice and allow. Source consciousness brings in the vibration, right? And all the energetics moves it through the body being as you breathe it. Activating, energizing, amplifying, anchoring it through all of the energetic frequencies in each individual, agreeing and consenting. And the exhale ripples it out through the field. Okay, good. Let's just do one or two more before we begin to wrap up. Let's do this activation of immunity and imperviousness. Now, some of you have done it already, especially if you know me. You've done it with me. You can never do it too many times. Let's activate all the codes of immunity and imperviousness in your own dormant DNA, waiting for you to remember and reclaim them. The knowing with these codes comes the knowing that you are 100% immune and impervious to any and all harmful substances in the physical known world, especially including things that might be put into the skin or breathed in through the air, especially things that might be dropped from the sky, especially things that might be jabbed into the body. You are 100% immune and impervious. This does not mean you will put yourself ever in harm's way. This does not mean you will attempt to egoically test the laws of the universe or the laws of nature. It just means you get to walk around embodying the knowing that you need to be free, that you are free of fear, free of the worry of it, free of the concern of it, that you have source consciousness on being 100% immune, 100% impervious to these things. Breathe, receive, consent, and allow now. Let's bring in these energetics for you as you accept and allow them. Accept them with your breath. Allow these vibrations to permeate in and through as they get energized, amplified, integrated through your body being, your energy field, and anchored in. Breathe and allow. Notice. There, nice, a little more. I have to do some of it silently in this case, just because there's certain words I just don't want to say to upset people. Just a few moments of silence here. Just noticing as you're breathing. There we go. Nice, just one final. And we just do one more for the animals, and that is that animals are brothers and sisters in what we call the animal form, feathered beings, four-legged beings, etc. We ask that the consciousness comes in, that these are sentient beings, worthy and deserving of being treated with loving compassion, just as we are, loving kindness, consciousness, and the recognition that they are fully sentient beings. We're willing to recognize them. This is the last one. Take long, slow, deep breath, and we'll complete after this. We're willing to recognize them as our brothers and sisters on earth, worthy and deserving of being treated with respect, honor, dignity, grace, love, kindness. We all want to be treated this way. As we treat our brothers and sisters and one another, more of this expands into our reality. Breathe it in, accept it, allow it. Good, now here's the beauty of these kinds of meditations. There's not a long process to get out. All you start to do is just gently wiggle whatever needs to wiggle. You didn't go anywhere. You just up-leveled your frequency and vibration, and you just invited more in. So as you're wiggling whatever needs to wiggle and coming back into your physical presence, just before you finally come out or open your eyes, just put your hands on your heart and reaffirm the highest truth. I am love. Say it to yourself out loud or silently. I am loved. The embodiment of love. I'm worthy and deserving of love. And I'm worthy and deserving of sharing and contributing love and greatness to this world, to the betterment of the whole of humanity. Yes, when you're ready.
Lori, that was amazing. Amazing, amazing. And the code's perfect. Thank you so much. How do people find you, Lori?
Through the website or through YouTube, LoriSpagna.com. It's my name, LoriSpagna. LoriSpagna.com is the website. There's lots of awesome free gifts there too, like DNA free gifts. If you go to the free gifts page, DNA activations and clearings for animals and you. What's a star seed? How to know if you are one, which lots of people here obviously are. Tons of stuff over there. And the YouTube channel as well, just by searching my name. Lots of stuff there.
Thank you, Lori.
You guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful. And Neil, I'm always just so grateful to you.
Thank you for your friendship and everything that you've been doing over the years. And definitely, I just like love the fact that, you know, a friendship has kind of blossomed over the last few years, and you've contributed so much energy to this community. So I just appreciate you very much.
Neil, I hope this doesn't sound in any way like, I hope you will receive. I'm like so proud of you. I don't mean it in an arrogant way, or any kind of like in the highest way possible. Like, go Neil. And you are just doing such amazing stuff. Like what you're doing is just yay you.
Thank you, Lori. And you're going to be at our live conference in a year and 1 week from today.
Yeah.
So we'll see you there.
And I'll see you there. I'll see you at the Disclosure Festival. And
yes,
I'm
going to be in LA at Disclosure Fest in June. Love that community too. And yes, it's going to be really exciting. And then I'll also be at the chat for Rob Potter's event. So yay.
Oh yeah, I'll be there too. So I'll see you there.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a PTA party.
Yes,
yeah,
let's do it.
Let's do it, Neil. Mount Shasta event. I actually have a retreat that is practically sold out the week after that. Ooh. So I'm so excited about that event too. Got some really fun
I'll see you there.
All right, guys.
All right, see you soon.
Thanks
Love
again.
You.
Love you, Lori.
Love you too.
Amazing. All right, so let's moving on to our next presenter. I'm really excited to be introducing our next guest here because many reasons, but one reason is the reason why we're 22 minutes away from each other right now is because of our friendship. And I'm going to be spending the next week with her. Well, I'm spending the time now, but as of tomorrow, we're going to be exploring the whole of Florida up and down the peninsula together. And Shreya Dharma, I'm going to read from the bio just so you kind of get an idea of, you know, what she's done, who she is, and then tell you a little bit about my personal connection with Shreya. So Shreya Dharma is an author, clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient guide, and energy healer in service to the awakening of humanity. Having experienced profound awakenings at an early age, Shreya has prepared herself for this time of service as an orator, scribe for the divine creator within all of us. Her calling is to ensure each and every being on earth has the opportunity to awaken to the truth of ourselves as one with love. In love with the law and divine principle, Shreya brings profound clarity and comprehension of the creative process and perspective that takes us all the way back before the beginning of time, helping us resolve our greatest esoteric perplexities as we usher in a new era of co-creative potential on Earth. Author of Love's Whisperings, Authentic Spiritual Development with the Star Elders, and Unlocked and Unleashed, The God Within You, Shreya expects to release next 3 books. Well, that was actually a while ago, so I think she's brought some out already. And she's the founder of Pure Living Expo, New Earth Vision Portal, and Anchor the Dream. She leads workshops and gives talks around the country, and currently is traveling the country, and we're going to be traveling together. And then on my personal tip, been working with Shreya since 2011. She was actually the first MC at our first large-scale conference in 2012. And since then, we've worked together on so many different levels. She's helped me design the website that you're currently using in order to even register for this event. She's helping me right now upscale the business in regards to creating different types of universities and platforms. She's been a mentor, a guide, a teacher, and a best friend for quite some time. So I'm just really happy to introduce her to everybody on this platform. Hey, Shreya.
Thank you, Neil. That is so sweet and wonderful. I so appreciate you. And like Lori, I too, I'm very proud of you, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. And this illustrious panel of beings that you have called forth today, these MCs and all the speakers and everyone who's participating by watching either now or on the replay, to really bring us into this fold of love and coherence so that we are literally taking the steps forward of creating our own realities now in at the next level, let's just say.
Yes.
At the very next level. So yes, it's a thing of beauty. And just breathing in, maybe shaking, breathing and shaking a little, just whatever you need to do to get your body ready. Just so much activation, so much beautiful stuff going on here today, and knowing that all is well, as this next little download will be perfect for whomever needs to hear it. A lot of things that any of us might say today, some of us may already know, and some of it may be new to some of us, depending on where we are or who we've interacted with. And basically, we're creating this field to contemplate our oneness together. And so that is a really profound moment in time as we shift into a collective consciousness awareness and stay individuated as our own unique selves. So I'm going to go ahead and share the screen here. Let's see, where is it? Okay. And we're going to do a little slideshow here for fun. So let me see if I can move this thing out of the way. All right. Codes of Union. Okay, that's some art I did a while back. So as a first and always primary step in our explorations together, let's just take a moment to give thanks for everything, all the speakers that have come before, for all the wisdom that we've gleaned, for all the aha moments, and for this very powerful now moment in which we bring ourselves fully present, asking from within, declaring, claiming from within that connection to our inner being, our source, God, love, whatever it is that you call the God of your understanding, creator of all creators, being of all beings, light of all lights, love of all loves. Thank you so much for helping us today to take our next steps. And may this next activation be profound and useful on the journey as well. We give thanks as we move forward into this time together. The only thing I'm seeing here is that I am not able to move. Pardon me for one moment as I just get this out of the way so that I can not have the screen blocked. Okay. Unity equals community. We are coming into our unity consciousness once again. And we have individuated for a reason, as many beings have said it and declared today for us all to reflect upon. We are the great I am. We are the primary source in different bodies. Isn't that a trip? Like, what in the world? What did we do? We refracted ourself into many to have these different experiences. And now we're coming back into unity after wandering far afield from home, let's just say, that home, that I am, that realization of truth. And we were never meant to conform as we separated and individuated. We were never meant to compete or be smushed together as one in the sense of losing our uniqueness. But that is often what happens as we go into a separation experience and we're awakening. We may believe that for a moment as we're trying to make our way back and figure it out, because we have a unity in our diversity, and the individuation is what makes creation fun. If you only had blue, it would not be as pretty of a picture. I mean, you could have a pretty picture with blue, but what if you have blue, purple, green, yellow, orange, red, and every other color along with it? Then it's like, ooh, now we can mix it up. Now we can have some wild fun. So it also brings with it some challenges to overcome as we individuate. Now we're going to have the reflection of ourselves with different desires, preferences, ideas, etc., ways of being, and maybe even attachment to those ways of beings and beliefs. So our oneness does not mean we're all the same. We often go through this confusing stage, trying to figure out how to get everybody on the same page. But what if creation is not about getting everybody on the exact same page in their own unique sphere? Maybe there's one main thing we need to get on the same thing about, on the same page about, which is, yes, we are one. And wow, wouldn't kindness be great? You know, what's it like if we got on that same page, but then we allowed our unity and diversity instead of trying to enforce oneness by enforcing any kind of conformity? But we can see a lot of conformity or a desire for conformity, a desire for people to believe the same, people getting really hung up on one idea and then trying to push others to do the same. What if creation could be safe and we could be safe and well, even if we all had different beliefs and different ways of being and different desires and different comfort levels around certain practices and everything else? So we're taking baby steps and we're learning patience, plus a willingness to learn more about creation and the mechanics of it. and our own selves. This is a key. Our willingness to learn and grow and be aware, step away from attachment or really holding hard and fast onto any belief system. And in our individuated aspects, we can remember union. So this individuated being who's shown up experiencing life through what we call this body gets to experience its oneness with the all that is. It feels like a paradox sometimes. I'm getting chills on this. Somebody's liking this. We are unique and we are one at the same time. This is a great paradox. And those great beings and masters who we've heard of have fully realized this. So they're experiencing life, maybe as Grant was pointing, not in a body, but through a body, through a bodily expression. Yet they still were able to come to the full realization of themselves as one with the all that is. There's a funny story about Yogananda I was just reminded of yesterday. And so in his main book, Autobiography of a Yogi, he's giving a lecture and he's like, and the oneness is the sublime reality of God, and then all of a sudden he stops and he's like, shakes a little. He's like, oh, so sorry. Sometimes it's very difficult being 40 beings at once. So, so he knew he was already starting to have greater and greater experiences of this union, because he was realizing that he was actually vibrating as multiple physical beings at the same time. And sometimes he would get direct hits about that, and it would throw him off a little bit. So yeah, we're so very diverse. We're going in all different directions. Things seem very black and white sometimes, but truly, when we come together to celebrate our unity like we're doing today, great healing can occur, and great healing of the mind, the body, the emotions, the spirit, since they're all intrinsically interrelated, as we become willing to humble ourselves and open ourselves enough to the possibility of that greater love. But when our individuated aspect feels separate, ego and suffering arise. And as many have spoken about today and this weekend, the wounds of separation create what we call samskaric residue. In other words, body, mind, spirit, emotional patterns in the subconscious mind, which can be cleaned so that we can experience union again. But that samskaric residue is it comes from the compounded momentum in the nature of the law. And the law is, as many have spoken of, that which goes out comes back to us. But then this samskaric residue builds in many ways in our ancestral lineage, therefore impacting our parents and their parents and their parents to certain tendencies of thought and feeling and vibration. And as we know, reality out pictures as a result of thought, feeling, and vibration and imagination. Maybe it was our early childhood that imprinted us and created some samskaric residue with certain tendencies of thought, feeling, and action that maybe aren't the healthiest for us right now. Maybe some of them were beneficial. It's neutral. There's both positive and negative, depending on who you are and what's happening to these samskaric imprints that happen in the subconscious mind. Maybe it was a past lifetime. In this crowd, we can talk, maybe it was an alternate timeline, maybe it was us in space, in other existences, in other dimensions. But we carry forward the patterns that we haven't yet cleared and cleaned with us into our current body, mind, spirit complex, our current existence, to be worked out and to be reflected into our lives. And then some say, in that same Autobiography of Yogi, he talks about how, yes, even our astrology is a match to all that we've carried forward, whether it's a fabulous being who comes in and starts playing the piano brilliantly at 3. It's like, wow, there's a child prodigy. Well, that child has played piano on many planets for many lifetimes and has earned that. Just as all of us have earned these things in our own way and own time by whatever means. So this samskaric residue creates a buildup of tendencies of thought, feeling, and action that we're not conscious of. So we are the compounded momentum in the nature of the law says you may be completely innocent of having this pattern in you, but you're responsible because you're the only one who can intend to clean it and then to clean it with the help of others or on your own. And so as we clean out the old patterns that cause certain things to repercuss in our lives, then we're going to be able to actually experience this union again. It's kind of like cleaning out the junk from the trunk. And while we are individuated, as we clean, we can remember our pre-existent unity more and more. And this creates a feeling of safety and well-being. So as we get glimpses of this pre-existent unity, as we open our hearts to love and safety and the process, then we can actually experience more and more of that unity and feel safer to dig deeper into what Lori was mentioning, the shadow work and the facing our own issues and errors without judging and blaming ourselves, because we're starting to feel safe and loved. At first in our soul's journey, our ego feels empowered by believing in the separation. It kind of gives it a mojo of like, I'm me and I can do what I want, but eventually the thrill of the ego and separation wears off. And there's nothing wrong with having an ego, being an individuated being, having desires, going forth into creation with all that mojo and having all of these experiences. But somewhere along the way, we may have forgotten exactly how compounded momentum in the nature of the law works. And therefore we get a lot of karmic buildup. And then we start also realizing, wow, what is it really about this earthly experience that's so thrilling? Isn't there more? So we begin to rediscover the beauty of connecting with others through the heart and seeing one another as aspects of source. And this is the process of shifting from separation to the realization of our oneness. And it takes time and it takes self-awareness. And it's really a unique soul's journey, individuated perfectly uniquely for each and every being. And that's exactly how God, us, we meant it to be, that each one of us was going to have our own journey of self-discovery and awakening. Because isn't that a thrill? Isn't that a thrill to be the one awakening from the many back to the one while the many are still here? And then we begin to look in each other's eyes and recognize, there you are. Namaste. I see you, God. I see you, Divine One. I see you, extension of myself, expression of source. So we be gentle with ourselves on the journey. We begin to realize there's something more to life than just material self-gratification. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with the material thing. It's when we forget. It's when we forget where it came from, how it got created, and we think it's outside of ourselves that we begin to suffer. So then we begin to seek in earnest for the restoration of the experience of spiritual union, and the true spiritual journey, the deeper spiritual journey, I might say, begins, because I think our whole lives are a spiritual journey. We may start asking questions, profound inner questions for ourselves. Who am I? What am I here for? Where am I? Kind of like Grant was saying, it's like, okay, flat earth, round earth, spinning through space, a simulation, like what the heck is going on here? Right? Like there's some questions that are probably popping for all of us, like, okay, let's think this through. There's a lot of choices about where we could be exactly right now. And who are these others? Are they real? Are they not real? Kind of like Joan and everyone was joking after Grant there. And how do we get along? What is it all about? How do we get along with each other, these others out there that are really aspects of me, but they're not because they're individuated? What's it all about? Why am I suffering? Why do I experience pain? Why do I experience emotional, mental, physical, spiritual pain? Why do I feel loss? How do I change? How do I begin to love unconditionally? These and more are some of the questions that we start asking ourselves. And as we ask, we shall receive. So then the answer comes in the form of books, teachers, materials, podcasts, PTA conferences to help us, because we have asked, and you have asked, you've set it into motion to come to know yourself and to know these things. And here is the manifestation we've all co-created, because we've all been asking a lot of the same things. And as we progress on the path, we start to remember, and teachers point to it, scriptures talk to it, books point to it, but we get to know it within ourselves ultimately. But we can be reminded that the primary union is the union with our own inner source. Now, a lot of people in the twin flame movement, they may say this as well. It's like when you're looking to have your divine beloved partner, love them as source. Love source, knowing that the source of you is the source of them. And then when the two of you are both putting all your love and attention on source as the way and means to love each other, then a whole other level of coherence and higher self functionality can come to be. And this is true generally with a couple or with, you know, with everyone, because right now what we're also doing is coming back into coherence and resonance with the knowledge that we're all one, whether we're in a couple relationship or not. So we might remind ourselves with things like saying things like, I and my Father, Mother, God, Source are one. I am worthy, whole, and complete. And we come to know this, not just think it or hear it. We might have to affirm it for a while if there's parts of us that don't believe it yet. I'm willing to heal. I am awakening. I am blessed. I am an extension of the Prime Creator in form. I am a sovereign divine being here to do what I choose and to bring forth great love. You know, these things are things that you can claim and know and work with and think about and put your attention on, because whatever we put our attention on grows. So as we put our attention on these types of thought forms, and as we put our attention on our primary union with Source within us, then we grow in strength of the knowledge of that union. And this is where Bhakti yoga comes in. So Bhakti yoga is, and it's the same as what it says in the Christian scriptures of love the Lord thy heart with all thy mind, heart, and soul. And we'll get to that a little bit more here. That is a definite path, and it's one major technique. It's like the emergency technique and the foundational technique to continue to put our attention on the divine. So, and this time of opening is a delicate time, because even as more and more love comes in, our wounds from the separation experiences that we've had, that we crafted to have, that somehow we did or didn't know we were doing as we went into this experience, whatever it is, they arise to be healed, and they're gonna arise naturally through our lives and our relationships. So these wounds of separation are gonna show up to be seen, felt, heard, and acknowledged, and then healed and unconditionally loved in our daily lives. And when we don't know that, it can be a little unnerving, and we might get reactive, or we might get triggered. But as we get the memo that that's what's happening, we start to learn about self-reflection, self-love, humility, the self-awareness that shows us that these triggers are arising in us. The other person might be out there doing that thing they're doing, but we are the ones who are getting triggered by it. So that we start cleaning the junk from the trunk through our own process, and we begin to grow in what we call non-attachment, or what the guides call flow. We get, humility. Look, humility is there twice. Yeah, that's because it's very important. It's one of the things that definitely occurs even as we raise up to be feel worthy. We equally feel humble, because we're not trying to prove ourselves anymore, and we know there's so much we don't know. We don't know what we don't know, and we're willing to learn. And we realize we're at one with the Most High. We're extensions of the Prime Creator in form. We're children of Source. We are at one with Source. So that arrogance turns into confidence, and humiliation turns into humbleness. And then we can become more authentic. We can be brave and become more honest with ourselves and others. And we know how to do self-care better. We come into integrity. We're willing to be transparent. We have trust and honor. We learn compassionate communication. We are better able to tap into that inner guidance of that still small voice that also I believe Grant was talking about there recently. And we begin to cultivate self-respect. And of course, if we're respecting ourselves, then we're respecting others, because the other is ourself. So all of these things happen in this transformational cauldron within. And we begin the process of recalibration to the truth of us. And remember, it's a process. It's okay that it's a process. As we learn to love ourselves unconditionally, the unconditional love and compassion for others naturally arises. We embrace the codes of union. The other is an aspect of Source too. The other is an aspect of me, with whom I am one in spirit. And that is a beautiful prayer. If you see someone who's troubled and your heart goes out, say, thank you, Mother, Father, God, for blessing my brother or sister with whom I am one. Bless them, lift them up, see that God spark in them, And by doing that, you're helping them. Miracles will start happening in their lives in ways you won't even know. You may never even see them again. And maybe there's been people doing that for us in our times of trouble and distress as well. Other aspects of ourselves have reached out and helped us. The other also has pain from the wounds of separation. So this is the birthing ground of compassion, deep compassion. We've experienced pain. We get where it came from. And now we can see, that person who's just really rude to me or mean, they're suffering from that wound of separation as well. So we can open our hearts while still taking care of ourselves. And we can realize that everyone is doing the best they can on this journey, because everybody's going home. We're all going home. We're all heading there. Depending on who you talk to about that. That's a deeper subject. Generally speaking, we're all going home. Love of self and love of other becomes the same. I and my brother, sister are one. When we look at ourselves, we're looking at all that is. When we look at others, we're looking at ourselves. And so how do you want to be treated? What do you want to experience? And this is where practices like what we might call white tantra come in, where the realization of oneness and God realization and enlightenment really start to come in. And in our daily life is the cauldron of transformation for this to occur. And we can also take ourselves apart in weekends like this, and retreats and sessions and workshops and anything we might want to do, practices, to actually continue the depth and growth of this. And this is the truth the masters know and serve. We're up next here in Earth School, right? So whatever this Earth is, we're graduating. It seems that do you agree with me? Like, it seems some of us are going to the next level. Like, we are preparing for liftoff. We're preparing for a completion of the cycle here. And during this process, just let's be gentle with ourselves, because there's times when we can see all this clearly and we're like, yes, woohoo, the other is me. I'm at one with God. All is well. Even though there's all this stuff going on, I'm feeling great. And then there's other times where we're like, please, God, tell me I'm not one with that being. You've got to be kidding me. Like, so we just have to, let ourselves be in the process. And sometimes we're in the muck. So we bring our unconditional love to that, whether we're absolutely seeing this clearly or whether we're in a moment where it's not so clear anymore. Both, because the moments where it's not that clear anymore, and we reach for the truth, and we love ourselves unconditionally, and we do our best to love others unconditionally, even though it's difficult, that's where some real spiritual growth, some real headway can be made right there. So we love ourselves. It's all good. It's all good. It's all a part of the process that we're in together and individually. And it's a unique journey. The same process for all of us in unique ways. So we're going to learn to be gentle with ourselves. More and more, we're learning to be gentle with ourselves as we go through this process. Sometimes we might need to bring in that divine masculine. We need the unconditional love and the gentleness of the mother. And sometimes we might need to put a little fire under our butt and get ourselves moving in another direction too. So the gentleness and the positive aspects of discipline, all these things, we're learning to be gentle with others. We're learning to establish and reestablish healthy boundaries to take good care of ourselves at the same time. And we know when to say, when to stay, when to walk away, and when to run. Like that song. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And to let it be okay without judgment of ourselves or others. Like sometimes, look, a situation is just not resolving and we're not vibrating with it anymore. So our attention naturally shifts over here. If we're judging it, we're all up in it, tangling ourselves in it, reacting to it. Now we're going to keep perpetuating the cycle. So sometimes it's like, I'm doing my inner healing work. I'm clearing myself. I'm acknowledging my part of the creation of this experience. I'm cleaning some samskaric residue. And that being still not changing, well, we're probably just going to go and we're going to find where we do resonate without a lot of stickiness. So doing the clearing work gets us unstuck. It gets rid of the stickiness. And we open our hearts to more and more love, even while being decisive. So again, it's that balance of that masculine and feminine energy within us, that yin and yang, that starts to happen where we can really take care of ourselves with love, loving kindness. And we begin to trust the process. A teacher once said to me in my 20s, you can trust everyone to be exactly who they are. And so we trust the process, and we begin to trust source within us, and we begin to trust that everyone is where they are on their path. And as we come to know the others, we can just sort of acknowledge, that's where that being is right now. Okay. And also we know that they can shift and we can shift. So we start taking a little deeper steps on the journey. That was grammatically incorrect. We take deeper steps on the journey into trust, and that trust begins to open our hearts. But sometimes let's face it, it can be scary to face this stuff, these patterns, these wounds, these fears, and these projections that are up in our psyche. And so again, it's like we're working it. And sometimes we might actually need help, and that's okay too. It's really okay. And but just to know that no wound is unhealable. Nothing broken is unfixable. As deep and dark as it may be, we can get in there and self-correct and self-modulate and bring the healing in to restore the body, mind, spirit complex, to restore psyches, to restore our emotional balance, to heal, to cleanse, clear, clean, all the things that need to be cleansed, cleared, and clean in order to create that safety and that well-being again, and that freedom. And this is why we absolutely must learn self-love, self-forgiveness, and restore our innate sense of innocence. We are loved. We are loved. We are perfect, whole, and complete. The Father, Mother, God that we sometimes think of outside of us, that's actually inside of us. We can think of them as that divine Father, Mother, God who absolutely loves us unconditionally. The guides and angels of the light who absolutely love us unconditionally, who with all their heart see who we really are and remember who we really are, even when we do not. And we can begin to give that to ourselves as well. And then we can begin to give it to others from there. And in this way, we safely navigate the waters of our wounds of separation with self-responsibility and self-love. This is absolutely crucial. This is crucial that we have that feeling of safety, and we have our bearings enough to just kind of be like, okay, sometimes it's a projection I'm doing. Sometimes it's something I need to avoid. Where's my guidance? What's my guidance versus my fear? We start being able to figure out, oh, that was my inner guidance voice. Oh, and that was a fear from the past. Okay, let me clean the fear from the past. And now what does my guidance say? So these are all very important practices in this inner cauldron of transformation that we're in, that self-awareness is the key to it. Self-awareness and that consciousness is the key to all of it. Absolutely. And love, of course, the power of love. We must be as little children to enter the kingdom. These two precious ones. That innocent, trusting, forward movement, that self-love, that ability to play, that ability to be real with what we're feeling, not push it away or make it wrong or judge it. Right? For surely the queendom of God is within us. And it is. It always has been, always will be. I and my Father, Mother, God are one. And in the dark night of the soul, these challenges that we have sometimes push us into further realization and to reaching out, which is really reaching in to connect with that source. Profound experiences of healing and truth can happen in these challenging times. So this is what we might call the at-one-ment. We are returning to the realization of our at-one-ment with the divine, with God, with all that is. And it is a humbling process. The ego is humbled and the spirit is lifted up and our self-worth is lifted up, even as we begin to self-correct. And this is the atonement pointed to in the spiritual tradition. So there's a lot of material in the wisdom traditions that actually had, we're talking about this alchemical process we go through. A lot of it got twisted up, pointed in all kinds of directions, all stuff overlaid on top of it that was not part of the original process. That's okay. We're starting to figure it out. And, it's not religious, but it's spiritual truths here that are universal. And if you look deeply enough into all the authentic spiritual traditions of the world, you'll find remnants and needles in the haystack pointing to these same truths around the world and across all time. So this is the preparatory school for what we call Ascension. This is what we're doing. We're literally lightening the load. It's like, okay, we can't take that baggage with us. That's a little dense. Let's leave your bags at the door. Come on up the ladder. Let's go. We're preparing. Prepare ye the way of the Lord, which is the law. Prepare ye the way of Ascension. Prepare ye the way of self-knowledge, gnosis. And so this is the reunion and recalibration to the truth of us, the truth long hidden, but never lost. Never, ever, ever was this truth lost. It was always here at hand. The kingdom, queendom of God is at hand. Well, where's your hand? It's right here. Always has been, always will be. We're awakening. We're peeking out, finding, there it is. There's that love again. This is the restoration of the soul, the awakening of humility, and the liberation of truth. There's no longer a desire to hurt anyone as we've come full circle now. So we sometimes might still get mad at people. Let's face it, we're human, we're on a process. But we more and more, when we get our feelings hurt, or we become angry at someone, or we have a frustration, we learn how to process it within ourselves. And we only want the best for everyone and ourselves. And we no longer see ourselves as a victim to all this outer circumstance, because we remember, oh, wait a second, somehow, some way I manifested this. I have no idea how. It could have been my past life, my ancestral lineage, et cetera, et cetera. But yet we take responsibilities. We claim our innocence and our responsibility. And then we choose to live by the golden rule of our own free will. We've come full circle. We're out on the fool's journey, trusting, and in the now. The fool is the beginning of the deck, but it's also kind of the amorphous everything of the deck, isn't it? It's like the zero. So it's beginning, middle, and end. It's the unified field. It's our ability to be in the now. It's our ability to trust and walk near danger, but know that our little sweet doggy guide is there, helping make sure we don't step off the cliff. We trust, and we begin to choose to live by the golden rule of our own free will. It's enlightened self-interest too. We've come to know this. We own up to our own errors. Like, in other words, the error, again, sin means missing the mark. So wherever we miss the mark of treating others in a positive way, or treating ourselves in a positive way, or making choices that supported our life, or any other kind of thing that we might consider an error, now we consciously seek our own inner correction. The correction is not being imposed from without. We're like, oh wow, I could have really handled that better, or oh my gosh, finally I can see why all those people were so mad at me now. Like, we start getting these downloads and these realizations that we're safe enough to see the other person's perspective. Finally, we feel safer and safer doing this. The more we practice and the more we trust. And it's okay, because a lot of times in the past, in this sort of draconian reality we've been living in, when somebody is wrong or makes an error, punishment ensues. Or, so that's where we're like, no, he did it. That wasn't me. It was my brother over there. It's like, oh, no, go get them. So we felt this need to cover things up, hide, lie, pretend we didn't do something. All of that old egoic fear construct came from the fact that we felt worried that we were going to be blamed and shamed and maybe even maimed and hurt and killed and all the rest of it. Like, it's like, let's face it, we had some situations here. But now, as we're starting to realize how the game actually works, there's really not an out there in control of us. It's in here. The in here is in control of us. So we become safer and safer. We love ourselves unconditionally. We take baby steps. We trust the practice. And the first step is admitting things to ourselves, like, oh, I really could have done that a better way. Maybe we're not ready to admit that to the other person yet. Eventually, maybe we will be. And it's all good. It's okay. It's just part of the process. We learn how to forgive one another and ourselves with true forgiveness. We love ourselves unconditionally, and we comprehend the other's pain and extend our compassion now, because they're going through the same thing. We're strong in our individuality while honoring all beings. We rise in spiritual maturity and take responsibility for ourselves. And we remember how to become stewards, loving, positive, high-intended stewards of our families, our communities, and our world. This is how the soul grows, and the cycle, she comes to a close. Full circle. Yes, full circle. Ah, the soul's journey. What a magnificent thing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The ancient scriptures begin to make sense. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and all thy soul, with all thy mind, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Jesus taught us that. He's teaching us these same mysteries, isn't he? Happiness is a state of mind and has nothing to do with the external world. Krishna said that in the Bhagavad Gita. These teachings have been around a bit. Buddha, you yourself, as much as anybody else in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. Don't respond to rudeness. When people are rude to you, they reveal who they are. And I might say they reveal where they're at in that moment, who they're being, not who you are. Don't take it personally anymore. If you're getting triggered, work on that. Be silent. Agree with your enemy when you are in the way with them. Be still. Don't cause a big kerfuffle. Judge nothing and you will be happy. Forgive everything and you will be happier. Love everything and you will be happiest. So there is a formula here. We just get to learn it. We get to remember it. We get the junk out of the trunk. Now we can actually be that. We can actually feel those vibrations of happiness and love. Remembering a wrong is like carrying a burden on the mind. It's a samskaric imprint that will recycle with us to revisit again until we can eliminate it. That's why we do this mighty work. That's why we forgive. We don't want to recycle with these negative patterns anymore. And pain is certain, but suffering is optional. Let's really take that in for a moment. So, you know, when you feel pain, right? It's like you stub your toe. It's like, that really hurt. What's it like to just alchemize the pain and go ahead and feel it without making a big deal about it and complaining about it and talking to the neighbors about it for the next 3 weeks, right? It's like we feel the pain, we move on. Suffering is optional. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. Let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we did get sick, at least we didn't die. So let's all be thankful. There's always something to be thankful for. And there's so many tools and many gems to discover on the journey, and the beings and speakers here and authors and people all over the world, the awakening millions. You know, there's so many tools for us all to share. We resonate with certain ones and we use them, and that is a beautiful thing. Thank you for your time and attention in receiving this presentation of these codes of union, which are alive in all of us. It's my honor and pleasure to provide tools, time, attention, and unconditional love for the journey. This is my favorite thing to do, is watch and be a sort of a midwife for transformation. It's absolutely my joy. I love it. You can find me on Telegram at Imagine Your World. I post on there semi-regularly, and I also put my events and things on there. And I also have my website, shariadharma.com, where you can find podcasts, webinars, inspiration, my newsletter, online courses, tools and skills, free resources of all kinds, coaching, energy clearing, and readings. It'd be my pleasure to work with you if you feel so moved. And once again, I want to thank Neil and everybody and see where we're at with time, and if there's any questions or anything like that.
Beautiful. Yeah, we have a couple. We have one right here, actually. Mm-hmm. Well, Chris is asking, what would you repeat what your teacher told you in your 20s?
Let me re-access that.
Remember that.
What was that one? There's so many things my teacher taught me in my 20s. What did I say just now? Oh, I know what he's pointing to. Yeah. You can trust everyone to be exactly who they are. So you can trust everyone. You can absolutely trust everyone. You can trust them to be themselves. So if we have blinders on and we're not willing to see who they're actually showing up as, that's on us. right? You know, it's like fool me once, and it's your bad. You know, fool me twice or 3 or 4 times. Oh, okay. Somebody, what's next?
That was it for the questions. Just a bunch of comments here.
Question here.
Joan, go ahead.
How is suicide possible?
Yeah. Well, ultimately it's not, right? Like Groundhog Day.
Right. Of course, you keep coming back over and over and over again.
Right. You're like, I'm going to blow myself up this way. I'm going off a cliff. You know, that is one of the most amazing movies for oneness and spiritual growth, I think, that's ever been made. I absolutely love that movie. And you can try, but you're going to come back, you know? And then, and if you finish the cycle and you're like, I'm just taking myself out because I'm done, you know, then you're going to still be pure consciousness. I mean, there is no end to this journey. You know, with all due respect for the pain and the pressure that must be on someone to do that act, it's like, oh my gosh, what compassion, and how amazing it is if we can help someone make a new decision and stop and go ahead, because they're going to loop back in with the same patterns pretty much, you know, if not worsened by the trauma of then having done that act too on top of it. So, you know, it's like, I've looked at this a lot actually with people. Like the energy of doing that to oneself has consequences. It's not going to be the highest choice for the soul. It may feel like an easy way out, temporary. It's like a Band-Aid. It's like, you know, temporary. It's like going out and getting drunk one night, you know, instead of facing your problems.
Well, you know, like I said the other day, when I was facing suicide and I was that depressed, fortunately for me, I ended up I had this lucid vision that I was with my guides. I was in that circle having died, and I saw myself. I saw them talking to me and saying, well, what did you complete on the planet? And then I saw myself going, oh my God, you mean I have to tell them I couldn't do it, that I failed at it, that I couldn't do my mission, and that it was just too hard. Like, can you imagine saying it was, and that snapped me out of it, just so you know, Shariah, that really snapped me out of it. The pain of admitting to my guides that I couldn't do it this life. I was too afraid. You know, so I love your presentation, by the way. It was a complete entry into the 5th dimension. You want to get in the 5th dimension, look at this presentation.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad you decided to stay. Thank you.
Yes, thank God. And that's a wonderful thing to say to someone. You decided to stay. You decided to stick around and take it higher.
Yes, ma'am. I love it so much.
Reverend Dr. Victor is back there.
You want to make any comments, Dr. Victor?
I just adored everything that you shared. Thank you so much. This was a heavenly presentation. Thank you. And I like the word that you said. The word sin means missing the mark. In Hebrew, it's chet, which means when an archer draws the bow, releases the arrow, and misses the target. What a wonderful description.
Yeah, and that's all it is. I'm getting full body chills. It's not, you're a bad person, you need to be tortured, you need, you know, you've done wrong, you need to be cast out of society. It's like, oh shoot, I missed the mark. Okay, how can I correct that myself? But, you know, as we go to do that, there may be pain, there may be tears that come out in the relief of the realization of that. And so it's okay, we got to love ourselves through this process and allow the emotions to transmute as we go.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, love. Beautiful.
I love you
and
all.
Enjoy your tour of Florida, because that would be transforming.
Absolutely. Much love, everyone.
Thank you, Shreya. See you in a bit. Awesome. And let's get Rob on here. All right, we're going to go into our next guest, everybody. We have Paul Wallace coming up. And Rob, do you want to do the official intro for Paul? You're muted.
Yes, sir. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Hang on 2 seconds. I was not prepared. I apologize.
That's okay. Take your time. I'm looking for him anyway. Yeah, he was in the room a second ago. Now I kind of don't see him.
It seems to be happening every time that you know, you go to look for somebody. It's like, where'd everybody go?
Where'd they go? Yeah, let's wait for him to come in. But yeah, pull it up. And why don't you just tell us your own experience with Paul? Because we've been working with Paul now. Well, you've been working with him a little longer than I have. And through Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe, I got introduced to Paul and have had him on the platform a few times. Here he is. Okay, go ahead. Whenever you're ready, bro.
Awesome. So Paul Wallace is an international best-selling author whose books probe world mythologies and ancestral narratives for their insight into human origin, human potential, and our place in the cosmos. A popular speaker and researcher, his documentaries and collaborations are watched by millions. As a senior churchman, Paul served as a church doctor, a theological educator, and an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia, with numerous titles published on Christian mysticism and spirituality. His 2020 book, Escaping from Eden, was hailed by George Norrie as the generation's Chariots of the Gods, propelling Paul onto an international stage as the go-to guy in the field of paleo contact. Paul's latest book, The Scars of Eden, is endorsed by Eric von Daniken. That's what we have here, but there is a lot more to it, but we'll keep it short so we can get Paul. Oh, well, that's what we're going to talk about a little bit, is The Echoes of Eden, which I believe is out on Kindle now, and then May 1st will be out on hardcover, which is just absolutely incredible. I have had the privilege to read most of it, and it is by far just one of the best works that I've personally read. And you know, being with Paul and talking with Paul so much, I respect Paul's insight so much that it has affected me on a personal level and on a research level. He is just heralding this information that when his take on it is just so profound that when you listen or look, and well, of course you listen through YouTube, but when you look and you read it, you tend to get this twist now, and you're like, you know what? That makes so much more sense, and it connects so many dots for me. And I just love Paul to death. He's a good friend of mine, and I love working with him all the time, as many times as I can, because Paul is always spot on. So,
welcome, brother. You're muted, bro.
You're muted, Paul.
Good day. Thank you, Rob. I'm blown away by that introduction. It's lovely to be in your presence once again, guys. And I've been listening in. It's this morning because I'm speaking from Australia, and people will think that all the presenters carefully compared notes before the summit to work out how they'd fit together. That isn't the case at all, and this happens so often that I think, am I going to approach this from the right angle today? And then I listen to my fellow presenters and think, oh, we're all on the same page here. We're all really in a sequence, unpacking the same wonderful kaleidoscopic picture.
Yeah,
and I think it'll be another of those days.
Definitely, brother. And it just synchronistically flows together, everything fits in the right place where it's got to fit. The theme for this conference is unity consciousness. And I particularly like your story because you give hope to a lot of people that may have started from a different route or have a different belief system, and through evidence and research really starts uncovering the truth and peeling back the layers of ancient history. But ultimately it's really about what this means for who we are, right? About where we came from and what connects us, because these are stories that unite multiple civilizations across the world. What do you say?
Exactly. And you've really summarized my journey over the last half decade by saying that, and I'll unpack a little bit of that in a moment.
So let's get into talking about your upcoming book. Well, actually, why don't you tell everybody, because we always bring you on and you always tell everybody a little bit about your story, but I think that on Portal to Ascension, there's always a good amount of people that haven't heard about your journey. So why don't you just spend a few minutes just to kind of summarize how you just got to where you are today and your background before we kind of get into your new material?
Sure. Well, people know me today for my work in the field of paleo contact. So that's the theory that our ancestors in the deep past had contact with visitors from other civilizations, other parts of the cosmos. And my route into this territory surprises a lot of people because my background is in Christian ministry. I was 33 years in church-based ministry, working as a church doctor, an archdeacon for the Anglican Church in Australia, as Rob was just saying, and a theological educator, training pastors, particularly in the area of handling the Bible, interpreting the Bible. The word is called hermeneutics, and it's the principles of interpreting ancient texts. And it was actually the skills I developed in that area as a preacher, as a lecturer, that led me down a certain rabbit hole into the great rabbit warren we're all exploring together over the last couple of days. The red pill for me was Bible translation, particularly going to the root meanings of some key words in the Hebrew texts. I'm going to be talking about one in particular, but translation really can hide or open up the world of phenomena reported in the Hebrew canon. And it was as I explored questions of translation that the world of paleo contact began to open up to me.
Beautiful. And in that process, you wrote a few books. And how many books do you have now? Are there 3 in the series?
In my series in paleo contact, Echoes of Eden, the new one, is the 3rd. And as you're saying, it's due out on May the 1st. So you can pre-order the Kindle right now. And then it'll be downloaded on May the 1st. And the paperback you can buy from the 1st of May on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Hive, Book Depository, wherever books are sold. It'll be everywhere. And those 3 books are just the latest. I think Echoes of Eden is the 12th book that I've written. But it's these 3 in particular, the Eden series, that talk about paleo contact and how that relates to the world today, and how you might find your way into exploring that territory from all kinds of different start points.
Beautiful. Did you have like a presentation you wanted to share, or you want to just go back and forth, or did you have something that you wanted to convey with your book about your material?
I always enjoy bouncing off you guys. I have something I can share, but it's whichever you prefer, Neil.
All right, so why don't you, Rob, unless you have an immediate question, we can let you share, and then we'll just jump on with questions.
I have a comment, and this is one of the things of course, when we look at the Bible, what the Bible is intended for is interpretation of the story and how it relates to right now. And I think this is one of the things that Paul captivates so well when he looks at all of these ancient texts and stories. He's able to give you a master class of what it actually meant, or what the symbolism is and what it means. And every time he does that, you end up making connections in other cultures and civilizations, and it's absolutely incredible. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Exactly, 100%. And Dr. Victor has, I guess, interviewed you in the past as well. So you want to jump on Dr. Victor?
I've had the pleasure of meeting Paul and interviewing him a couple of times, and he elucidated something for me with his research and his wisdom, a word that always bothered me in Hebrew, the word Elohim, which is plural. So if there's Elohim, how can there be plural if God is one? And he answered that question for me.
Yeah,
thank you.
That was the beginning of the journey for me. And hi, Victor, it's great to see you again. I'll share some thoughts then, and I'll pace it so that we've got time for some conversation to bounce off it.
Sounds good.
And Elohim, yes, was really significant for me. My work has really been oriented around root meanings, going to the root meanings of keywords in the ancient texts. And as I say, it's that's opened up this incredible new world for me. And it's taken me from, my faith was really a fairly traditional, narrow Christian orthodoxy, now to a worldview that embraces paleo contact, human potential, and all the exploration of ascension, such as we've been discussing over the last couple of days. So what I want to share is about 4 processes of recognition that were part of my journey of reframing and rediscovery. 4 processes of recognition, at least 4, but these are a start point. And I want to start by talking about my rediscovery of our invisible team. That's the language I use, our invisible team. Way back in 2009, my wife Ruth and I were effecting a move from the Australian Capital Territory to the New South Wales South Coast. We were moving somewhere where we could live more cheaply for a couple of years as our babies were arriving, and we didn't want to both be working full time as our babies arrived. And so we were trading down from a larger house to a smaller house. And it was quite a challenging move, but we managed to sell the house without an agent. We were quite pleased with ourselves there. And now we realized that we could sell that house, buy that house, but we were so tight financially that we had covered for everything except the cost of actually moving. We didn't have any money for the removal truck that would get us from Canberra to the south coast. And it was going to cost about 5,000 Australian dollars back in 2009. And we were puzzling over where we were going to get this money from. We really didn't have the capacity to support a loan or a new loan to service that need. And we were thinking, oh dear, do we have to ask your mum and dad for help? And we were getting quite anxious about it. We were much younger then. And I was sitting at my desk, which in those days was in our bedroom, and I was just puzzling over this, where can I get $5,000 from? And as I was sitting at my desk, something went like that. It was as if somebody just gently moved my head and then pointed at something at the bottom of my computer screen. I was staring at our bank accounts. And suddenly I realized I was reading the words available funds. What does that mean? Available funds. And I realized that because we'd been overpaying our mortgage for the last few years, we had available funds we could draw on, just over $5,000. Well, this was quite an exciting experience. And as I processed what had just happened, I'd located the $5,000 we needed. I thought, who did that? Who put my attention there? Was that a God experience? And somehow I felt, no, that was a more localized entity helping me there. Was that an angel? Now, we were trying to process this through our Christian Orthodox worldview, but if I had shared that story with someone with a different worldview, if I had shared it with a guardian or elder of an indigenous tradition, they might very well have told me, your ancestors were helping you. If I talked to a traditional healer from out of Swaziland or Zambia or Zimbabwe or Ghana, they would say, your ancestors were helping you. If I went to certain other cultures, they'd say, the spirits helped you. Well, I came out of that experience a little bit agnostic about where that help had come from. It was very focused help. I just wasn't sure who it was who had helped. And it was just the very beginning in my widening my worldview as to what company do we go through this life in. Traditional healers have their language for it. They talk about ancestral spirits. Traditional shaman will talk about contact with the spirits. And that language is in the New Testament as well, which I hadn't fully spotted at that point. Hebrews 12 in the New Testament talks about each one of us being surrounded by an invisible cloud of ancestral spirits. Our ancestors are very interested in us and our well-being and our progress through life, and support us in some kind of a way, according to Hebrews 12. 1 John 4, in the New Testament, the writer tells the believer to expect information to come from entities he describes as spirits, but he doesn't say who they are or what they are. Are these spirits interdimensional entities? Are they energy-based beings? Are they physical beings who communicate telepathically? Are they the spirits of ancestors? Are they your spirits, your higher self? The writer doesn't say, and for him it's not important. As long as you keep your sovereignty, your autonomy, make up your own mind, weigh up what you hear, decide for yourself if you're going to act on it. If all that's in place, then you listen out. You should expect to be getting some good information. And so what I found rediscovering those texts in the light of the world's family of ancestral narratives has opened up a mindset of expecting help. Of I put my question or my need to the universe, and the help can come from anywhere. And I really have come to believe that each one of us has an invisible team of spirits, entities, wishing to support us on our journey through life. I do a lot of personal coaching. And from time to time, I'll say to a client, do you know, I'm coming to believe that every one of us has an invisible team of helpers. I've yet to say that and not hear the person say back, yes, I've come to believe that too. But they haven't got that belief from their religion or their traditional worldview. They've been forming that opinion because of experiences they've been having. It is great to expect help, to believe that there is an invisible team of helpers out there, because we are better at experiencing things we expect. And the world's ancestral narratives, including the New Testament, Hebrews and 1 John 4, teach us a higher expectation of help. The narrow orthodoxy of Western Christianity, however, has taught a somewhat different view. And those teachings in Hebrews and 1 John have not been part of the core curriculum of Christianity for the last 2,000 years. As Victor mentioned just now, my journey of rapid relearning began in Bible translation and in going to the word Elohim. It's the oldest word in the Bible that gets translated as God. But as I did my research around the word, I realized it couldn't mean that. The word is a plural masculine form word. It takes plural verbs, plural attributives. And so in my book, Escaping from Eden, I asked the question, what happens to the Elohim stories of the Bible if we retranslate that word according to its root meanings? According to its roots, it means the powerful ones. And I give a close argument for that in Escaping from Eden. If we reread the stories of the powerful ones, then it repositions the Bible in the world of ancestral narratives and world mythology. When we translate that word as God, and that was a choice made in the 6th century BCE by the editors and redactors of the Bible at that point. What I've just said is completely uncontroversial. Anyone with a theology degree knows that. And so this book that was a compendium of stories was turned into a single book about God. And within that were the Elohim stories, the stories of the powerful ones. So what you have in the Elohim stories, when you read it as the stories of the powerful ones, it's like a light bulb comes on and you realize you're looking at a whole plethora of entities, a whole range, a diverse range of powerful ones who were present on planet Earth in the deep past, and we're listening to our ancestors' recollections of what it was like when they were around, of what it was like when they were governing the human populations on planet Earth. Some of these powerful ones were not very sweet and divine and heavenly like at all. They were sometimes quite brutal, selfish. They were oftentimes in conflict and at war. They would slaughter thousands of human beings in the arguments among themselves. And at times these Elohim were quite unpredictable, and even people trying to serve the Elohim would find themselves slaughtered in great number because they're displeased their particular powerful one. These are stories of colonization. All colonization is brutal and is violent and is done by force, and the colonization described in the Hebrew canon is no different. But we have a big problem. When we translate that warring, unpredictable, vicious, punitive behavior as the behavior of God, because we translated Elohim as God, suddenly you've got an unpredictable, violent, abusive monster of a God. And those were the translation choices made in the 6th century BCE, because those redactors wanted to teach monotheism, the idea that there's only one God and source of all, which is a very noble and important truth. But by trying to airbrush that theology over these earlier stories, they ended up with a vision of God that is totally mixed up and that makes God out to be a monster. That's bad enough. But when you then have to worship the monster, it does something to your conscience. If you have to worship the monster, then you have to sublimate all your instincts about what is loving and not loving, what is kind and not kind, what is good and what is not good. You have to totally distort your own moral compass to worship a monster. And this is what we've done. You can draw a straight line from those translation choices to all kinds of violent colonization, genocides, enslavement of people groups, all justified in the name of this monstrous God. It's done a great deal of damage to our psychology, but more than distort us morally, it has eviscerated our self-confidence as a species to the extent that we've bought into this worldview of a monstrous God. Having a God who's unpredictable and violent, who can turn on a dime and kill you and torment your family for 7 generations because of some mistake you've made, I liken it to living in a household where you have a parent who may be, for reasons of mental health or substance abuse or addictions, they are a very unpredictable and potentially dangerous parent. Everyone in that household has to tiptoe around them for fear of finding them in a bad mood, for fear of setting them off, tiptoe around them so that the disordered, powerful one can remain comfortable. And the importance of everyone else in the family goes to zero. And a child brought up in that environment is very challenging. Very often the self-esteem and self-confidence of the spouse or the child just goes to zero, just goes to mush because of those dynamics. We've done that to ourselves as a species by believing we're in a universe with a God like that, tiptoeing around for fear of offending. And we have justified that behavior with the language of worship and obedience. This is how we tiptoe and fail to offend, through worship and obedience. But the moment you do the translation work that I suggest, that abusive God disappears. You realize that's a total distortion of reality. And once you've gotten rid of your abusive God, you can begin to recover a sense of self-love and self-confidence, as Shreya was just talking about. But you know, there are actual monsters in the Hebrew texts. And again, a little bit of translation work gets you to that realization. There are dragons in there. And there are dragons in world mythology and ancestral narrative all around the world. You can find in Egypt the Akek. In other parts of the world, you'll find Kukumats, Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, the Kolkis from out of Georgia, the Koka from Spain and Portugal, the Kuchedra, the Kur from Greece, the Kurokami, or the Kuchiru or Ikuchi from out of Japan. Now, did you spot something about the phonetics of those names? K, 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 ch, 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 k, k. That's the sound that recurs in dragon narratives all around the world. And it makes me ask, have our ancestors curated stories which carry the memory of a sound or even of a proper name that belonged to these dragon entities? Now that might sound like a million miles away from the Yahweh stories of the Hebrew scriptures. But in my new book, Echoes of Eden, out on May the 1st, I take the reader through the story of affrication in the development of languages. Now, affrication is the process by which hard plosives become softer fricatives over time. And so in a language, you might start with a p sound and it'll go to a p and then a f. You might start with a b sound and it goes to a v and then a v. You might start with a v sound and it goes to a v and then a w. Start with a t, goes to a ts, goes to a s. This process of sound softening is called affrication. And the same has happened to the H in Hebrew. In the name Yahweh, the H is so silent, it's only there really to help the sounding of the vowels. But in ancient Proto-Semitic, sounded like. Does that sound familiar? Suddenly we realize there is an overlap of the Hebrew stories with the of narratives all around the world. And there are dragon stories with that name pasted over the top in the Hebrew scriptures. This is just one example of how the Bible realigns when you do some translation work, because translated the way it is, it sets itself over and against all the other ancestral narratives of the world. Through my translation work, I realized it sits among them. Now, the dragon story doesn't end with the presence of the dragon. The dragon stories often follow a certain shape, that in the deep past, our ancestors were governed over by draconian entities whom they served, and they had to provide them with a lot of cattle and a lot of gold and a lot of virgin girls, because that's what dragons want. Those three things. Cultures all around the world recall that. And this is how life was. We served superiors who were like that for a long time. And then the people reach the point of exhaustion. And they sit down with each other and they think it through. And they say, what would happen if we all came together? If we acted in solidarity, if we all together said, no, we're not going to serve you anymore. The dragon can't kill all of us because this was its habit. Fiery breath would consume them. And that's true of the Yahweh stories that are in the Hebrew scriptures too. Can't kill all of us because then he's got no servants. So what's he going to do? Might kill some of us. But if we all act together and just say no, then we've ended the dragon's power. And sure enough, that's how the story goes. There's a point in the Hebrew stories in which the people come together and say, no, no more. We want a human king, and we're going to look after ourselves without the draconian entity. Thank you very much. That's the story. But that hard wiring of we exist to serve superiors, hard to get rid of. And that's why people like Buddha, Lao Tzu, and Jesus did a great deal in their teaching to try and unravel that hard wiring of deference and civility, to reframe the idea of loving God as we love each other, to reframe we serve God as we serve one another. And that insight is there in the Hebrew scriptures too, as you listen to some of the later prophets. And so we rediscover in the dragon stories each other. We rediscover our own power when we act collectively. And that is part of the meaning of the dragon stories. We rediscover one another as our opportunity to find divine connection, power, and meaning. We rediscover our own power and each other's value. And the dragon stories are told to encourage us to carry on learning those truths because they remain relevant. In 1993, Mother Teresa visited Great Britain. And Mother Teresa was known for working among the untouchables of Calcutta. The untouchables are the class of people, according to the caste system that you find in India, who are people of no value, people who you don't want to associate with, you don't look at them, you certainly don't touch them, hence the name. And they are at the bottom of the pile. And it was among those people who are often very poor that Mother Teresa worked. Then she visited Great Britain, and she said she was shocked at the collapse of self-esteem among the teenagers of Great Britain. Now, when I heard that, I was blown away. How can the self-esteem of teenagers in wealthy Great Britain be lower than the self-esteem of untouchables in Calcutta? The answer appears to be that when all the important relationships in your life are broken down, when extended family is broken down, when the nuclear family is broken down, when your civic family is broken down, your self-esteem will go to mush. And unfortunately, in a worldview shaped by that narrow Christian orthodoxy that I mentioned earlier, when you're on your own, you're on your own. You might beg the Almighty for help, but because of the Almighty's mysterious ways, help might not come. And then where do you go? When you're on your own, you're on your own. Whereas, as I've begun listening to the ancestral wisdom of our elders around the world, our shamanic leaders, go back to the texts of Christianity that were neglected, like Hebrews 12 and 1 John 4, I'm listening to a worldview that says every one of us has invisible team. And in that worldview, even when all those things are shot to pieces, you look for help from the universe and you expect help to come from somewhere, whether it's from your higher self or from animals, plants, spirits, children, strangers. You put out your need or your question to the cosmos and help will come from somewhere. And it may even come from an invisible team. And that is a far more empowering worldview with which to journey through life. The idea that you are important enough to warrant a personal invisible support team is life-changing. The other recognition that happened for me through this translation work was the recognition of other cultures. Because once I made those translation shifts, I realized that the ancient stories of the Bible were actually reaffirming ancestral narratives from other cultures. It wasn't the Bible over and against everybody else. When we translate Elohim as God, it's as if the Bible says, forget what everybody else says, this is what really happened. Make the translation switch, and what the Bible says actually lines up with other ancestral narratives, and it changes your relationship, therefore, with other cultures. Suddenly, you respect other cultures in a brand new way and expect to be hearing valuable information from them. In the past, when I was in the world of narrow orthodoxy, if somebody said something like, well, we can all learn something from each other, can't we? Calvinistic Christianity says, no, you can't, because we have the truth. You might have bits and pieces, but we have the truth. And as I did the translation work, I realized that's unwarrantable. That's completely unsupported once we set these biblical stories in their wider context. And I began to recognize the dignity and value of other cultures. I began to recognize that a missionary relationship where you are the one who has all the truth, that's not the right kind of relationship. And my confidence in that missionary relationship was really rooted in more, how can I put it, uglier patterns, patterns of colonization, traditions of racial supremacy, one over the other, patterns of disrespect, suppression, and genocide of indigenous narratives. That was the tradition I was a part of growing up in Great Britain. And I had to begin unpiecing that and realizing, no, that is not the way we live on this planet. It is not supported by the ancient texts. We are all on a journey of exploration and learning from one another. Echoes of Eden looks at something of the process by which we've been taught to disbelieve and disregard the indigenous stories of other cultures, but also of our own culture. That if our own ancestors have something different to say than our narrow orthodoxy, then we dismiss it with the language of idolatry and witchcraft. And it's how the British marginalized the thinking of the local people whenever they colonized new territory. It's why in the USA, in Canada, and Australia, there was 100 years of stolen generation policies of kidnapping children, 10,000 of them so far, have been recorded as murders in the children's homes and boarding schools of Canada. We now have a truth and reconciliation process happening there. And it's not unique to Canada. It's part of how the old stories have been silenced throughout history. If we go to medieval France, go to the Languedoc, you're in a part of Europe where 1 million people were killed by 19 successive popes in order to rid the world of the indigenous information they had carried and run with. And the information they had translated into a better society in the south of France, in the Languedoc. And a big part of their information was to do with the recognition of our higher self. And they had got that from Plato, who was a teacher of paleo-contact, as I am. And they had developed a lot of his thinking. The idea of our higher selves is the idea that we are primarily conscious beings, that we exist as an aspect of cosmic consciousness before we incarnate as individual material beings. Then we have this material experience, and then after this, we go on. Our consciousness goes on its learning journey, or it returns to the source. Now, by that worldview, when we were aspects of cosmic consciousness, we knew everything. And therefore, everything we learn in this life is really the recovery of information we had before. And the Cathars were people who wanted to tap that connection, who believed that we could access the knowledge we had before and live in the light of it. I returned to those teachings which had been hereticized by the church in times past and began recognizing the insight they had to offer. When I was in the world of narrow orthodoxy, I believed in a thing called a word of knowledge, which is where God gives the Christian worker a little bit of information to help in a ministry task. And I began having experiences that blew that paradigm out of the water. I started having experiences of remote viewing and future viewing that had nothing to do with ministry. And I began to suspect were to do with the activation of a part of my brain. And that's really what the Cathars were on about, reconnecting with our higher selves, downloading information from the cosmic field of information through our bodies and brains functioning better. When we go to the paleo-contact stories from the Mayan tradition, the idea of higher human cognitive abilities is totally enmeshed in that story of paleo-contact. It says our ancestors had these higher cognitive abilities of self-healing, telepathic connection, future viewing, remote viewing, and that we all still have it in our brains. The Nigerian story of Abasi and Atai say the same thing. Our ancestors had these higher abilities, and then the powerful ones, we're back to the Elohim, release devices into the environment, or in the Popol Vuh, it's a vapor sprayed into the environment to brain damage the human beings, to bring us down to the point where our world is limited to the immediate realm of our 5 physical senses. For any other information, we have to rely on authority to tell us. The powerful ones felt they could work with that. There's a positive take home from that, and that is that when the powerful ones wanted to dial us down, they didn't do it by modifying our DNA. They did it by putting something into the environment. And that means that all those higher abilities are still latent in our minds, in our brains, in our bodies, waiting to be reactivated. And a lot of people begin exploring ascension because they start experiencing flashes of these higher faculties switching on. And those stories from the Popol Vuh and from Nigeria suggest that if we pay attention to our environment, to making sure that it's not toxic, that it is clean, that our water's clean, that our food is clean, that we're living in harmony with our environment, then we should fully expect our higher faculties to begin switching back on. And so there was for me a recognition of the importance of our environment, the environment of my home, our natural environment, and to place value on it, to seek to be in harmony with it, to be in gratitude towards it, and to learn how to live as a part of the environment rather than over and against it. And so this recognition of our higher selves is a shift from a paradigm of dependence to a paradigm of empowerment. I talked about narrow orthodoxy. In the beginning, Christianity wasn't that. It was a kaleidoscope of experiences and theologies. Within that kaleidoscope were a kaleidoscope of texts. And a lot of those got excluded as Christianity became more defined and got hijacked by the empire. One of the texts that was excluded was the Gospel of Thomas, one of the Gnostic texts. Now, not all Gnostic texts should be treated with equal reverence necessarily. Some are earlier than others, some are more primitive than others, but scholars generally agree that the Gospel of Thomas is very early, and it may even be the earliest attestation to Jesus's teaching. So that deserves a lot of reverence. And when we go to it, it begins with the words, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." Well, how much more empowering a worldview that offers. We could translate it differently if we go to the root meanings. We could say that the whole cosmic realm, its powers and principles operate within you. That would be a truth curated by traditions all around the world. It's there in the Gospel of Thomas. It's there in the canonical Gospels as well. But translation, once again, has obscured it. Jesus' very first sermon, I believe you could translate perfectly accurately like this: go beyond the mind, because the powers and principles and people of the cosmos are available to you, waiting to be embraced. I think that is a true and accurate translation of the text, and one that invites us to explore, takes us from this world where we are dependent, in craven obedience, seeking permission for everything, begging for assistance, to one where we fully expect it because we have the universe here to support us. It moves us from a world where we're tiptoeing around to boldly going. It moves us from a world where trespassers will be prosecuted to a world where we can explore and discover what's possible. And I'll conclude there and hand back to you, Neil.
Amazing, brother. Whoa.
Ooh, man, I'll tell you.
Mind blown. But there's so many, we only have a few minutes left, but I want Rob,
I'm sorry about that. I went a bit longer than I planned.
No, you're good. I mean, I think I want to listen to this again, write the questions down and do an interview on our YouTube about the questions that I have, so we can go deeper. But Rob, I'll give you the first opportunity here because I want to ask a couple before we close out.
I just have a comment, and then I'll let you do the questions. That was powerful, and the sounds of the words. It's so empowering, and I agree with you 100% that we have a team around us. I've had dreams of loved ones that have passed, and it was so real and tangible that I woke up still in the embrace of one of them. So I'll just leave it right there, Paul. I love your work, and that was just bar none incredible. I resonated with it on so many different levels, and you've inspired me to do comparative mythology and really look into things. I just wrote my first article on Substack, which was comparative mythology with Ayana, the Sumerian goddess. So it was incredible.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
All right, so let's get into a few questions here. Well, firstly, what you said about the shifting our environment, and the external environment, it's not really like a tampering with our DNA, but our DNA has full potential, right? And it's interesting because comparative mythology, I just took a course on comparative Greek and Indian mythology, which I'm doing the Yuga cycles across both cultures. And in each Yuga cycle, the age of humanity doubles, right? And we've just come out of this Kali Yuga cycle. We're going to this Dwapara Yuga. So technically we can live up to 200, but what we need to do is shift our environment, fluoride, all the stuff that we have in our external environment to do that. But the interesting thing is, it goes back to what a lot of speakers have been speaking about, is that the only way we can even do that is by shifting our consciousness to even know that we have to do that, So we have to do that inner work before we do that. So that's just my quick comment there. But the first one I have is, when you talk about dragons, because we had some people in the chat saying, well, dragons are good. Some people saying, well, my experience with dragons are this. Do you think it's literal dragons, or could it be metaphors? Because the dragon race I've been told has been here before the humans even came to our galaxy and were very wise races. Did they use the dragon symbolism to symbolize their grandioseness, or what do you think it is?
Well, there are texts in the Hebrew scriptures that suggest dragons really exactly as a child would picture them, a reptilian entity that destroys things by fire. Some of those recollections, I think, might be recollections of technology, but some of them are recollections of biological entities. But I think it's quite complex that just because an entity is described as a reptilian doesn't necessarily mean you're getting a dark story or a story of evil, because there are reptilian entities in the mix who do positive things for humanity. And the upgrade of humanity from a slave species to something better than that, something more empowered, more conscious, more intelligent, a lot of cultures, including the story from the Popol Vuh and the root meaning of Genesis 3, give credit to a reptilian entity for doing that. So it's not dragons bad, mammals good. It's a more layered picture than that. And then you're right, Neil, I think there are even older experiences on planet Earth that relate to reptilian entities that are separate to the memories our ancestors have carried in these dragon stories where we conquer them.
Right, right. You know, and there's been a few channelings that I've listened to, and some people that channel reptilian beings, and they say that there's the reptilians that have the negative connotation, and then the ones that are the positive ones like to be called serpentine beings, because there's the polarity of the two, you know?
Well, you can use the two words that way, and I certainly think there's a spectrum. In the Bible, serpent refers to all of them.
Okay.
But you just have to look at the behavior. Is it good behavior? Is it bad behavior?
Right,
Is it helpful? Is it unhelpful? And just follow the stories.
And then another speaker spoke about this, if you expand out to the overall picture, even that the dark ones are working for our evolution, because ultimately it kickstarted a process that led us to this moment, you know, of us.
Well, yeah, that's right. Even though the horrible stories of, you know, gold virgins and cattle, and we exist to provide all that to the dragons, that story goes somewhere. It goes to a pivot point where the human race grows up and discovers what we're capable of when we act collectively, when we become civilized, and we begin to serve one another instead of serving superiors. I mean, that is a perennially important lesson, isn't it?
Definitely. All right, so last question here. How do you reconcile the following? Okay, so Elohim, right? Some people have said that they're a group of different ET races. Some say they're just a group, gods from certain planet, right? Then we have Anunnaki, right? So how would you reconcile Elohim as a group of beings or races, the word Anunnaki, and Yahweh, which, you know, was the one God chosen out of the many?
Well, the word Elohim, meaning powerful one, seems to embrace a diversity of beings in the Hebrew texts. Very often, those stories run in parallel with the Anunnaki stories from the Mesopotamian literature. The Anunnaki, that means sky people. It means astronauts, some people would argue. It doesn't say what they are, just that they've come from the sky. So again, that can imply a whole spectrum of entities. And in both those canons, the Mesopotamian and the biblical, there is a reference made to the Sky Council, in which you've got a diversity of agendas, and very clear in the Bible, a diversity of species, all operating in some kind of a federation, to use Hayam Ashed's language.
So it could be multiple races, right?
Yeah, I believe it is.
And even some races, like let's talk about Orion, for example, where there were, you know, there was some sort of infiltration there. A lot of these races eventually figured out how to transcend the struggles and strife, and at this moment could actually be harmonious or peaceful, right?
Well, that's right. I mean, there are layers to the stories of our visitors. Orion is one region of space that recurs all around the world. The Pleiades is another. Sirius is another. Go to the book of Enoch, and there's a hint there at entities that can operate as energy-based or as material or interdimensional. And so, yes, our neighbors are on a journey too. Some of our neighbors are on a journey of ascension similar to ours, and some of them, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, look at the human experience. A couple thousand years ago, definitely we were much more warlike. Actually, maybe that even kind of, that's open to interpretation, right? But we definitely had a lot of chaos in our past that different races wouldn't want to interact with us, and we're on this process of evolution to be in unity consciousness, and that's the end goal. So we would have even shifted out of it within, our human experience.
We are still very warlike, but I agree with you, Neil. I actually think we are progressing as a species in terms of how we embrace compassion, whether we can extend compassion to, the next town, the next tribe, the next country, even an enemy empire. I think that's the direction that we are moving in. I think that's the lesson that we're hopefully learning, albeit with a few pitfalls along the way.
Definitely. Paul, you're so amazing, brother. Every time I talk to you, I just get so excited. It's like, these are my favorite conversations, So thank you for everything you do, man, and being such a great friend, always showing up and just providing so much insight with everything that you curate. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks for hosting this, and thank you for having me.
Take care, brother. We'll speak soon.
Amazing. Amazing. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yes. Man, I'm glad he did that presentation, but so many more questions, just
well, yeah. You know what it was too, is it's just so eye-opening, especially when we talk about the language in itself and the interpretation. It delves a lot into where could some of these possible possible interpretations go wrong, and maybe we've lost something in the context of everything. And it's that's kind of what we're shooting for now. We're trying to get that consciousness boost. We've got to have that understanding. So
that chapter's over. So I want to just acknowledge Dr. Victor really quick, because you're about to head out. I want to just say thank you so much, brother, for just contributing your energy and being a part of this event. And just if you have something you want to say, maybe before you leave, please do share with us.
I just want to express my gratitude to you, Neil, my brother, for allowing me to be part of the whole presentation and sharing the energy. And I love you. And I love all of you. Joan, I love you. Rob, I love you. Everyone else who was in there. Neil, I love you. I love you. I mean, Alan, I love you. I love everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Love you too, bro. We're going to be, thank you so much for your debut on PortalToAscension. We're definitely going to be working together quite a lot in the future. I appreciate you so much, man.
We'll be in touch for sure.
Absolutely. Many blessings to everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Joan, we're going to go into our next speaker here, but I see you're bursting with excitement, it seems. So let me see how you feel.
Well, yeah, no, I was so excited about that last presentation because honestly, it made me realize that. So I've been exploring this concept. The God of the Bible was the scariest God I've ever seen. And it wasn't a God I would ever want to be with. And the whole premise was control, humiliate. And anyway, so he brought it out into the light in such a good way. And I just can't wait to hear more of him. And we're going to let Phyllis come back on.
And we have a few interviews with Paul on our channel. He's all over our YouTube and other channels. So do check it out and go deeper into his work.
Yeah, it's easy to feel resonance.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, let's move on, guys. We have two more presenters, then we have our panel for the day. And I'm so excited to be introducing Vox Angelis here, who facilitates the path of undoing using energy, frequency, and vibration. Her ability to create multidimensional pathways and access points allows those who choose to let go and desire to move forward to access their true divine and infinite nature from within. When people hear Phyllis speak and sing in the angelic Adamic language of light, the ancient codes and frequencies that flow through her in an embodied state are translated and assimilated on an energetic, cellular, and DNA level to undo the web woven of our inner narratives, stories, and beliefs that are not aligned with our spiritual nature, truth, path, and purpose. Surrounded by angels since she was a little girl, Phyllis has always experienced them as guides, teachers, and protectors. She sings, speaks, writes, and transmits the frequency-encoded language of the Elohim into sound, energy, and etheric constructs that she is then capable of shifting into physical manifestation. And Phyllis and I are actual real-life friends, and she taught me yoga moves at our yoga class and all types of things. We've been working together and been friends for quite some time. And she's one of the most sincere, authentic people I've met, really lives what she does and has such a beautiful angelic voice. I'm just so happy I haven't seen her like face to face in quite some time. So it's so good to see you, Phyllis.
It's so good to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, but maybe you could turn it up a little bit.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Hi.
Hi, it's so good to see you. I was sitting, I don't know why, I was kind of laughing because you were talking about the Elohim.
And I know, right?
Because I'm a direct conduit for the consciousness of the Elohim.
Right. I was thinking the exact same thing. And I saw your name in the room and I was like, I wonder what Phyllis is thinking right now.
Well, it's interesting because I too was asking, and I will state this, I was asking the Elohim, who are you? What are you? Because when you look at the word Elohim out there, there are so many different definitions, depending on where you're coming from. And they informed me that they work directly with God as the angelic messengers and the architects of worlds. And so they are the architects, and as God is the energetic aspect, or the sound, the creation aspect. Or the
Yeah, because there's also a whole entire narrative of the founder race of the Elohim that came out of the central sun and then, went into different solar systems, creating civilization. So, these terms are so much broader than just one thing, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So actually, could you turn up a little more and then go ahead and take it away?
Is that better?
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
I've got it all the way up. Okay.
Okay, ready to go?
I am. I did want to ask because we are getting a late start. So when do
you have the whole time?
Okay.
Yeah, I love you so much. It's so really good to see you, Phyllis.
It's so good to see you. So 5:15, I need to be.
All right, do it.
Okay. All right, dear one.
Someone's asking for more volume, so maybe just a little more.
Let me check one thing.
You could go to the microphone button and the arrow right next to it and zoom and increase the volume there. So bottom left microphone, arrow right next to it, audio settings.
I clicked on it, and what it's doing, audio. So thank you. I was missing that. It's all the way up to the top.
Okay, I think it's good. How's it for you guys? Everything good in the room?
Is everyone good?
Yeah, let's roll with it.
Alrighty. Put that down, get rid of that. Okay. So let me connect with the Elohim. Yesuud kasutrese beke tutra makairo sutrese okaragutina masutra. Yes. sutrum, miris amatraceri amutrutim, ere gatra soia mutrum etenen utruit, noit. Nosotros soy mínimo drama preset, ne pae notruit, notruit atria, notria, notria, noit, noit. Gires on tramoyam, mekisterium montromait, nire pondron seno, itus soem anret. Notre somae, me coium trastam, me troium grassa Utoiam anam, nis interesat, nerate, nosoiam, iam utruit. Girisum coium motrum, mascere caium trusutrium, ere coium nosutrium notre, amasatre suium matreum mutu, iam. Quiem indistir, kinderimum quierem standra, Kirime untuiere singerimun, hangeri pitruiere sirium, gangere putrama, gaende putrama, poieringe utrui, ammenuit, girimintindreria, amboye sutram, garibinde sutregiteria, mundure, hangeria sunra munra, giribindu sua, andaria kian, beribundundirea, bandiziereun, hanbugiriam, sutriane, henderianguyan, Giringi sutram, neriam, urusore, no soy capatrama, endere sutrebiri, unduia motrasaye, endere sutramo pa, mutreriam, kutusu, angiriam mumjanya, utrere mingiriamu, hungere mutreya, mui, gerizunguya, terit, kayamotroit, songeriama, handerigeriama, suyerama, hangerindirio, trumberianga, oriere singero truya, shingeri mungera, durimingeram, hangeri sutram, hangeri sundram, mangeri min duyere sutram, hangeri mingayere sutram, keream mutuicham, utrum, angari satreri hami tutreri hundrum. Biri singe trutre, ire sumotreri hama truso, itre, ire sotramante, untuko yamatre, untuko yamatre, pusotrere sare motre omotrere. Hangeri sundrum, hangeri siri puyamondra, itre, ingeru erembori sutram, angeri sirecho, ungeri sutram, erikireri, hangeru sugi mondra, hangori risute mondra, hangushire, sakiamo pukiru usha, njeri supoe amatra. Eri pikreri hunderi hiremo putram, hange sutra, hingeri mimino true, hingerudrambo, hang, hiri sutra maya, hangeri sutra maya, mengre sureri hinga, hando suirema, hange surirema, koinderi ingiria, Hori andregi sutram, hangeri sutram, hangeri sutru heri mera, hunga cha cha, hunga cha cha, Niri sandrati not, Suri bikrestini tono, brisiri amasutri amani. Eru tarasakira samatucham, mirikire mundu ean, andu tere kiriamo, soyamandre ham. Sare cuyo no truima, che risurerinia no trutramania, angeli sutmayam, ungeriam, heri sudregeniam, mandere singere mundrosa, andere singere mundrere umbioso, ungere siriere, ungere motresa, ungere siriere, ungere motresa, ungoro motraia, ungoro montraia, ungoro motrisere, ungoro motromberi, angere sira mungondra, angere sira mundronga, angere birisuya motruya ingeya. Direka uya posu chere mambo pakecha. Atu chere kasu o trasapere. Mere kiso. Nimano kutro su kire ma partire plierians ku chere champu tariere to kucho. The plierians wish to come in. direm Hungaria surere bikundra Hungaria sirere pundre kirijomo hundre inge Handore sutro mare Hungari sutre mone Ingeru suyono mondra maye Inge suramore motra sirie Hungari sutra Hungari sutra kero Hungari sutra Hungari sutra kero Hungari biriere simba Hungari ririra sutram Hungari miringendra sutrei Hamukuya mondra sirie Hungari sutra mandre Hungari sutra Inge utre imbatruja Hungari sutram Miriam Hungari sutram Miriam Kiri sutram hen Kiri sutram hen Kiri suya tashatere Hunge Kiri bijuya madre singa Kasarere me minkuirama Hungaria sire makunga Guftia Pleiadians Gucha The Pleiadians wish to come in again Tuisha Il che ci cuccia per scendere che molto capuccia Satir che più cuccia Thank you. Capire. Kiri sikena matiamo, matiamo tirico yamo tirisitram. Niriru to suriri kitram. Niru suya triri suya mutram. Hangari areno Gicire pekuyamo utrasa yeham. Kiramo utrasuka ya pasirikem yeham. Ikaya tushumo triken heyam. Kuyamo tusuye matrasteria makuram heyam. Gicirim. Akutu o eresipikiramo ushupakiramo upapa. My dragon wishes to come in. Her name is Oma of the Firelight, the White Firelight tribe. So I will allow her in. Kuchoro mondrari jigeri mondoya Hero tuye na matronda shirea Kukuye matusho katere mama udera shirem Kungu trashera mondrama Kingige ruera sungu Hachande inge chuhu cheramo I am real. I come from another dimension. I look as you understand me to look. The pictures of dragons is very close to what I resemble. We are here to assist humanity to order in their process of ascension. We are loving. I love this one through whom I speak. My hater, my no hair, my hater, my trim, Hungera, my rucheram, Hungera, Busheram, Hungarasapudira, we are different than serpents. Uchara, there is no reason to fear us. We may look formidable. But we are not. I leave you in peace. Kirisuya matrusire ndiara kun tata shere ke pisu amutrue mbegire sapukusum nashere ka utram esutram tikere. Thank you. Takauye waso yaram satya. We are complete.
Phyllis, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Speechless. Thank you so much, Phyllis, for that amazing download. It was like the song of home, you know?
In the language of home. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. My soul felt like you fluttered it up, like you were calling it, and then it got soothed out.
Beautiful.
Take a moment here, huh?
Did you want me to take any questions or anything? Or?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a question or two, we can go ahead and ask them here, but definitely tell people where they can find more about you.
My website actually is the best place. It's just my name. It's just Phyllis Douglas with 2 S's .com.
PhyllisDouglas.com.
Douglas.
Awesome.
Well, it's here. I'll type it in there.
Have you started doing live events again?
I have. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'll type the correct spelling.
Alan, what do you think?
I think that is the closest thing I've heard to light language opera, which
yes, what a good way to describe it. Light language
it's
opera.
a whole genre unto itself. I mean, this is Phyllis. You've discovered, created, manifested something
So
original
epic.
there and beautiful.
And do you still teach yoga classes or any classes like that, Phyllis?
I'm going to be starting yoga classes, but I do online performances, and I'll have some workshops and things coming up online.
Okay, cool.
As well.
Yeah, if you ever get an opportunity to go to one of the classes, the stretch classes, Phyllis actually ends the class with a circle where she basically channels the frequencies, and we all huddle together and we just receive the vibration too. It's really next level.
Where are you located, Phyllis?
I'm located in Laverne, California. I'm in Southern California. I'm about 35 minutes east of Pasadena.
Okay, great.
Okay. Yeah, and Phyllis was actually at our 2019 conference, and we're doing another one, Phyllis, April 2023 in San Diego. If you can make it.
I can make it.
I'll send you all the info for it. But yeah, you should definitely be there. I'm feeling next time I want you to end the event, because that was like a mic drop moment right there. Seriously, it's like there's nothing to be said after that.
Yeah.
Right. That's when you leave and you just hug everyone in stunned
seriously
heaven.
Just integrated everything that we experienced over the last few days has just been like fully integrated through the sound.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
So any final thoughts, Phyllis, before we move on to our next presenter?
thank you so much for inviting me to participate, and wonderful energy, and it's been a blessing for me to do so.
Well, Bridget Holiday says, still radiating. I understand the hand language with the singing. Deeply grateful for you, Phyllis, and all those who participated in that transmission. That's Bridget again.
Here's one question for you, Phyllis. How did your talent of singing and channeling evolve? What beings did you feel coming through you today?
Well, short and sweet. I've committed and surrendered myself to work with directly with the Elohim. So it's angels, but it's a number of other things that are allowed in that have a positive message or healing or what have you. But we did the Pleiadians, so it was the Elohim, the angels, and it was the Pleiadians came in, and then my dragon friend Oma.
Omar?
O-M-A.
Oh, that's your dragon friend. Great. Which part was the dragon? I don't know if I recognized it. Which?
The deep, gravelly voice towards the end.
I think you came in right during that part.
Right.
Phyllis, thank you so much. I love you. You're so amazing. And we'll be in touch soon.
Alrighty. Bye.
Hey, bye, Phyllis. Thank you.
Wow. That was heavenly.
I wonder if Mary heard some of that. Mary.
She was here.
Unmute.
Unmute, love.
One more unmute, Mary. One more.
I'll do that. There you go. So, absolutely fascinating to hear the different frequencies from the various intelligences, and some of them I recognized, some of them I didn't. But what was interesting with Phyllis bringing in the dragon energy, because I'm going to just mention that in the presentation that I'm going to put up for you very shortly. So that was very interesting. So amazing.
How synchronistic. You been prepared for the dragon energy here.
And Paul was talking about dragons too, so it's a theme for the last few hours.
And then we had the serpentine energy from the Kundalini energy with Val.
Oh,
so actually we've been, oh my goodness, look what we're doing.
Yes. I'm feeling a bit dragon-like myself, but no, it's okay. But Mary,
the white dragon.
Yes, whatever. But it's great to see you again. I'm going to call you or reach out to you to do a special series that I want to create specifically for your work, Starseeds, and the awakening of the Starseed consciousness. And just saying, there's some people have having a little problem with their Starseed incarnations. Have you heard about that? Some people are saying they're not going along with the Starseed or the hybrid agenda. Have you heard anything along those lines?
Only very briefly, nothing that's particularly significant at the moment, but that may be that they're just struggling with the frequency they're dealing with now.
I think so. Well, it's great to see. Well, that's the sort of show I want to do with you, like how are people struggling and what do they need to come through. But today, I mean, you're always doing a fantastic, original, different presentation. What's the topic of the presentation today?
It's intergenerational contact. It's focusing particularly on one family, although I am going to bring in just an extra little story from a lady in Chile. But mostly it's about this particular family, the Dillons in Australia. And what's fascinating, it brings in past lives, but it also brings in the concept of oversouls. So we're going down the rabbit hole once again.
Well, no, that's good because in a way, Grant Cameron, did you hear his lecture here about this all consciousness? And in a sense, the oversoul is what I interpret is what's directing the bigger picture here. And so we'll, because you're on the panels together, we'll talk a little bit about that as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, she's not Mary Roswell, as some people call you. She's Mary Rodwell, who's known as the Alien Lady. And I actually heard your son did a kind of interesting movie about you as the Alien Lady. Was that a couple years ago?
Yeah, I did a documentary called My Mum Talks to Aliens in 2010. Right. And he was the scientist and skeptic that was doing his best to interview his mum and get some sort of sanity out of her. I think that'll be a job.
But it is so great how cutting edge you are and how important you are to bringing your research into this field. I tell everyone who wants to know about this just to read the chapter that you wrote in my book, which thank you again for that. And okay, you're going to share a screen with some PowerPoint?
I am. Here we go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mary Rodwell, who's really an innovator in the hybrid understanding and star seeds and why these beings are here at this time. Okay.
Right. Well, thank you, Alan, so much again for all your support. And it's fascinating at the moment that you've written such a brilliant book about contact. What is very important here is that we're constantly being challenged to expand our understanding of reality, our multidimensional nature. So what I'm talking about primarily today is intergenerational contact, a family's particular contact with non-human intelligences, past life connections through the oversoul. And do other life forms on this planet have souls that communicate after death, which is an extra little bit to qualify the children's understanding of their communication with these with animals, plants, etc. So what did Einstein say about time? He said, people like us who believe in physics know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Time, in other words, is an illusion. Many physicists since have shared this view that true reality is timeless. And that's really important because so many of those that are having contact are told that time is just linear, that in fact there is no such thing as time as such. Whitley Strieber, some will know, was one of the very first to come out with his experiences, talked about his understanding of time through The Secret School that he wrote many years ago. And he said, remembering the journey outside of time was another step. 9 lessons involved in the manipulation of time, because learning how to use time as a tool is the key to reaching higher consciousness and a real relationship with the beings. Peter Smith, a wonderful gentleman, friend and colleague, has done a great deal of work in taking people in between lives. Started out with Dr. Michael Newton that spoke about the soul grouping, the monads, and continued from that. It was the Newton Institute that was created, and Peter Smith at one time was in fact the main person to go to. What was interesting with his work is that he's now the founder of the Institute for Quantum Consciousness. So he's gone beyond that. And what was started out as the Newton Institute, Life Between Lives with Dr. Michael Newton. And he said it's changed as we've explored that way of working. And he says now that he feels more incarnations have cosmic heritage and are more advanced to help with the shift. The main trends coming through the Newton Institute were the traditional Life Between Lives guide, counsel, soul group are falling away, and the clients no longer need the structure. More souls have cosmic heritage than ever before. They incarnate here deliberately to help with the shift. Life purpose has moved from the individual to a collective shared purpose to serve humanity. It's a shift from me to we. It could be a layer of the superconscious between soul groups and source. We've sometimes seen project groups together for a specific reason, and I've spoken about this before. More a team approach than just a soul group dynamic. They remain members of both groups and overlap. All 3 themes echo the planet is filling with more advanced souls, often with galactic heritage. It's like they're incarnating to be the boots on the ground for advanced benevolent races. And the reason I've put that in is because I'm leading you to a story of a family that connects to their oversoul. The definition, and I've put 2 here, is absolute reality and the base of all existence, conceived as a spiritual being in which the ideal nature is imperfectly manifested in human beings, is perfectly realized. That's one definition. Another, the higher level of soul you share with others in a soul family is your oversoul. You are both in a soul family, And this is your oversoul. You are both an individual soul and you are part of an oversoul, just for those that may have not come across this concept before. So what am I going to present of this family? First of all, the oversoul and what it suggests in terms of our spiritual understanding. The links to a family past life in Egypt, and particular Nefertiti. Elsa and her husband are both professional photographers. Elsa shares her experiences of those of her children, all experiencing contact. The short videos edited by Elsa from an initial 3.5-hour session I initially had with her. Elsa shared her experiences demonstrating how it affected her perceptions and understanding of herself. Elsa's particular connection to Nefertiti, a significant sighting she had, totally changed her, and she queried for a time as if she was possessed. Family sightings of spacecraft, their personal encounters with non-human intelligences, the children's experiences as they explain the drawings of non-human intelligences they interact and communicate with. Over 500 have been drawn to date. Communication not only with the non-human intelligences, but with animals, ways, and many other species. A veterinary surgeon also shares her story briefly. So for those that want to see this on the internet, you'll be able to see all of the 8 episodes with Elsa, but also of her children. And many thanks to Elsa for putting together all the interviews that I did with her children. She's done a sterling job, and certainly one I couldn't have done. So hear a little bit from Elsa herself.
Many times checked every family member had made it, and they've only incarnated one other time, which was back then. But there's some other kind of soul group that you're part of together. Richard's oversoul, he's part of some council, has called us in. Oversouls are coming in again to the earth. It's an invitation to ground. You've all come to bring in that extra essence or awareness at this time on the planet now. Is that how you understand it? It's like they were waiting for us to get ready. It's that time again. It's too weird that it's happening at 2012, and the whole thing is just too bizarre.
Yeah. The connection is significant.
I've asked the oversouls roles and how they come in, and it's very similar to the personalities of each person in the family. I mean, the way I met Richard, I was in Sydney painting my apartment. I got up and I cut this cord. It was electrical. Bolted through me. I woke up other side of the room on the ground, and I don't know how much time had passed. And there was a huge hole in the scissors. Couldn't stop shaking. And my dog whimpering, licking my face. One of the regresses I've had, Ginger, the electric one, killed me to clean any parasites in me, to zap it out of me in time to meet Richard. And then the next day, that was my first time that I went out with Richard. I had to have a clearing before I met Richard. At the time, I didn't know any of this. It's only in a regress. Whenever I have a regress with other beings that come through or the kids and go back and test it, it always comes up the same answer. You got your answer, move on. It doesn't matter how much someone else they have that. That's their thing. This is our answer. Doesn't matter what history says. And the more we live by this, the more better things happen for us.
With the ET contact, as a family, from the interactions that you've had, some kind of focus?
Any human doubt, they always have just a, how can you be with Richard in this realm and still have doubt? Do you know who you are? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know your agreement there? How to open other people's hearts with all this, how to make it work for others.
What Elsa then told me, that what was the most profound and the catalyst for a huge huge shift in herself and her family was after the sighting of a huge spacecraft in 2015. It changed her so profoundly, she questioned whether in fact she was possessed. She was confused and frightened by it. But it was kinesiology that provided the answer. And the question that was asked was, did you have an outer worldly experience?
This was November 15. It's out in the paddock, and this was the middle of the herd, early time, so it was very dark. I looked at the stars and I was like, wow, this is a really clear night. And then I saw that it was actually a mirror, and I could see blue veins pulsing through the mirror, and then I realized it was actually my whole perspective. That's how big this craft was. The horses were looking up and twitching their ears and sniffing, from natural horsemanship that the horses aren't running, so they're not threatened. So I felt very safe. From that, there was like a 6-month period of hard times for my family because they said that I was possessed, and they were really concerned for my welfare. And I did tell my husband about what happened in the paddocks, but we kind of just put that down to, oh, look, it's another craft we're seeing, because we see them all the time, but that was the biggest experience. This possession or whatever got really, really bad. Like I couldn't even talk to Richard or the kids. I found it really difficult to communicate with anyone. I kind of went within. I wasn't depressed or anything. I just couldn't, I didn't have words to say to people. I just didn't know what to say. Yeah, so he said, look, why don't you go and have a kinesiology session? So we went and saw the Byron kinesiologist, who we've seen a few times with the kids.
Hey, Mary, we're not able to understand the sound so well. Did you optimize sound when you, can you play that back a little bit? Because
is the sound on your end coming out distorted, Mary?
Oh, is it? Do you want it less?
Yeah, basically it's like certain notes are hitting and just making it muffled.
When you share the screen, optimize sound. Did you do that?
I've done it before, but I'm not sure where I need to go for that.
Mary, let me close out your share screen. Go back to share screen again, and then make sure you click share sound at the bottom corner.
Yeah, and play it back, because I think she's saying some great things. So if you could play it back just a little bit.
So you want me to close share screen again? Is that
yeah,
click share screen, but before you click share, there's a button that says share sound.
On the lower left.
Oh, hold on.
It says optimize sound and picture.
Hold on. So you want me to close down share screen at the moment?
Well, it's already closed down. I took it down. So come back to Zoom.
Okay. All right. So you want me to go to
share it again, but before you share it, click optimize sound and video. You see lower left.
Don't optimize video, because that will distort the whole presentation.
Okay.
So just click share sound.
Is it sure? So audio settings?
No, go to share screen like regular, like you were sharing the screen. Click the green button, share screen.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Just how you did it in the beginning.
All right, hold on. Okay, I've got to that.
And
now
then it says share sound at the bottom. Do you see that at the bottom left?
Share sound. I've got mute.
No, before that, you see, let me see. It
says I see.
Yeah, that's what you have to click. Yes.
Oh, hold on. Share sound. Is that it?
Yep.
Yes.
And then go ahead and share it.
And play it back just a little bit, because we missed some of what she was saying.
Okay. Play it back.
I think you've been.
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, around there. Yeah. Oh, that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So about here.
In the paddock.
Yeah, try that.
Yeah, and you can turn the volume up a bit now.
New moon time, so it was very dark. I looked at the stars and I was like, wow, this is a really clear night.
A little louder, maybe.
And then I saw that.
That's as much as I can do on
a mirror.
My computer.
Okay, that's fine.
And I could see blue veins pulsing through the mirror, and then I realized it was actually my whole perspective. That's how big this craft was. The horses were looking up and twitching their ears and sniffing, from natural horsemanship that the horses aren't running, so they're not threatened. So I felt very safe. From that, there was like a 6-month period of hard times for my family because they said that I was possessed, and they were really concerned for my welfare. And I did tell my husband about what happened in the paddocks, but we kind of just put that down to, it's another craft we're seeing, because we see them all the time, but that was the biggest experience. This possession or whatever got really, really bad. Like I couldn't even talk to Richard or the kids. I found it really difficult to communicate with anyone. I kind of went within. I wasn't depressed or anything. I didn't have words to say to people. I just didn't know what to say. Anyway, so he said, look, why don't you go and have a kinesiology session? So we went and saw the Byron kinesiologist, who we've seen a few times with the kids and stuff. And we went and saw him. I'm having a session with the lady, and she went through absolutely everything. Hydration, kids. She said, you're just a clean slate. You've done all the work. She said, I'm just going to try one last thing. I haven't done this with anyone before. I'll just try one last thing. And she asked if it was an outer worlder experience. And instantly, November, that date came up. She started to shake. She was holding my arm, and I could feel her whole body, just like an electric shock going through her. And she said, I'm going to have to go and talk to the schoolmaster, because I don't know what, I freaked out and left the room. You've had an ET experience. I think they might have taken you. You've been gone for 10 years human time, but you were here. You were only gone for like a couple of minutes. I actually felt relieved, because I thought, I'm not possessed. And I got in the car, and Richard looked at me, and I went, babe, you're never going to believe that day, November 2015. He said, what happened? That's what happened. And told the kids, yeah, the ET sounds more realistic.
So now I'm going to take you to the children themselves as I continue Elsa's story. But to give you some idea of them, they all surf, they ride horses, they cook, they bake, they do pottery, they're geologists, they are into astronomy, fishing, gardening, and looking at remedies for healing. So they're all great all-rounders. They also make ENF, orgones, clearings from negative energies, grounding, scrying, channeling, meditate and yoga, and train horses. So as you can see, they're a very talented, bunch of children. And their stories, again, reflect that. So the questions I asked the Dylan children are these. Were you aware at what age did you interact with other worldly beings? How did they understand themselves as human or another intelligence incarnating as human? Were they aware of lives where they were not human? If so, what form? Can they draw that form? How did they experience the communication contact with these intelligences? Were they aware of certain multidimensional abilities? If so, what are these abilities? Did they have a sense of mission or purpose on this planet? If so, what was it? Did they experience being taken on a craft, planets, or realms? If so, what do they feel about the purpose of those experiences? So we start off with the youngest child. This beautiful, but I will start off with Elsa talking about this.
The following year, I had this burning desire to meet up with our astrologer in Sydney, and I couldn't get hold of her at all. But she was also a psychic. Didn't really know much about psychics. You're around a lot of spiritual grounds, ET contact. There's not one, it's multiple. She asked me to join her psychic classes. Go on to my first Zoom, and as soon as I started doing it, it was like second nature. It was like I had been doing it all my life. So I can be looking at someone if they've got beings around them or ancient ones leak out of the body somehow, and I can communicate with them while I'm talking to them. So I could be talking to you, and then a being will come out and talk with me. Because it was the UK, it was 5 a.m. and Gigi came in second eldest daughter, who's 17. I was looking at a being and so many beings around her, and instantly she started saying, yes, they're these people, they're Jonaman. And that she just walked out, like her hair was all a mess. She scratched her head and walked off. And I was like, that was strange. And I walked out into the kitchen and she's out there drawing. And that was October 2020. And ever since then, it has been snowball of just the kids. They're just drawing all the beings. Started off orbs and ghosts, a lot of ghosts, and a lot of clearing ancient ones on the land and a land around us. Lost souls come through, which a lot of the stuff I would not know what I was talking about, so I have to go and research it before I'd explain it to the kids. Jeannie, our youngest, who's now 8 or 9, she'll be walking through shopping centres and she can see black men in suits. They take their faces off and put them back on, and she'll draw them. The kids, I feel very comfortable. I'm not scared with them around these beings.
So we're now going to start off with Jeannie, the youngest, that Elsa mentions. These are some of the beings that Jeannie has drawn. I think they're amazing, but what they also identify is the script that she's coming out with as well. What you see to the left of the screen is how that's being translated by Elsa, that she's got, she's put in certain connections that she's seen with her daughter and how she understands her daughter's connection. I'm going to now take you to the interview that I had with Jeannie and to give you a bit of an idea of her. They're only brief little interviews just to give you a sense of how they respond.
Hello, Mary. My name's Jeannie. I'm the youngest.
How old are you, Jeannie?
I'm 9.
What age were you when you were aware you were having these kinds of contact with these different beings?
It was when I was 4 years old.
How did you experience it? What was it like?
I would just walk somewhere and they'll just be sitting on my shoulder walking with me.
So you saw them, but a feeling or a knowing that somebody was there?
Like I would see them and then they would like disappear a bit.
So you would actually physically see them. What kind of things did they say to you?
They would want us to do something for them, be friends with me.
How did you feel about them? Did you talk about it? Did you keep it to yourself?
Sometimes I would tell it to Elsa and Richard, and sometimes I would keep it to myself.
Did you ever remember anything from other places or other times?
Really? Like days that you...
Yeah? And how many do you now see or communicate with?
Yeah, a lot.
When you say a lot, what do you mean by a lot? Do you mean 10, 20, 40? Do any have a special message?
Or to help him or...
Ever get you to draw anything unusual? Writing?
One I've been drawing in Arabic, different kind of words.
And do you understand those words?
Yeah, they're easy.
Are you aware of kind of ability that you may have that others don't have? Do you see things like energy, or do you see orbs of light?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you always see the beings with your physical eyes or in your mind's eye?
My eyes, physical eyes. I see so many more than my sisters and brothers.
Of going on any spacecraft or going to other planets, feel that that's happened to you?
I've been on a spacecraft before.
Yeah. What you're doing is really helping so many others like yourself. Yeah. There's something wrong with them and they shouldn't talk about it, that they're okay. So thank you, Jeannie, so much for that. I think Elsa's done a wonderful job of encapsulating the stories of each of the children. Obviously, there was more to each one of the interviews, but given the time limits that I have, this is as much as we can show you, but at least it gives you a sense of each child, which I think is really significant and really important. So she's talking about 4 years old when it all started for her, that they ask her to do things for them. She sees a lot of them. She writes scripts, some of it in Arabic, and she sees them with her physical eyes, and she's been on the craft. So now we're getting to the next youngest or oldest, I think, Gidget, who's 11 years old. These are some of the images that Gidget's drawn. She's a geologist. She has a passion for that. She speaks and reads Arabic, which is self-taught. She makes sculptures in the sand. She surfs. And she also sees many different types of beings, as you see there. So I'm going to now do her interview for you.
Hi, Mary. I am the seventh child in the family.
And how old are you, Gidget?
11.
That you were interacting with some of these beings. What age was that?
4. Sitting near a tree, a little fairy came near me. Then a little honey eater, little bird, it started singing its song. The fairy and the bird flew away, and it meant like a message. It said, "Look at me and draw me." You can go and hear the animals talking. Horses come up the hill and they'll rush by you, telling you to speak Egyptian. Wedge-tail, the eagles telling me, "Go down the creek, there's a message."
The animals and the birds actually talk to you. Can you understand how they communicate with you?
Yeah, definitely. The frogs start cricketing for a reason. They want water.
Or do you feel that's with all nature communicating?
All nature, definitely.
How did you start to see any of the other ones here? Did you see them with your physical eyes?
I know, yeah. Talk to me in different languages, sometimes in Egyptian.
Any other language?
I don't even know the language. It's like being language, really hard to hear, but hear it really deeply, you'll hear it. They sing it underwater, blowing bubbles. They'll come by really close and you'll be like, "Fright for you? Oh, it's a siren, I've got to draw you." Helping the creek, like there's a dam that's unbroken.
So they're giving you the message to help the planet.
Yeah.
You ever had a sense past life?
I get a feeling that I've been here already.
What about like other planets?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm going through a realm and then I go through like another planet, sometimes just floating in galaxies.
So you go out into the galaxies?
Yeah. Being Lura, and then there's a pixie named Scribbit, and she'll come near you and blow bubbles near your ear, and it whispers to you what they need.
Any other abilities that you may experience that others don't seem to have?
Up to the stars, and you don't see any shooting. You can come out now, you don't have to be afraid of me, and like a big meteorite or something might come through.
Have the experience of being a spacecraft?
Being will go bring you through different planets and teach you about it. Look like the pixies, sometimes spider being has 3 brains.
And how do you feel about the beings that you meet?
Like I already know them. I think there's only like 2 on the ship, then when you open up your eyes, there's like 100.
Wow.
And then I'll draw it and I'll show Mum.
Thank you for agreeing to share what your experiences are. So to clarify, she's the 7th child in the family. She started seeing these beings at 4 years old. The animals communicate with her and talk in different languages. Some to help with the environment. These are messages that she's been given. She's been on Earth before, she said, and she goes out into the galaxies to learn about other planets, which of course is what we're hearing more and more from these children. So now I've got to share a little bit about Jerry, who's 12. On the left there is some of the information that Elsa's put together, which is how she now interprets Jerry's awareness and her links to the Oversoul. You can see an amazing array of beings that she's drawing as well. And what's fascinating is the understanding, the deep understanding the whole family has of their soul connection with each other. So here is the interview.
I'm Jerry. I'm 12 years old, the youngest.
Thank you, Jerry. Form of communication, these otherworldly beings. Do you remember what age?
5.
Did you see them physically or did you see them in your mind's eye?
So like it was in a tree, you could see a goblin face. You see it and then it just disappears. When you see something at an angle, you see it. When you move, you see it's not there. You're at that angle.
It's like an image on an overlay of a tree or something like that. Was it?
Yeah, it's like that.
Is it still like that? Or do you see them in a more solid form now?
Well, they're all different. You can see them at nighttime with stars above us. You can see some in the sky. In the water, you can see like sirens.
Or abilities, find yourself being different.
I know what animals hear them thinking, the way the trees are feeling, that it could be a crystal. I can see that it has feelings.
there's an intelligence in that rock others don't see? Do you sense it as a feeling or a knowing?
Yes, feeling.
And how many of them do you see in terms of different kinds of beings? Do you know how many that have been interacting with you?
I think I've lost count.
Oh, that's okay. When they're communicating, how do they do that?
I see them in the corner of your eye, and then they give you energy, like put something there, put something here, and that's the message. It's like puzzling. It's like a task. His name is Sia. One from the other realm. He's a servant next to our bedroom window. He dropped a box, but then it disappeared. It's a message that I can communicate with them now.
Thank you, Jerry. You people are going to really appreciate what you've shared, especially the kids. So 5 years old, she started seeing the beings. She now says too many to count. They show themselves in different ways. She knows what animals hear and what and what she is thinking. And she gets tasks they ask of her. So now we get to Ginger, 14 years old, and Elsa calls her the electrical one. And that you'll understand when you hear a little bit more of her story. She gets direct 3D communications with the beings. Sometimes messages come across wary of her electrical energy. So she's got a specific energy field that is very electrical, and she'll describe that to you. She doesn't draw the beings like the other girls. These were a couple from 3 or 4 years ago. So I'll give you some idea of how she interacts in her particular energy field with the beings.
I'm Ginger, 14. One of the first ones I remember, walked down to the office, teddy bear, and remember being up there and looking at the stars.
How old were you?
3. I could just feel something coming out there.
Were these just stars?
Like spacecrafts or clouds come over them. It's like shapes. Electrocuted pregnant like 8 times. Born in an electrical storm and big rainbows, electric lightning. I can hold electric fences and light bulbs to be changed all the time. I share a room with Gigi, and they'll just come through the curtain, and they feel more comfortable with another one instead of just me. At night, we'll be dreaming, and we'll have the same dream, so we'll connect. Means someone or a message that pops up in there. Each sibling is different. More can come in because they feel protected. Even with animals, a dolphin will swim by and gives us a message.
So just to clarify, unique connection to any form of electrical energy. The way you experience information is when you connect to one of the family animal or object, and then you will get a visual. Is that how it comes?
Yes.
These electrical beings, you get a sense of familiarity.
They might come in and startle me. If we're in the kitchen, I'd go past the oven, zap me, or I touch the fridge or something, kettle, or they might go onto Elsa and they keep zapping her until they've got me the message.
Thank you, Ginger, for sharing so well. That very unusual side to your experiences. What, of course, this is showing us is the many ways these intelligences are communicating with us, and much depends on, it seems, our electrical field and perhaps our soul heritage and where we initially came from in the cosmos. Now I'm going to mention Gigi, who's 17 years old and has drawn several hundred of the beings. And what's fascinating again is, as you can see, there's light language there. So we've got the symbols as well, which is very much part of the understanding we have of the communication. So we've got, the downloads of light language with the beings themselves. And of course, with many, it's coming in a vocal form as well. What we understand here again is her connection not only to her sisters, but also to her mother and the Egyptian connection. I'm going to now let you hear Gigi's story, and there's a little bit extra I want to say about that.
Hi, Mary.
How are you, Gigi? So you're 17.
Yeah.
When were you aware that you were having a form of communication or contact
2, 3, I would wake up in the night and start screaming. There was an older lady in the room, like a ghost. Lots of astral traveling. Wake up outside 4 in the morning and I feel like I'd be floating. I don't even know how I got out here. Spaceships are more extraterrestrial. Like, it happens more when I'm 15. Blue light took up so much of the sky, saying, don't worry, it's just here to show and present itself.
Did you feel that they were telling you why they were visiting?
You're on the right track. This is what you're supposed to be doing. A lot of the messages I get when I'm asleep, one of them touched me on my stomach. I wake up with a mark. The messages in the dream, they would tell me something, a number, a word, or a smell, a color, and that will help me with a painting.
Do you ever consciously have communication?
Yes, all the time. They're like non-stop painting. They will say the star names, help with healing or a better way to be. Or Navia, meaning a role to share knowledge, an oversoul, friend, or live in inner earth as a construct of a range according to a pattern or an organization.
She's got the most amazing energy.
It's their way of speaking, or if it's a frequency through the way how I draw.
Do you get the message in that symbol or that light language?
I'll show you. Frequencies coming down human resonance. It's like a pulse coming through all the energy that they bring in. They're telling their story through it.
You'll get the language and some you don't.
Telepathic, they'll message through me. I feel like a lot of them are hovering over my shoulder.
How many beings do you know you've drawn?
So many coming through. All of them I feel connected to. Like I've already known them. I've connected from now. Already incarnated here before with us. Some of them I've known on missions or something. Communicating with all these beings. There's such a large amount, thousands. I feel that's my role. Like talk to other people around the world. It goes a little bit serious when they talk about extraterrestrials. Beautiful and intelligent. There's pure light or energy.
To see the art that's coming through with the frequencies is just amazing. And I'm so appreciative, and I know a lot of other people are going to be as well. There's a little bit more to Gigi's story that I will mention to you. But first of all, it was 2 or 3 years old when she became aware and wake up and see things in the room, like this old lady that appeared to be a ghost. She talks about astral traveling. At 15, many sightings of spacecraft, messages when asleep and waking up with marks on her stomach after the experience, conscious communication about healing and a better way to be. Communication through a frequency wave drawn or a pulse. The beings tell the story through this, and drawn many. But what was interesting also was that when I first spoke to Elsa, as I was speaking to Elsa in this over 3 hour interview, Gigi came in and she immediately saw this being behind me. And this is what you're seeing here. And her name, she says, is Nivea. I asked more about her later because I was interested that Gigi had seen this being behind me. And what's interesting about the drawing was that Gigi collapsed and seen that the download was too strong for her 3D mind. She had to turn off. She stated she felt safe. She said she was in some greeting or ceremony with higher level beings, and there were many of them. When she returned to consciousness and opened her eyes, she began channeling this being with a connection to myself. She said her name was Nivea, or she's not sure whether it's mine. She resides in the Inner Earth Society, though that's not her native origins. This being states Mary or her oversoul goes there regularly, and that she is a 12-dimensional being. So what's fascinating again is this connection that we all have with one another. And this, to me, demonstrates this connection. And it was this being that initially Gigi saw when I talked to her with her mother in the very first time we spoke together. So we'll go back now to Elsa and her connections to Egypt with many of the family. And she said that Elsa says that her father was born in Egypt, and said that other beings created the pyramids. So let's hear some more from Elsa now.
My father was born in Egypt. He told me always that other beings had created the pyramids. So I had an understanding of ETs and things, but it never really was in my life. I have had a lot of ghost experiences, especially with mirrors. Actual ghost things happen to For years, my husband and I, we practice feng shui. We're very healthy. And with the children coming into my body, I did a lot of kinesiology, cranial osteopath, acupuncture on the, and we didn't immunize. I wanted the kids to come in as clean skin. The kids never have really been to a doctor ever. And the other thing they don't have is toys. They just don't have toys. They have real things. They don't watch commercial TV. So they have no concept on programs. And everyone used to think we were weird, but they all commented on how pleasant our kids were to be around. So financial crisis hit, we came up here. And then some really weird stuff started to happen. People started calling us ET. About what's so different about you people? And just when out in the street, people would come up to us and just grab our hand. And we kept having electrical shortages. And I just said, it's like someone's trying to tell us something. Now, daughter and a son radiation poisoning from the power meter box in the little farmhouse. It was Valentine's Day. The electrical meter box blew up and the house caught on fire. We ended up working out that our children were becoming ill because of this meter box. So that's how we learned our EMF. That was before any towers were up. That night, I researched about electrical energy and EMF. I came across how angels, ETs, connect through electricity and water. Huge whale dreams where I would wake up on the beach with eye contact with a whale, like our eyes this far apart. And I just knew that there was something huge about to happen. I was in the mirror doing my hair. Thinking, why do I have black hair? Because I'm blonde. I had a flashback to my childhood, and I remember the only fact that my father kept from Egypt was of a bust of Nefertiti. I remember saying to my mum, who is this lady? I know her. It started to hit me. A connection was with Nef, and I feel like she's been communicating with me since I was very young, and now we communicate all the time, and I feel like.
So just to encapsulate what Elsa's saying there, she has a connection because her father was born in Egypt. And apparently he always said that other beings created the pyramids. She's had gross experiences, electrical shortages, and heard that angels connect through electricity and water. Her father actually had a bust of Nefertiti, which is interesting. And she was the queen of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, the great royal wife of the pharaoh Akhenaten. So what's interesting here, and something that I've read on several occasions in other from other sources, and one of them is an interesting story about the connection to Nostradamus that Dolores Cannon talked about, various people connecting to Nostradamus in her books on Nostradamus. It seems again that time is only linear, that we can connect to other intelligences and other aspects of ourselves in other realms. So here Elsa experienced a personal regress to her connection with the Egyptian times and communicates with Nefertiti. She describes the communication and relationship, and we don't know whether that's a parallel realities or soul aspect or joint oversoul or the soul link for communication.
You know, Mary, she actually looks like Nefertiti.
I know. I think she probably is, but we haven't gone that far.
Cleopatra, and I just remember it being in the movies, that's all. So I started researching their family tree, history, and then I started getting flashbacks, smells, food, jewelry. I did my own regress. Each time I would regress, our relationship developed. My family didn't really understand what I was going through. So I kept it all inside. But Richard, my husband's like, well, how can you prove this? And I regressed. I used to have mold in my lungs, tomb, which had mold over the walls. Her and I just wiped the mold off the walls. I came through for regress, and the mold had gone from, couldn't feel it in there anymore. And then 24 hours in the news, it came out that there was mold inside Tooth's tomb. I said to Richard, is this enough? And he's like, maybe I need some more. Do something in the regress, then something would come out in the news, and it just kept going and going. It became so much so to the family that they actually had to start going, okay, what's she going on about?
So it sounds like you've got a parallel reality, only a different timeline.
The synchronicity, it's not just one thing, and for each one to be similar characteristics, and but also the order of the children and the timing of the birth. Maybe one child, maybe two child, but 8. I couldn't have planned this. But whether I am her or not her, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't really matter. The whole thing is it's actually happening, this experience to us. So
that's why I wanted to know from you your sense of what is part of the mandate.
Language and time and space seem to be collapsed. We're telling you we're still present together, parallel, and now we've recognized each other. So she's regressing with me, or not?
Yeah, that's interesting. Of what is part of the mandate for all of you incarnating together for the planet at this time.
If we can share it and then it helps other people through, now that's going somewhere.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit more to the story, which of course encompasses multidimensional timelines. And one of the things I want to touch on here, because it came up at the same time, and it often does synchronously in my work, where the animal communication has come up. And what this is, that it seems to be there is an upgrade of all sentience on this planet. And this is why I think more and more people are talking about their interactions with animals, with plants, and even with crystals and what have you. So let's have a little bit more of the story from Elsa on this.
Animals communicate with us. You don't need Netflix here because it's just happening all the time. So entertaining. When I'm doing grounding work, they've got a white bull and a black bull. I call them yin and yang. I'll finish a clearing and they come up and the bulls will call it in. Jeannie, our youngest, is literally, we believe, like a genie.
She was an entity. Genies aren't human. Witches are human. Genies are not.
Was riding on her Shetland pony. Kingfisher flew into her hand. They're this tiny, the most beautiful blue. They're so fast. I can barely work out what they are when they pass. She opened her hand and she went, "Hello, little one," and then it flew off. Started having bigger encounters, huge whales, where we've been out in the ocean. 2 big ones going past. I just want to see if they'll come any closer. As soon as Richard turned the motor off, I ching-chinged 2 adult whales, did a right angle and torpedoed us. They stayed on the top surface of the water. Quite concerned, which is rare for Richard. Everyone get your life jackets on. I was really scared. Gigi and Ginger were at the front of the boat. The whales were this like far from our fingers.
Oh, look, he has a whale. No, it's his belly, Gigi. Oh, hello, guys. Oh my God, that was so close. Gigi, did you know?
They went right under us. But I've never seen a whale do a right angle. They've told me so many messages about the land, songline. alignments, and I realized that that was the first encounters.
So to just move briefly to show that so many more now are communicating with animals. And I got this wonderful email from a lady who I connected with a year ago, who's a veterinary surgeon in Chile. And she said, I have to tell you since our session what's been happening. And she said, I connect to the souls of animals. In the last year, she began to channel messages from animals to their human families, both those alive and those who've passed. These animals have a close connection to their earth family, and they want to help in the ascension process. I would love to help families, she said. Can you help? What's fascinating is that when she did the questionnaire, she said she felt she had a mission or purpose. Several missions now she's identified, one working with animals in the spiritual realm and healing. She feels she can visit other places and planets with her consciousness. She has a strong connection to animals, nature, music, and can heal with them and help others to do the same. She's a communicator of the star system. Her voice gives people a special comfort. She reads animals' messages to their human family. I come from a place of feelings and I can communicate with nature easily. My hybrid children have visited me in my dreams. I have small greys around, she said, that take notes from my human experience. I feel people's feelings. That's why it's difficult for me to be around too many of them. I can travel with my emotional body too. So even when I do an online session, I can feel the person and the animal. So this is becoming, as far as I can see, more and more part of what we can expect. As she said, she channels the animals that have passed away, the ones that are here, also that are still present. She connects to the energy of their hearts, and they have a lot to say as they have a condition, if they have condition or disease. In the building where she is now, the owner works with healing. She's seen close to 30 greys, angelical being, and a person's spirit who passed away. Doing this work, she said, heals me, and I know helps people find their way back into their hearts. She has identified that she's a part of the Galactic Council, and she reports and shows the council the human experience from the place of the heart. And this is really what's profound, is more and more are identifying that it's the heart that we operate from. And the heart allows us to connect to everything, that we're all one and are all connected. But let's hear some more in the last few of the presentation of how Elsa is understanding her experiences.
They find crystals. I mean, they come up with these amazing crystals from the creek. And these crystals make EMF organs, which are like little prisms. I got a message from a dragon type thing that the hill near us, it needed help. We went and did a clearing. I made my son help me. We went on the quad bike and we planted the organ. I looked up, his ancestors are watching us, Jet. Yeah, Mum, get on the quad. As we just drove in the gate of the house, Jet started swearing. I turned around and I had to lean back. Huge shadow had come over the house. It was a US military plane. I could see the black stallion on the side, but I could hear the little girls in the citrus trees. They made eye contact with the pilot and then they fell out the tree. That's how close it was. On the other side of the house, made eye contact with the passengers. Gigi said, they're not all human on that craft. And she drew them. The synchronicity for me after planting the organ, I started to question, why didn't the neighbours on top of the hill see so close to their house? Why didn't anyone else hear it? Why wasn't there any dust? How come we didn't blow over? We've been at many fashion shoots at an airport and I can never hear someone standing even next to me. And that's with the planes going over much higher. everything gets blown. But nothing happened like that. That's just one of them. We've had so many things like this. Our neighbours standing here with us watching craft. I don't know if it's a craft. That aircraft don't move like that, circles or up and down or flash at you like that. A few explained it to us. There's many people around the globe where their light shoots out. You're having so many encounters because there's 10 of you because it's really bright for them.
What's also important here that I'll mention in a minute is the location of where they are, which seems to be very significant and may very well be on a particular energy line. And I'll explain that as we finish the presentation. What I see here and what is really important is this message that people now need to start sharing their story. And more, I am inundated with individuals saying they have to write their story, they have to tell their story. There's no time for secrecy any longer, that this is a time of awakening and it's a time of revelation to who and what we are and our connection to these many intelligences that we're part of. So in this final slide, you'll hear that from Elsa herself.
I felt that I had to start speaking up. My gums were receding. My teeth were all going black. You can't keep walking around like that. You look like a skeleton. And so I started doing research on what's the thing to do. It kept saying you have to speak up. The more I would speak to people about happenings that have happened to us or beings, my gums grew back. I heard your voice. I just felt like I knew you. I need to contact you. Last night, I went outside and looked at the stars and I feel like people have forgotten how to love. They've forgotten their roots and they've forgotten how their body works. I didn't really want the family to be involved, but we all are. One of the hardest things that I was worried that when eldest son got to a certain age, similar to the other realm, about that. So I was living in a lot of fear. And then I let it go. He had contact with beings, wanting to break away from the family, which was strange for us because we were such a close family. Because he left the house angry and didn't want to talk to us. And we live right in the hills. It's really dark where we live. He had two large beings come up to him, either come with us or you go home. He said they spoke to him in another language, but he understood. I don't think I've ever seen him. He was white and all the anger had left his body. Bizarre thing to have these things happen. How do others perceive it? We've kept it a secret all these years. Started to realise that they were going to use this as a tool of manipulation. Something within us all. This is not right. People have to stop being scared. Aliens are actually inside us. They're in forms of parasites. You can clean a lot out, but not all of them wrong purposes either. Everything's meant to happen for some reason or another. I've done a lot of talking and all I wanted to do was hear your voice.
Thank you, Elsa, because it's giving me a real sense of the journey that you've had and where you're at. I'd just like to thank Elsa and her family for being so generous with their time and energy, and for Elsa putting all these videos together in such a beautiful way. Certainly it's beyond my capabilities. But one other thing I would like to mention is where Elsa is, where their family is situated, is very close to the Gosford glyphs. And for those of you that know a little bit of Australian history, or may not know, the glyphs are in some rocks in Gosford that are hieroglyphs, and nobody can really explain how Egyptian hieroglyphs are in Gosford in New South Wales. And it does suggest, and Stephen Strong talk about this in their understanding of our true Australian history, that Egyptians actually did come to Australia. And in fact, the gold in Tutankhamun's tomb is supposed to come from Gympie, which is 3 hours south of where I am. But what's fascinating is Elsa's connection to Egypt, and not far from these glyphs that have Egyptian hieroglyphs. The interesting thing is all the connections that one seems to find as soon as one's opening up to this kind of information. And what I'm trying to highlight here is there's such an enormous variety of ways we're experiencing contact. And each one is amazing and significant. And when we start to open up to our true nature and to the true nature of reality, we are certainly going to be in a whole new dimension of understanding and acceptance that we are amazing in what we are and what we will be in the future.
Wow, Mary, what a great investigation you are doing. So this woman had, just to recap, this woman had 8 children, and each one was an experiencer.
Yeah, the whole family experiences, yes.
And they're still experiencing it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they experience it together.
Some of them, absolutely. Some, they have their own unique connections to different intelligences. As you've seen with Gigi, she's, I think, drawn about 200 and something different beings, and they all have their own way of communicating. It might just be some with a download as well. But what I found was fascinating is the electrical connection to, one of the children as well, is how different that interaction can be.
Do you think it's...
I'm sorry. I just want
No, go ahead, Neil.
Did any of the kids draw the same beings?
I haven't actually asked that question. It's an interesting one, but I can certainly ask Elsa about that. I know she'll be watching this, so she may actually respond. I don't know.
I wonder if she's the one who emailed me about her family a couple of months ago. I never got a chance to respond, but it's brilliant what you've done.
Is it common, Mary, to have a whole family like this? Like, I'm thinking it's like a pod. Is that common?
Certainly, the research has indicated that this is often intergenerational, and most patterns it's intergenerational, and there is a connection. I remember the 10-year-old that said he was a blue being that incarnated for the first time as a human. His mother had many lifetimes, and he chose her because she'd had many lifetimes and could support him to be human, was the way he said it. So it seems like family groups or soul groups, the monad that we talk, that is talked about, will incarnate in different ways to support each other in their human journey, and particularly now because this has become galactic. So they have, you'll get perhaps, 2 in the family that come from one particular star system. You'll have another 2 from another star system, but coalescing into a unit of frequency that enables them to do what it is that they've come here to do.
Do you think it's because they've lived so pure on the land, because like the Aborigines, they had a lot of star visitation? Was that a big part of their interaction?
I think it was certainly enabling them to be, clear conduits, because of the way that they were avoiding anything that pollutes their energy system, including food, even with, lack of programming. As Elsa talked about, where they don't watch television, they didn't have toys. Everything was allowed their imagination and their connection to the land, their connection to the animals, etc., was a pure frequency, because it wasn't clouded or colored by all the other media that we have, that most children will be connected to. So nobody can say, well, they saw it on a cartoon or they saw it somewhere else, or read a book on it. It was all pure experience.
That kind of comes from raising your own vibratory frequency then. I mean, purely like if we had no chemtrails and no chemicals in our food and water, and we were living a pure life, would that give us more ease of contact?
I'm sure it's all about frequency and the purity of the body to translate that frequency. As Elsa said, that this electrocution that she had, which was, is amazing that she survived it, but it cleared her from all parasites and made her a clean slate, so that she was ready to meet her husband the very next day.
Wow. Don't you think this should be a book or a documentary that no, I really do. It's so valuable.
I don't feel I've done it justice in any sense, other than I've only had a short time with Elsa to put it together. The ones of Elsa were a 3.5 hour time where she just basically downloaded her story to me, and she's used that with the images to help people understand. But since then, she's been working crazily to get the children's stories. The main thing about the children's stories is you get a sense of them and the way that they understand it. But I agree with you, it deserves far more than I'm able to show in an hour's presentation.
But you gave us a taste of something really valuable. Yeah, Neil, what were you saying?
Episodes you created, you just made those yourself? Were they like little 10-minute webisodes or something? Just showing that, or?
Yeah, Elsa has put them all. She's a professional photographer along with her husband. So basically the interview that I did that was recorded, she then took that and put it together with the images. I mean, some of them she was working till 3 a.m. to do it. She added music, but the music got in the way of the you understanding what was said. But this will all be, she's got them all together on, I think, YouTube now. So there's the links if you want to see their story with the music.
Well, Alan and I are thinking of some documentaries that we're going to create together. Maybe we can team up, Mary, if you have any ideas, and we can come film something for you, either like a documentary of the family or just like even more broader one where they're a part of it, because it's amazing. That information needs to get out to more people.
And plus I said it would visit you, Mary, so.
I love that it's the family. That's fantastic. That just gives so much credibility, and the fact that they have a unified coherence in their home all together. Very exciting, very credible too.
Yeah.
Mind blowing.
Great. Well, you'll continue. I mean, you keep doing lots of presentations online. Are you going to keep developing this theme? I mean, you have a lot. Is this something you want to keep doing, this story?
What I found is so important is to make it real for people. You need to connect to the individuals. It's not just about data and research. It's allowing people to connect to the reality in people's lives that I feel is significant. And that's why I do if I can put someone telling their story or a little bit, you can connect to the integrity and the congruence of that story through the individual that you're seeing. It's all very well for me to stand there and talk about all this stuff, and it's still sort of out there. It's, what I mean? But if you can bring the individual that's telling these stories and you can connect to that, there's an added resonance to the person then with the story. And that for me has been significant all along with my presentations. It's not just about the theory or about the patterns and all that's important, but we're talking about people who are interacting with these intelligences, and it's not rare. This is not just an odd person here and there all over the place. We're talking about millions, possibly and more likely billions, that never talk about it. They keep it the secret because it's so different to 3D acceptance of reality that they don't know. Where do you go with it when you connect to all of this from this deeper level? That's why it has to come out. And yes, I will challenge people and their reality. I will do it and continue to do it, because I want to push the boundaries of accepted reality into what we really are, which is, we're only just beginning to work that one out.
Right, right. And what
That
about
is great. I am applauding you for that.
Yeah, definitely. What about also the families that are having these experiences, but then the parents are saying that, it's just your imaginary friend or something like that? Have you noticed your research, and I think you probably mentioned it before, but having these experiences at a younger age and then from external influences, kind of blocking it out or thinking it's imagination?
Neil, that's exactly what seems to happen with many cases. They get to the teenage years, they don't want to be different, they don't want to be seen as different, and because it's very hard to be different in this particular reality because of the judgment, because of, they get bullied if they're extra sensitive and what have you, so that many will shut down, and they'll shut down for many years. What's brilliant about what Elsa has done with her family is they've all supported each other. And so there's been no judgment about that. There's just been acceptance that I communicate with the kingfisher, I communicate with whales, I communicate. And that was why I put that lovely story of Daniela in there, because there's a veterinary surgeon that tells her, the pet's owners what the parent, what the animal that their pet is saying to them if they've passed on, or if they're sick, what they're actually saying. Here is someone with all the credibility that you could want, that's saying that I communicate with the animals and that this is my job. And this is what I mean. There are so many within those professions that can never talk about it. Yeah. Just think of the bravery of that wonderful soul in Chile to say, I want you to share this, Mary, because I want people, I want to help people. And I don't care what people think. That's it. That's disclosure.
Yeah. Imagine
that is disclosure. That's exactly what we need. That's why this channel and Portal to Ascension exists, because we're disclosing. And of course, Grant has a whole other take on it because he's been through it, and we'll get into that. But
shall we officially start the panel?
All right. Do you want to introduce the panel there?
Yeah. Well, I feel like you can do it. So let's
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Changing my background and okay, well, welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in or if you've been watching all day for the last 8 hours, we're really happy to have this final closing panel, which I think kind of wraps it all up and puts everything that we've been heard here into perspective. And joining us besides our hosts, Joan and Neil, Mary Rodwell, you just heard, Grant Cameron, who gave a great rousing talk about the ultimate nature of contact and consciousness, Flo Karuna, who's doing massive amount of work in investigating the starseed connection, Geraldine Orozco, who's what do you call yourself? You call yourself the Star Mother there, right?
Hybrid Mother is my website.
Hybrid Mother,
yes.
Right. Rob Vox.
He'll be back in 10 seconds, watch.
So I just wanted
to... You cut out, Alan, for like 15 seconds.
I said joining me today is... Ashanti Altavis, who's talked to me about her starseed connection, so I thought it would be great to have her join us and share some of her experiences and see where it all fits in. So, should we start with Grant, because that's the ultimate, is that consciousness. Where do you want to start, Neil or Rob? Because we are probably encompassing the whole UFO field here.
Yeah, let's start with Grant, and maybe Grant, you can. I mean, you were here for the last couple of hours. Maybe you want to tie it into like what we just experienced and how you kind of reconcile all of this.
I actually haven't been here. I was out. I had my camera going, but I wasn't participating. So I do have a comment on this disclosure thing. I sort of want to make people aware that we should be set on proper reasons for disclosure, because a lot of what I hear in the UFO community is disclosure in terms of we need an answer, we need to know what's going on, when we are actually the ones that are leading the raising of consciousness. Because I remember Dr. Eric Walker, I've told the story numerous times, when we chased him around in 1991 through 94, 87 to 94. He was a guy who knew exactly what was going on. And at one point he stopped us and he said, why should we change the rules to satisfy your curiosity? And I figure that a lot of the UFO community, we're just curious. We want to know what's going on. And I think we have to lead the pack in terms of why this is important. Because in the end, when disclosure comes, if the government says, okay, there's ETs here or whatever they're going to say, the rest of us are just going to get up and go back to work tomorrow. Nothing's really going to change. We have to be the ones who raise consciousness. Because the way I see this thing unfolding is, it's like I say, we're no different than any other social or political movement, whether it's gay rights or whether it's gay marriage or the African American thing. We have to realize that we've got to work this thing. We've got to get it out, and that the message is not for everybody, and that you're going to get to a point that happened in the UFO community that I never thought would happen. I remember Steve Bassett had a conference, I've told the story before, that he said to everybody, he said on the panel, when do you think disclosure is going to come? And everybody said 6 months, 1 year. And then they asked me and I said 2042, because I never believed it would ever happen. There's no way I thought it would ever happen. In 2017, what happened to all the stories that were out there, all the bad UFO stories, good UFO stories, they're all out there bouncing around. And we thought, oh, we're never going to get anywhere. We're never going to get disclosure. The New York Times put out this big article and everybody went, yeah, okay, I know that already. We know. Now tell me where they're from. And that's the whole deal. When Stephen Greer put out a thing, and I actually put it out as well, that you might have people jumping off buildings and the stock market would melt down when it was identified that there actually were UFOs. And that's what happens when you get consciousness rising, that the consciousness rises and it just becomes like gay marriage. When did gay marriage happen? And everybody goes, yeah, I don't know, like 20 years ago? It's like nobody can really remember what day it happened. It just happens. It flips. It gets to a point where everybody adopts it. And that's what the first quantum physics guy said, Max Planck said, an idea is not, you do not change everybody's mind by convincing them of the evidence. You wait for the people to die, and the new generation is not offended with the idea. So right. That's one point I had, is this idea of disclosure, in that we are the ones that are bringing the disclosure. And the more we talk about it, the more we talk about consciousness and things like that, the more people are going to hear it. And then when it comes time when you have a documentary or something where something comes out, everybody goes, yeah, okay, I knew that already. And we're just slowly changing it. I don't think we're here to really convert people like, Christianity or, what we used to do. That we are here to live our example, live our words. And when the time is right, it will happen.
Well, that's what Schopenhauer said. He said truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ignored, then it's ridiculed, and then it's self-evident. So we are coming into the self-evidence, like, what's the big deal? Gay marriage, rights, UFOs. It's all part of a new emerging culture. And I think this group and people listening are at the forefront of the new culture, because we've already accepted it and we're kind of way showers for what's happening. Do you think, Mary, that's what your work is about?
Yeah, we're the ones that says, I'm going to give this a go. There's the cliff. I'm going to see if I can fly. At the end of the day, it's about, do you live your truth? And one of the things that's been always important for me is when I talk to experiencers and they've lived, with this dual reality for many, many years, they've had the judgment and what have you. And I'm saying, well, do you want to die with this secret? Or do you want to be yourself? And with all the understanding and awareness that you've gained through this communication, this understanding, your connection, do are you ready to actually speak your truth? Or are you going to just die and give it away? And you know what? One of the things that I hope is my legacy to my kids is they know exactly who Mary was, their mum. And that means all her weird and wonderful ways and all her weird thinking. Hopefully, as an example, it doesn't matter how different you are or how much you challenge other people, as long as you have the integrity of speaking your own truth. Why have you been born here? What's it about? Is it to pretend?
Right.
Go around pretending?
Well, Geraldine comes from a pretty mainstream world, and then boom, she had that experience. And how did you go about telling people in your reality, Geraldine, that you were taken aboard a ship and had hybrid children after kind of being in the corporate world. You know, that's kind of a shock.
You know, I strongly believe that contact is very much a spiritual thing. I think that when we elevate our frequency to a high level, when we understand what it means to connect with interdimensionality, this is when we can kind of elevate not just ourselves, but our entire humanity into this next level. And I think that's kind of where we're headed right now. And that's why these conversations are so important. We need the education out there. We need the support. We have these support groups where we have like so many people that are in mainstream life or just everyday life working and living these double lives where they're unsure how to manage that conversation with their families even. And the amazing thing is that when you come public, and what happened in my case was that the documentary was basically the introduction to my family, you know, which was kind of shocking. But at the same time, it started a conversation in my family. And then everyone started talking about their contact. So the amazing and beautiful thing about this interdimensional realm is that we are all essential puzzle pieces to a much larger understanding of what we are as a human race, as consciousness, as a collective, and where we're headed. Because the future is interdimensionality. It's contact. It's this high level technology. It's the technology of the physical body and what we're capable of doing as a whole.
Great. That is contact. Flo, do you want to add what your piece is? Because you're living this reality interdimensionally every day, all the time.
Well, I think the power is in our hands.
Oh, can you make your a little louder, your sound?
Oh.
There.
Can you hear me properly?
It's
a little
low. But I like what you were saying. The power's in our hands.
Here we go. Sorry about that. I had my mic.
It's better.
Lower. Yeah, so the power is in our hands, I feel, for a disclosure. You know, the information is already out there. We hear about high-ranking government officials talking about extraterrestrials and documents coming out that are confirming this, but still the masses haven't accepted it on a level. And I believe that comes down to our level of consciousness. And even if disclosure is out there, if we're not aligned within us, we still won't honor that. So the power is within us to open the field of disclosure and be brave enough to, as Joan and other panelists have said, be ourselves, be our authentic truth. And by us being our authentic truth, we're going to send ripples to mass consciousness and people are going to awaken. You know, it could be a challenging thing to tell people, like, at least from my work, like I'm in communication with extraterrestrials. It could raise a lot of eyebrows. And when I finally decided, you know, I just got to accept who I am and this is my mission, it seemed that a lot of people started to accept me. And there was a level of my insecurity being projected onto other people and not really giving them the opportunity to see me for who I am. So there's a great opportunity for us to clear our insecurity so we can just simply do our work without the inner drama.
No, thank you for that. I just want to bring Ashanti into the conversation because this is actually the first time she's gone public. I'm throwing you into the deep end there. And you're listening to these people who are so confident in who they are and their experience. What do you feel and what would you like to share?
Well, first, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has been courageous enough to share the story in a world that is very anti-truth in a lot of ways. It's anti-speak your truth. It's actually more about conformity. So when we accept the truth of our contact experience, it makes it easier for others to come out. And I'm really happy to be a part of the discussion and to share my experience, which has a lot to do with how the stars communicate to our human consciousness at the level that we are in the Earth domain.
So give us a little example of your experience.
Sure. So I like to do a lot of car traveling throughout the state of California. And in my last visit to a city called Granite Bay, which is about 30 minutes outside of Sacramento, it's a very mysterious area because it's naturally filled with granite boulders. And if we know anything about the megalithic sites and how the ancients used these sites to communicate with upper realms, granite has quartz, which stimulates deeper communication on multiple dimensional levels. So if you are in this area, in the daytime, you're going to receive one communication from the sun. And at night, when the stars come out, in addition to the moon, there's another communication. So I was spending my time up there for about, I would say, a month and a half. And why was I there? It was simply just for meditation purposes, just to do some internal work about some traumatic events that have happened in my life, especially since the time of the pandemic. I was a fashion designer getting ready to go to Paris, and everything pretty much fell out from under me. After having invested years and time and money, everything got canceled and I lost everything. So I needed to go someplace to clear my mind and to really understand what was next for me, because I wasn't alone. Everybody lost something during that time. So while I was there, doing meditation, inner prayer, saying the holy name of God as the form of the Tetragrammaton, I would just look up at the sky, and it would be midnight, sometimes 2 or 3 at night. And I would just look at Orion, I would look at Sirius, I would look at the Pleiades, and I would look at Cygnus. And little by little, I started to notice that the stars were not stationary. They were actually stationary for a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then a star in a constellation would get brighter and brighter by 10 times, 100 times. It would pulse, and then it would literally move across the sky. And then you say, okay, well, maybe I'm just on something, even though I'm not on something. But then it happens again in another part of the sky. And what you realize is that they're letting you know that they can see you and they're aware that you're looking up. So you say, well, what's next after this? Okay, so the stars are moving, but then you receive internal telepathic communication. And what's the communication? We're here to support you. We know this is confusing. We understand that you don't know what's going on. But as long as you continue on the path, all of your skills, all the time that you've invested will actually manifest itself in a way that's better than what you had planned.
Wow.
So during this time, again, it was over a month and a half, almost 2 months. I would go every night to this area. It's pretty much a ravine that miners back during the time of the gold rush used to find gold. So there's the combination of the quartz, granite, and then gold that's in the streams. And then the soil has gold in it. So really what you're in is a natural vortex. So when you're looking up at the sky, you're really just connecting heaven and earth. And I believe that this place, Granite Bay, actually has a lot of points where you can go and communicate. So during that time, I just made contact with a lot of these star beings. They were flying across the sky, and then they would make telepathic communication, just letting me know that as long as I have faith and I don't give up, that I would be supported no matter what my path was. So I take that with me. And I don't really talk about it much because most people don't believe that the stars actually give us communication or energy. But I have a deep connection. I'm actually a Rosicrucian initiate. So we're taught that back in the ancient Egyptian times, the Shemsu or the Shemsis, they were the watchers of Horus. And essentially they were the watchers of the sky, of the celestial bodies. And these watchers make communication and contact with these higher interdimensional beings that we see as stars, which are another type of intelligence. So I continue to make this deeper understanding and connection. And where I'm at in the Bay Area is near the salt flats of Alviso. There are salt ponds, and the same phenomenon continues to happen.
Wow. So. Thank you. We'll hear more from beautiful. How do you feel sharing that? Good?
Oh, yes. It's actually... it feels good to share because I know that other people might have had similar experiences.
And you've never told that to anybody?
No.
Well, the first here on Portal to Ascension, and Grant is a yes, and we're all applauding you because.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Neil,
there's
do you want?
There's no turning back now.
Joan. Oh, Joan. Oh, wait, Joan, unmute. But.
Yes. What was your question?
No, I thought you had a comment because it's time we all come out of the closet, as Grant would say.
Well, it is. It is. And also, you know, when we don't talk about our experiences, then we're perpetuating the cloud of secrecy and that awful, you know, like how they go wink, wink. You know, so we're perpetuating the falsity just because the rest of our humanity has had trouble accepting. You know what? I think that if they were allowed to know what was really going on and that we had interdimensional contact and we had not just the star beings, but angels existed and the little people existed. If somehow this message would go out the world and they would let this message happen, we would see just the ascension we're looking for, I think, this rising consciousness right away. Because honestly, we're having this discussion because some beings have decided that we're not to have that experience of tapping into the divine here.
And some have decided we are. Like, I love what Grant says in the chapter he wrote from my book, The Theory of Wow. If you've seen a UFO, you were meant to see it. You are part of the phenomena, and it is the Super Bowl of all phenomena.
There you go.
That's true. No, that is true. I agree so wholeheartedly. Like, this is a privilege that we've had this experience. Like, Mary, I was listening to you and everyone here, and I'm going, you know, what is it that has opened us up to this contact that we could see it, touch it, and recognize it? And these other people, is it that they really didn't have it, or was it that they couldn't acknowledge it?
Yeah.
The way that
Rob,
go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Mary.
The way that I understand it, the soul comes in with a choice. The choice: are they going to live the 3D reality this time? Or are they going to be one of those that are going to be part of the shift? And I think there's been a choice made. What are we seeing on this planet right now? You know, a complete split in consciousness between those that are ready to ascend and awaken, and those that are saying, I'm staying right here in 3D this time. And I think that's just acceptance that the soul choices that we've made, and both are fine, because you know they'll probably decide to do their bit in another time if there was such a thing as time, which of course there isn't. So you know, it doesn't matter, does it? It's all about soul choice.
Soul choice. Rob, were you going to say something? Rob?
You know, I really think we are in that integration period. You know, what Grant was talking about, it makes so much sense that the generation before us sort of held those stories in and didn't articulate them a lot, which in turn, when you do that, sort of gives you emotional damage, and that's that shroud of secrecy. Right. And we're sort of this integration where we get to use some of these practices and look at some of this information and start to blossom. And then the next generation from us is really who are going to be the complete beneficiaries of the work that we do now. It's going to be common knowledge to them. It's going to be common practice, and that's what we're sort of, you know, like the ancient peoples writing on the walls, giving signals like, hey, there's more here. You got to keep looking, keep going. And I think that it's vital that we do that. That's why I love doing these types of deep dives and talking about contact, because it truly is a consciousness experience. And yet there are some people who have that contact because they want to see it, and some people who it's bestowed upon them. And I think that both are sort of, they're similar, but there is a difference to it as well.
Well, some people might. Oh, go ahead, Rand. I was just going to say, some people can't believe we're having this conversation if they're in that outside world, and other people might say, I can't believe we're not having this conversation. So here we go. Okay, Grant, it's up to you.
I'm going to make a little revelation. I remember asking Mary at one point, it's this whole idea about soul contract. What's really going on? Why are we here? People don't spend any time in their life trying to figure out, what am I here for? What's going on? And I remember asking Mary this idea about the soul contract. What do you regress everybody back? Do you think everybody's going to say they agreed to come here and they agreed to do this? And Mary said, yeah. And that's the key thing, is that we have chosen to come in at this time in this place in whatever mess we think we find ourselves in. And maybe we came for a reason, because we'll complain about this and that, but I chose to be here. I had an interesting, I just want to make a little revelation. I don't usually like to talk about the ET thing too much, but I had a session, was it yesterday or day before, with Kay Randall May. Do you know who Kay Randall May is? No. She is the one that Kit Green said is the best medical intuitive in the world. 95% accurate. there's this tape that's floating around where she's talking about the portal off the coast of California, and Kit Green is busy taking notes and stuff like that. So I talked to her, and she knew nothing about me. And at one point she says, do you believe there's life outside of Earth? And I said, yeah, kind of. And she says, oh, that's good, because you're from the Pleiades. I said, really? Okay, cool. And she said to me, she said, and it's a good story, I don't know if it's true, but she says to me, coming from her, she says that you were working on the Akashic records, and you didn't have to come here, and they had to drag you to get you to come here, and you came in, and now you've built up some more karma. She said, but this is the woman that this present experiencer panel, they used her. She's referenced in a paper by Gary Nolan and Kit Green. So it was kind of neat to have it coming from her, this whole idea of the soul contract. And if the soul contract is right, everything changes. It's like when I had that revelation in 2017, it said, is the world random? If it is, that's one world. But if it's not random, if it's pattern, it's a totally different world. If it's one life, that's one world. If it's multiple lives. And if we came in on a soul contract, then we got to realize this is all part of what we came here to do. And that it would be like, living at the time of Jesus or at the time of Roswell. You say, boy, I'd love to have been there. And we will be seen even now. If you take a look now, most people don't laugh at you anymore because of the New York Times article. They know this is for real. It's not a laughing thing anymore. We are at this pinnacle period of history where we knew what was going on. And as the Bible says, too much is given, much is expected. So if you know what's going on, it's up to you to share what you've got, because you can't go when it comes to judgment time and say, oh, I was going to do it, but I got kind of busy and I thought of something else and stuff. And so we have this great opportunity, and we are all probably partners on some level at even the Dolores Cannon, the 3 waves that came in. So we all volunteered to come in at this time in this place because something's happening that we need to do. And all we got to do is figure out what's our role in this and are we doing it?
Well, I'm glad you came, Grant. Thanks for coming.
I was actually just about to say something about Dolores right when you were done. So it's interesting you said it. And just so many beautiful things are being expressed right now here. But when Dolores was doing the Life Between Lives, she was realizing that she was regressing people to a moment where they were picking their experiences. And a lot of people came to Earth with certain imprints. They would like pick books out of the library, if you will, and they would imprint themselves with all types of experiences and different people on the planet that they never were in their past lives, just to get the experience. Some of them were coming for the first time, but they took on multiple roles. So, and that was the whole theory of why there's like a million people that think they're Nefertiti, so all that kind of stuff, right? But just to bring a lot of everything that was shared together here is, if we look at the Yuga cycles and the age that we've been in, the Kali Yuga, the Dark Age, has been the age of delusion. The Dwarpa Yuga, which is the next stage, so delusion, I don't even need to explain what that means, right? As we shift into this next age, we're in the age of energy, where we start realizing not only how to use energy, electricity, we start realizing quantum energy, but by the end of this age, we start realizing we are energy. And how do we utilize that? This taps into your Merkaba light body, traveling through space, all of this, right? So at this point, it's pretty much been validated. Like over the last 8 years, 9 years ago, I remember I had a fight with my dad. My dad was like, what's up with all this alien stuff? 7 years ago, I had a folder on my phone with all the government documents ready to go. And now, just Project Stargate is just like blows everything, the lid off everything, for example. So we've been validated at this point. On some level, it's good to have this faith where you don't need to be validated. But on another level, when you're dealing with so many linear-minded people in the world, it's great to have that so you can actually move forward without the insecurity. Is this real? Is this not real? What am I experiencing here? So now that we're at this level, I used to think that, it would be about letting everyone know. Everyone needs to know that ETs exist, right? But now I don't think that. I think we all need to do the inner work so we can get to the consciousness level that we can move into that reality. So we don't even need to tell everyone. All we got to do is reflect on ourselves, do the inner work, continue to expand our consciousness. And as we do that, just like what Grant said in the beginning, it's just going to be normality for all of humanity.
Right. So how do you do it, Flo? Because I'm not ready to change my name to Flo Karuna, but you're living this reality every day. Okay, but talked about how you interface with what do they call it in the those books, those about the people in the other world, the wizard people who aren't wizards, in the Harry Potter books, the people out there. I think they're called Muggles, right?
Yep,
Muggles.
Muggles.
Right. How do you deal with the Muggles, Flo?
Well, I honor my human journey. Sometimes I could get hurt, and sometimes the emotions can kick in, but I feel like that's part of the process of us being a part of this collective conscious field where we have been persecuted, we have been pushed if we've spoken our truth. So I take it as an opportunity in my own energetical field to clear that. And I feel we're doing that as a collective right now. We're all going through our emotional cache, and we're lightening the load for not just our generation, but the next generation. And it's amazing because our DNA is quantum. If you think about just from like our ancestral perspective, we're connected to our ancestors who aren't necessarily in this 3D lineage, but we're getting the residue. We're getting the residue of their emotions. We're getting the residue of their thoughts. And to me, that's my personal proof that we are in a quantum technology. And when we shift that within us, we're opening it for others. So it's amazing what this inner technology could do. I've actually been standing in a field with 3 people, well, including myself, and I see a starship, and one person sees the starship and the other person has no recollection whatsoever. So there's like an innate ability that we have the decision whether we want to see this or not. And we hear like the stories about, like the natives or the original peoples of Turtle Island, when the colonizers came on boats, some people didn't even see the boats. It was not even like, collecting in their awareness. So the ability that we all have is to improve our internal system, connect to this amazing technology that we have been embedded with that is upgradable. We're like computers where you could, on a computer, you could add memory, you could add RAM. Well, our DNA could expand. We could touch into our multi-dimensional knowledge. We could access the Akashic field. And the more that we expand in our awareness of this, whatever this gift called life, freedom seems to follow in every element, even with the soul contracts, where I've had soul contracts and I've been given an opportunity to release it if I choose. So we're never held hostage in this existence. And I just want everyone to know who's listening, we're always free to unshackle ourselves and be the person who we came here to be. There's of course going to be some 3D journey, but there's an opportunity right now.
But we need this community. I mean, we are forming a community. How do you feel about our community? I'm joining.
Oh no, I think it's a wonderful community. I think you need to have this sort of fellowship because some people just experience oppression and they don't feel like their experiences that they've had are valid because maybe a best friend or a husband or a wife or even people that that you're close to didn't have it. So then that means you're crazy or you shouldn't be expressing it because it's weird. And so then you end up taking on more internal trauma when really it's just an experience that could be as natural as going for a walk and seeing a bird. Okay, well, you saw a metal bird and it wasn't an airplane and it wasn't a helicopter. Mm-hmm. That shouldn't be something to be ashamed of. Mm-hmm. So the more that you have a community that
actually, but what do you say to people who come to you? Oh, did we lose Geraldine? Oh, there you are. I mean, this is basic because Grant is taking it to a whole other level that there's no, I mean, that's another conversation about what's really going on about it all being consciousness. But on this level of interaction, Geraldine, how do you counsel people who are saying, weird thing happened to me and I don't understand it and I saw these alien children and what do I do and am I crazy? I mean, John Mack used to say when people said to him, am I crazy? He says about their alien experiences, he said, I have good news and bad news. You're not crazy. The good news is you're not crazy. The bad news is like you've had something happen to you. So it's like that. So how do you talk to it to them, Geraldine?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're coming to a point where the wonderful thing about where we're at here collectively is that there is enough science to support having these quantum conversations, these conversations to understand what are these other realms. And I think the interesting thing about that is when we work with people that are having contact, these are adults, it's running in the family, and they are having a lot of this contact that is happening in the family is also happening to the children. And so when I work with people that are having these experiences, I think that the education about the self-inquiry, how to connect, how to raise our vibrational frequency is really important. But the other side of that is to let them know that there is a support group where they can talk about these topics, you know, and when they come to the support group, this is where things begin to open up because they hear other people talk about it. And just that simple listening and recognition of experiences, people sometimes even recognize themselves from contact experiences in my support groups. And sometimes, you know, when they're doing hypnotherapy, they're able to broaden their perspective about things that's happening, and that really helps integrate, and it helps with the healing and a deeper understanding of what's happening within this phenomena. So it helps ground the experience into the physical. They begin to see the connections in their family. They begin to see the connections that they've had perhaps all their life. And then usually it'll go towards some spiritual direction of some kind, where they begin to question consciousness and, you know, what reality we're living in. So I think all of these elements are really important. And the other thing I really wanted to mention is that I've been noticing a rise in a lot of children looking for support as well, children that are having more contact than ever. And I find that really, really interesting because it's like we need to provide some education for children and for parents, teaching them how to manage this. So, you know, there's so many very interesting parts about that. People that are having a little bit darker experiences, you know, they can change that experience. People that are having higher vibrational experiences, also it speaks to where they're at spiritually, vibrationally. So, you know, this is kind of involves all of us, and I think this is where contact goes to the next level, where we're learning about what humanity is and what it means to be human in this earth experience, and we link a lot of dots. You know, we're noticing that if this is something that goes down our genetic lineage, it's what's in our junk DNA. This is what I research, is that it's our holographic DNA that helps us access some of this information potentially. And so it's, yeah.
No, I think it's ironic that the ETs, whatever that is making us more human and helping our expansion of the humanness of who we are. Does Igor want to share? Is Igor there? Does he want to share his story?
Yeah, he is. Let me have him come over here.
Igor was a regular business guy, didn't know anything about this, went to see a healer in South America who did some etheric and energetic healing, and it popped open, you know, whatever that is. There's always a moment where I think for a lot of people, it just pops open. There's Igor Galibov. And Igor, do you want to just share a little bit about your process? Because it all does come down to being spiritual. So yeah, Igor, hi. Unmute.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Yes, it was a very interesting journey, and having an awakening and being awakened by the extraterrestrials, it is an aha moment. And then you come into this reality and you say, how do I express myself? And this becomes a very complex experience. Especially this happened to me in 2004 when there wasn't much information out there. And I started to kind of express things in a more of a shamanic way, where I had to kind of adjust my own template of belief in order to express these things where people can resonate to it. And the expression is very important for us to kind of tune in with each person, so they can understand these different types of dynamics of what's really happening beyond our physical reality. And one of the things is people are very busy in their 3D reality. And because of that, that creates some sort of a loop that we are stuck in. And by having these programs and creating more awareness, this becomes more mainstream, so people become opened up to it. I mean, we can take a look at cartoons these days, and we have extraterrestrial experiences in there. So as kids are growing up, it becomes more open and mainstream. I have kids myself. At a certain level, they would connect to this, and I would guide them into connecting with different beings. They're connecting to their ET selves, and having few extraterrestrial kids, not just physical kids, you kind of see the dots and you connect these different dimension of realities, and at a certain level, they come to a realization saying, "But wait a minute, this is not real, because my other friends don't have this experience, so I need to kind of separate myself from that." So they go into that age where they understand that this 3D reality, what they feel, sense, their sensations are real and everything else is not. So I had to kind of retrain them and bring them back into this reality where everything is real, and not only this physical reality, because the school systems deviate their mind and put them into a box. And as parents, we have to break that box and let them know that it is not so, but there is much more beyond this 3D that we understand. And you have to kind of get them to their own logic to kick in so they can start to explore and question everything. And right now, my oldest is 15, going to be by the end of this month. And it is interesting to see how now she starts to connect with her friends and guide them into these connections of where they can be emotionally free and understanding these things. Now, this is the next generation of existence. This is where we just basically paved the way of energy for the whole collective, and the children are coming in, they're going to be completely multidimensional. Their learning structure is not going to be anymore through books. It will be through downloads. Literally, frequency, vibration, that is the way of communication. And what we understand now is going to actually speed up so much faster, which is by seeing these different realities come together. It just really exciting to be at this moment, at this planet right now.
It is.
More that's happening behind the doors, and the higher dimensional beings are working with these kids, some of them not even conscious about it. And we have to bring them to the surface so they become aware of it. And this way, they can spread this love, they can spread this awareness so we can become one with these multidimensional selves. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
And that's why Mary's work is so important, because she gets children to talk about this. Did I freeze again?
No, we see you, bro. Ellen. I think you froze again. Mary, do you want to jump in here and comment on that?
Yeah, because I said that's why your work is so important, Mary, because that's exactly what your purpose is, to bring children out. Yeah.
Well, for me, they are our future. And unless we support them through their process of incarnation into a human form, from some of them saying it's the very first time they've come here, to imagine the trauma to their psyche coming from other places, different frequencies, different awareness, different understanding, multidimensional abilities, in a society that dismisses those kinds of experiences, that in fact you're getting ridicule. So it's, you know, for me, it's not just about supporting the children, though. It's supporting the parents who are supporting the children, because they're, you know, having these children that are completely different, that are given dysfunctional titles, you know, from ADHD to dyslexia to Asperger's or whatever. And understanding that's different wiring, because we are now they're coming in activated and aware and with these abilities, and they're in a society that dismisses any ability beyond their physical senses. And that is the issue. Yes, their physical senses are expanded, 5 times more sensitivity on the skin. The sense of smell is expanded, their hearing's expanded. You know, all those physical things are expanded, are their visual, you know, the visual spectrum they can see more of. But not only that, they are understanding packets of information they're getting as downloads from these different intelligences. They're aware of their heritage. They're aware of their mission. And the biggest issue for many of the older models or older generations has been not wanting to be here because they struggle so much. Well, what about the children? Mm-hmm. They're even more sensitive to what's going on, someone's emotions and feelings directed at them. They go into school and they've got all these different energies going on. They know when someone's not well. They know if someone's been abused. They know what the teacher's thinking, which may not be what they're saying. They're tuned into all of this. How challenging for that child, unless we start to wake up and understand what's actually going on with them, and to support the parents to support the kids. So how can I? That's what's important is how do you support the parents and educate the psychologists, psychiatrists, the teachers, all of those. Some of them are starseeds that already know they've come in to support these children. Teachers that have gone into education because they know they're supporting the star kids. Midwives that told me they're delivering star kids because they're bringing in the right energy. So it's all been set up beautifully, but we all have to honor our role in that and speak our truth.
You're doing it, Mary. You are doing it. Joan, you work with a lot of people, and I mean, how do you talk to people? Unmute.
I want to say is coming out in the world as Joan of Angels was a huge deal, and that's kind of the same thing as talking about extraterrestrials, because I'll never forget, I was with my daughter who said to me, well, Mom, don't lead with, can't you tell him you're a doctor? Introduce yourself. Dr. Joan Hancock. Why are you leading with Joan of Angels, Mom? It was so embarrassing to her. So and it turns out that I've been embarrassment to her entire life, where she would say to me things like, well, Mom, can't you be normal like everyone else's mother? Yet I will say the following. She's 32 and she turns to me, and she's in trauma. And I'll say to her, well, let me pull a card, or I'll pull out my pendulum, and she'll freak out. But then she fights against it. The girl's an intuitive, but fights against it. But coming out is who you are. Let's talk about that. We're all of us on here are people that may see other beings and know who we are. And we have to really, we have to break free of that which kept us from not seeing. Okay. And also, this patriarchal plug in your throat chakra, like that you don't say it. So I think that's, and what was I reading? I was reading something in Brad Olson's book that he said that us humans are the ones who keep us enslaved. Mm-hmm. And so I think we're up against other people's enslaved points of view. They're boxes that if God forbid we should pierce their rigid thinking, they're going to fall apart. And so it's in the way that we somehow help open them to this greater reality.
Well, the greater reality, and Rob or Flo, I was going to actually come to you because we're talking about spiritual it's ETs, but then people don't get out there, at least the government, how does that connect to the spiritual reality? But it seems like everyone here thinks it's directly connected. So what are we going to say, Flo? And just add that other piece if you want.
Yeah, I was just going to add to the conversation. First off, working with children, working with parents, I feel grounds the Starseed mission. And I feel all of us have a big mission ahead with those two objectives. I think it'd be awesome. Maybe in the future, Portal to Ascension, we could do something with the parents or children. But we have such an opportunity right now with this amazing group of beings that are coming together to really create a foundation. But in regards to communicating with people who maybe aren't on that spiritual frequency or whatever, because I don't even like the word spiritual frequency, but really don't want to talk about ETs or extraterrestrials. One tool that we all have is the gift of storytelling and the gift of metaphors. I find in the journey of a story, you could change it to something that more fits their reality and guide them to a teaching without talking directly. And I feel the way that we could create mass shift in consciousness from a cultural standpoint is to be teachers from the indirect avenue. And to me, indirect is music, art, board games, movies, cartoons. There's something about when we communicate indirectly with people who have like a logical wall, that we bypass that criticism and we go straight into their heart. And I think these are the tools that we're going to be bringing forth in the future. We're going to be going straight to the heart, not trying to change the mind, but just go straight to the heart. So there's so much opportunity, and I feel art will be a major influencer in our future journey. I'm not trying to pitch my product, but I created a board game called Masters of Light. And the entire reason for this board game was to bring people into a spiritual conversation and get them on a deep journey. And if you tell people, hey, let's meditate, they're going to go, no. The barriers are going to come right away. But if you tell them, hey, let's play a game, suddenly they drop their guard and you could like open them up into a deeper experience. So yeah, indirect is very powerful.
How do we forget your board game? It's okay to pitch yourself. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're here to share our creativity.
It's kind of
wait.
You know what?
Take
That's
off your
genius. That's
take
genius,
off your
Phil.
background a little bit, and let's just see it. Because oh, there you go. Okay.
It's a game with it's a game with the Ascended Masters. It's a channeled board game, and it's unfortunately sold out. I'm trying to raise the funds right now to bring it back, but it's pretty much a ceremony in a board game format. I call it a group oracle, and the angels said, hey, we're going to help you create an idea that's going to shift consciousness. So I just followed orders, and this experience, this game came down. And the reason I share it, because I want to inspire other people. If you have like something, a passion project, we need it in this world, and we need to have some fun. You know, fun is the way we're going to learn. We don't have to take everything so seriously. And yeah, that's how
I agree. I think that's why we incarnated, is to have fun, be enjoy, to be creators, to emulate creation. So let's do a Zoom, Neil, with the board game. We'll all be players in the board game, okay?
I like that. I like that. That'll be fun. You know, I think that's so great you're doing that too. And it is a multifaceted approach to try and get some of that information out. We have to use a lot of different methods because there's different thresholds for everybody to engage and ignite that spark inside of them that makes them think, you know, there is more to what some people are saying than others, you know. And I this is just amazing listening to everybody's what they're saying. It's just incredible. I have to tell you that Omar says hi, because Omar, his internet, something was going on and he can't get it fixed till tomorrow. But he wanted me to come in and tell everybody hi. He misses everybody. He wished he could be here. And also, it's funny because this collective is really at work. We started talking about the children, and I think it is so important, like Geraldine said, to create an intensive program for children and the adults around those children to understand those children, because it is traumatic. There is stresses that go along with having to hide that stuff, like we were talking about before. The generations who didn't speak it up, I didn't have that community to really get it out. It really becomes this dark secret, and that can haunt people for a very long time and do a lot of damage. It's very, very deceitful and terrible that happens, because these are the ones we should be not, I don't want to say put on a pedestal, but making sure we have a prominent focus on what they're learning and what their future is. I think it's important. And you know, it's absolutely incredible. We need to get that multi-pronged approach. Go ahead, Neil.
Definitely, man. You know, just to like piggyback on that real quick. So there's so many different ways to do this, but ultimately what needs to happen is a restructuring of the education system, right? Because at the early age, especially the first few years, we're so I don't like to say manipulative, like we're so able to be manipulated, right? But on one level, we can be indoctrinated and be taught anything. So why not teach us and indoctrinate us at an early age with things that actually are cosmic truths, universal truths, right? For example, the scarcity mindset. So many of us are raised with that, you know, whether you have a lot and need to hold on to it, or you don't have enough. If we were taught that the universe is an abundant place, if we were taught affirmations at a really early age, you know. So what I'm starting to think of is like redesigning the new system, which will be a global system around the world, which will include the education, right? I think, we see all these systems and institutes coming down. Well, pretty soon I feel the education system is not going to be working either, because pretty much they just get you ready to work a 9 to 5. That's what it's for. It's like almost like it's basically like child abuse, getting the kids up that early and then forcing them to go to school in the cold weather some places. So that's part of like what I want to do with the community. Start building villages, towns, cities. And I'm really connecting with a lot of people now. We're going to create our own education system and really, encourage children. And you can't, like, on some level, you can't steer away from all the traumas that will be inflicted, because sometimes they're just karmic, right? But you can navigate the psychology of a human based on all the information that we have. And I feel that's what we're going to start getting into now. These are the conversations that we're having just in the beginning phases of this new reality we're going to manifest.
Well, yeah, I agree. And I think we'll wrap up as soon. I want to go around one more time. And Neil's been going for 10 hours. It's coming on 10 hours that we've been going. But I'll start with Grant, because Grant's presentation today was about how it was all consciousness, really. And I think this reorientation to reality as an aspect, we create the world, it's all consciousness, will help the educational system. Of course, you have to overcome religious dogma and all that. But Grant, when you say it's all consciousness, and this is an argument I sort of have with Deepak Chopra, you also created outside of history. So it's all consciousness and that. But I think we're also working within a historical narrative where we are moving our culture along to be open to this other reality. So I'm just like not sure how to integrate, does that make sense? How to integrate the ahistorical with the historical movement. Yes, it's always all consciousness, but we're also progressing on a trajectory. Yeah.
Okay, I would still go back to the fact that it's all a dream. So when you have a dream in the middle of the night, it's as real can be. And when you wake up in the dream, you wake up into another dream. It's all still dream, and it's all experience. It's not like there's good stuff. We change this and the world's going to be a better place or whatever. We chose to come here at this time in the middle of this thing. Even with this thing about my daughter doesn't acknowledge what I do, and that I'm sort of a little bit crazy. That is absolutely common. It's exactly the way it is with everybody. When people tell me that, I say, get used to it. That's the pattern. You that's to keep you grounded. You chose to come to be with somebody who would not believe you. That's part of the whole deal. And you see this over and over again. So to me, it's all experience. And whatever you're facing, it's not like we got to correct anything. We have to establish what we're doing and realize it's an experience, and what are we to learn from it. And we can't worry about what other people are doing. We can only do what we think will raise the bar and raise it. And there may be it's like whatever, there may be some historical thing that happened, and Hillary Clinton did something to me, or Trump did something to me, or whatever. It really doesn't matter. It's an experience. And if you take the onus that you're part of this, that you chose it, and there's no good and bad, and you are going to learn from whatever experiences you have, then the idea of history and all this kind of stuff disappears. I think it all comes down to, it's a dream. We're in this dream. We chose the dream, and we're living it, and we make our reactions, but there's no good or bad stuff. It's like if I get killed in a bad way in this way, a couple of lives from now, am I going to go back to the Civil War and say, well, I got killed, that wasn't fair? I mean, nobody cares. It's like once the life is over, you go, hey, that was pretty exciting. And nobody, and the way I would put it is, people have this, there's the ups and the downs, and we got to get rid of the downs and get the ups and stuff like this. God is watching a Hollywood movie, and we're creating it. And he doesn't want to sit and watch us sit around a coffee table and in the kitchen and drink coffee for 75 years. He wants suffering. He wants this, he wants that. Because if it's a boring movie, everybody gets up after 15 minutes and walks out. It's all this movie thing. That's the way I'm starting to see it. And God doesn't want to watch us just do nothing. He wants this drama and excitement. So a lot of the stuff that we complain about may be stuff that we actually put in there to make the things a little bit exciting and to learn. Yes. And in the end, the stuff that teaches you the most is not the stuff that happens good to you. That's when you say, oh, I'm so smart, I got this all figured out. It's the trauma, it's the bad events that you learn from.
Right. I agree. I agree. It's Mary, what do you have to say? I mean, as you sum up, I mean, your work is still cutting edge and incredible, and it's a really exciting dream, I have to say. We're all in. But Mary.
Well, I can blame my message to whoever is helping me create this dream. And I said, look, you know, if I'm coming here, please make it interesting, because as soon as it gets boring, you can take me off. But as far as I'm concerned, it's exactly how I see it with, and Grant saying that, is that when you work with people between lives and they say, well, I've chosen the next life and I want this in my family, I want this to happen and this to happen and this to happen. And basically, it's all set up for us to go through the process of what our soul has chosen. But the choice, when people say, well, what about the choice? I said, the choice is for you to see it as a victim or to see it as a way of growth for your spiritual understanding. There's the choice, guys. Is the cup half full or half empty? There's your choice. Because ultimately, we chose this. So it's up to you whether you want to have a good time around it or not.
Yes, thank you. How about you, Flo? Where are you at in your excitement?
Well, one thing that keeps me sane through this earthly journey is to see things as a comedy. So my personal movie, this is a comedy, and when things go wrong, you could find such hilarious humor behind certain situations. I'm not saying that there's tough situations, but I guess it's just stay funny, stay silly, see the silliness of life. I mean, all the Star family that I communicate with, they're like, hey, loosen up, dude, have some fun, you know? And if we're in a dream, sometimes I tell my friends, like, when I'm having a great moment, like right now, I'm gonna wake up in another reality and I'm like, oh, I had some strange dream last night where I was like in a computer screen looking at people, and I think Neil was there. And so, you know, just enjoy this precious gift, because it's gonna come and go. So thank you, Alan, for holding space as always and doing such an amazing job.
Thank you for holding your space and doing your work. How about you and Geraldine and Igor? What do you think?
The only thing I can add to that, I mean, I completely agree with what Grant and Mary both said, and Flo as well, is unconditional love. We need to bring it back to love, which is kind of, it's the key to navigating this unknown, this constant experience that we're here to experience. If you can come back to unconditional love, everything kind of you can see things through neutrality, and it can be a more compassionate journey, a less suffering journey. You know, you choose less suffering. So that's really the only other thing I would add.
Igor.
I can agree with every single one of you, but Flo, I believe that is, playfulness. This is a playground, and we have to be playful in this reality. And that is the thing that we need to learn from our children, is one day they're upset, or 1 minute they're upset, the following minute they're completely in a different frequency. And that's what we need to remember, is how to shift back. I mean, we all go through our ups and downs, is to get back up and understand that this is a matrix. You are the creator of it. What you want to create and how you want to participate in it is completely up to you. That is, I think this is where we have our free will into this moment of now. So thank you.
How about you, Ashanti? What's your excitement here?
Well, I would say the most exciting thing is to realize that, you know, people aren't the only life forms that support the human journey. We also have plant life, we have animal life, we have all the 4 elements, and we have the stellar family. And we just have to remember, all we have to do is look up and they're looking down, and there's a connection. So anytime you get into a fight with someone, you just don't get why things the way they are, look up at the skies and they say, hey, we get it, just go with the flow.
Great. That's Flo Karuna right there. Rob, how about you? Thank you for being here today, Rob.
I loved what everybody said. And, you know, when it's time to walk with purpose, you walk with purpose. When it's time to have fun, we have fun. And I think when you take that, you know, that combination of, you know, that you chose to be here, some of the harder or more trying times, you can look at them from a broader perspective and try and find the good or the lesson in them, and then take that with you the next time and try and train your subconscious to be more along the line of positive. And eventually it won't even be a training exercise, it'll just automatically happen. And I think that for me was, to keep it on the eye, was one of the biggest and most helpful things, because I used to like to stew in the negative for a while. So, when I retrained my subconscious, and every time I would have a thought that might have been negative, I pushed it out, think of something positive and why I thought of it. And I'm very analytical, so I like that kind of stuff. But I think that walking with love and being that way is going to bring us into where we want to be and what we want to do.
Beautiful. Great. And Joan, who's excited every single minute, she is smiling and laughing and jumping up and down. Joan, tell us what it does.
So, just so you know, I'm teaching this class on intuition tomorrow, and a sign of an empath and a certain intuitives are they cannot stop interrupting, or they just have this. So God knows. But, first of all, I'm so excited that we're here in this time. Honestly, this planet's been enslaved for lifetimes, and we are coming together. So many of us are waking up, beyond the 100th monkey theory. We might as well go into the millionth monkey, the billionth monkey, because I think more people are waking up than know. And so we're in this collective that we are at a higher vibratory frequency and positively changing the planet. But we were born for this. I know I was specifically born for this. I know I had in my DNA points to wake up or to stay asleep. Okay, because I could tell you the times I stayed asleep. Or the times the ETs came to me and I just was so freaked. It's like I would go like this and hide under the bed. Just leave me alone. And yet that's what I want, is that contact. I go, come closer, go away. But we were born for this. We have everything we need, and this is the time we're going to do it.
Yeah. Right. How about you, Neil? And then I'll say something, and then you can finish up with a poem. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I second everything everybody's saying, and ultimately my understanding now is that we definitely, we signed up for this experience, and we signed up for the contrast, in this world of amnesia. It's almost like Source was like, okay, I've experienced myself in so many ways. What's the next experience I could have? Well, why don't I make myself forget my connection to Source and give myself the illusion of free will, because I don't remember how everything is always happening all the time. And let's see what happens with that. And I feel like that's what's happening on Earth, is it's just another experience. So with that understanding, the darkness, the challenges, the struggles are as valid as an experience as the light, the good, and all the happiness. We've had the experiences that we needed in order to get the contrast. When you have amnesia, what's the best way to know what you want when you have amnesia? Well, to know what you don't want. So we know what we don't want anymore, and it's time for us to cultivate what we really truly want. But the understanding is not to be upset and angry at what we experienced that we didn't want, but to thank it and have gratitude for that darkness. Because something I love to say is and some people, I'll give you both sayings here, is that the most unconditional thing the light ever did was allow the darkness to live within it. And then other people say, well, what about this one? Well, the most unconditional thing the darkness ever did was allow the light to live within it. I say it's the same thing, So, but ultimately, it's one singularity split into duality. The duality, both aspects of the duality are a part of the singularity, and the singularity does not energize one part of itself over the other part. It's all a part of the oneness. So with that understanding, we can come from a place of objective neutrality. We can understand and have gratitude for the experiences that we've had, and we can move forward fully integrating those experiences rather than reacting to them and repressing them. I feel that's what is happening. That's what PortalToAscension stands for, is really about understanding the polarity we've experienced, having gratitude for it. But having gratitude doesn't mean you're spiritually bypassing it. You can still take, when you come from the place of neutrality and non-reaction, you can still make decisions based on informed action, and when you have that inner peace within yourself, I feel you can make more informed decisions for all of humanity, for yourself, for your family, and all that. So that's why it always comes down to, I wrote an article a few years ago for Radiance magazine, and it was called, "What Does UFOs Have to Do with Meditation?" It was all about literally we're not going to be in this world with open contact unless we do the deep work. Meditation can come in many forms, many modalities, but unless we really transcend and accept what has happened to us and bring harmony to it, we're not going to even be able to have this world where we're at the frequency where we see our galactic family, you know? That's kind of how I feel about it all.
Beautiful. I know I like everything everyone said. I do think, though, we're going beyond duality. I think there's a new world. We're at the threshold of something new. Bashar used to say, this is your last chance for density, so get it while you can, because we're moving up. And so there's something unknown that we're all trying to get a handle on. And that's why I feel this is the most exciting field, the most exciting study that I could do, because it's the UFO thing, whatever that is, Grant, whatever it is, consciousness, beings, interdimension, it represents the mystery of our time, the unfathomable, and there are pieces that everyone's putting together. And I can't think of anything more exciting than to get an understanding of this mystery that is just keeps unraveling and unraveling and unraveling with more components, more pieces. And so I think for me, I'm very excited about everything that we've all said, and to be with pioneers like Mary and Grant here who are at the cutting edge for years of study, and still nobody knows what's going on. I mean, talk to Linda Moulton Howe, 40 years, John Mack, Whitley Strieber. We all have a piece and we're all putting it together, but we're at the verge of some awakening. I feel we're right there. And I think the next phase is about to unfold, and the planet's about to wake up to some new realities. That's my feeling.
Let me just quickly add to that. The words of the famous physicist David Bohm: when they figure out all the quantum physics stuff and get to the bottom of it, there's just another level below that. And everybody said, no, there's not. It just never ends. It just gets more complex. So play with what you've got, because you're never going to get the final answer. That's where I was saying in my lecture, when you come down to it, you can never actually see reality. You're always looking at something between reality, and the reality is not for us to see. So it gets more and more complex as we go along. And you can see that in the UFO field in terms of the UFO phenomena getting more complex. Like, for example, 1897 or whenever it was when the UFO crashed in Texas,
Aurora, Texas.
In Texas,
yeah.
You have to remember that this thing was flying at 8 to 10 miles an hour, and they were saying that they were from Mars. Now, were they from Mars? And that doesn't make any sense when you start looking at that, and you see how the phenomena itself is getting more and more complex all the time. We don't have ground traces anymore. We really don't have cattle mutilations anymore. We have light language people. We didn't have that when I started. You see the phenomena is getting more complex. It's almost like this game, and everybody's playing it, and it's getting more complex. And we're in the excitement part of it. But I would just quote you, David Bohm: when you get to the bottom of it, there's just another level below that.
Thank you, Grant. That is what's so exciting. Just as you get closer to the goalpost, they move the goalpost. So,
that's right.
But that's what makes it so interesting. Linda Moulton Howe says we're in a hall of mirrors on a quicksand moving floor, because all these pieces come to us. So, but yeah, I'm really excited.
One last thing I'd add, because we talk about this thing that we don't get support, is the idea that people will say that you're in a cocktail party or something, and you hear the people talking, and then you suddenly realize they think I'm crazy, and you hear them talking about people who aren't in the room and what their kids are doing and how many kids are in jail, and so you can tell the story and whatever. And you got to realize that the vast majority of the world lives lives of quiet desperation. They have no clue. If you were to take the top 100, you go around and poll the people, the top 100 issues in their life, UFOs would never be on the top 100. They just don't care about it. They're in a different world. So we have to take what we've got and run with it, and realize we're in the Super Bowl of all stories. This is the greatest story of all times, because it gives us a glimpse of what life is about, why we're actually here, which most people never spend 10 minutes thinking about.
That's right. Thank you. And the mystery. Did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, and the mystery. It's unfolding a mystery and mystery. And it's like those Chinese styles. You take one out and you get another thing. So, Neil, this has been a great 10 hours of investigation.
30 hours altogether, huh?
3 days, 36 hours nonstop.
Yeah.
Completely worth it, by the way. Completely exciting.
Oh yeah, it was
cutting edge.
Yes, a new reality. We are unfolding new times, and everyone here, I just thank for their presence and their
Thank you guys.
open mind. So, you want to finish it out with
Yeah,
one of
let's
your
finish it off here.
creations?
I'm gonna close it out. So everybody who's in the room, stick around just for a few moments. We're gonna close off officially in a minute here. And yeah, I just want to remind everybody, it's the 14th anniversary of Portal to Ascension, started in April 2008. So it's been a pretty amazing ride, and just to realize where we're at now and all the amazing people that have really been on the platform. I'm just so grateful to just be able to do this work full time. I texted Joan just like a few hours ago, and I was like, I'm so happy I do this for a living. Like, I'm just so, so grateful that I get the opportunity to live this life and be around all of you. And my soul has been filled from these 3 days, and it continues to be filled every single day with the interactions that we have and all the work that we do. And we're just peeling back layers, you know, and just like Flo said, let's just have fun doing it because it's so interesting. You know, one thing's for sure, and I think a lot of people here, we're just extremely curious, you know, and our curiosity is just exponential at this point. So I'm just going to share. Go
I
ahead,
just
Alan.
want to say the chat is really going wild. You know, thanks for unconditional love. You know, there's just so much gratitude here in the chat. Blessings. Anyway, we'll get a chance to read it. There's
Well,
just
one of the comments said, "We've all ascended. Now let's go to bed."
That's practical. That's practical, and it's true.
You know?
These bodies of ours need to rest.
All right, so I'm just going to briefly tell you about a couple of events because I want you guys to stick around so we can end this with some poetry. First of all, tomorrow, Joan of Angels is doing the integration workshop for this event here, and I'm just going to show you really, really quick if I can get to it. Okay, here we go. All right, so PortalToAscension.org, online events, Joan of Angels right here, integration workshop tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific. Had a lot of awareness today. If you want to come join us, how to use your intuitive gifts you were born with. It's going to be, you know, helping integrate all the energy, but also tools and techniques in order to basically tap into your intuitive gifts. Also, William Henry is doing its 2-day retreat online, which is going to come up this month as well. We have the Paranormal Magic and Ancient Folklore Conference coming up in May. We have the Kundalini online conference also coming up in May. And I'm just going really fast because I want to show you just a couple more. The next free event, everybody, the next free event is something that's been in the back of my mind for a couple of years now, is Heal the Divide online conference, Heal the Divide online conference. And that one is pretty much self-explanatory. And almost everybody on this panel, on this event, are new to Portal to Ascension. So I've taken a whole year of research, interviews, contacting people, 20 hours of Instagram messages to figure out how to get the right people for this event. And so it's going to be so incredibly amazing. All individuals that really focus their lives on bringing together people and healing the division that's happened in the world, right? And then I'm doing my Creation Stories of Humanity in June as well. And then I'm gonna leave it at this last one, the Indus Valley and Ancient India online conference. This event has been in my mind for around 12 years. It's been on my list for 12 years. I've been waiting for the moment to do it because I was waiting to do the Ancient Civilization series. But I've always wondered, how did Neil, a guy from Punjab, parents from Punjab, India, North India, get born in England, end up in California? I've always wondered that. That's kind of why I even started doing this stuff. And so I decided to put a 2-day event on it so I could figure it out. And so we're going to go through migration routes here in this Valley civilization, astronomical alignments that prove the dating for the Mahabharata, the Ramayana. Michael Cremo is going to be connecting ancient Greece to India migration routes. It's really going to be next level information there. So again, everybody check it out, PortalToAscension.org. I'm just showing you a few. There's another 50 events on the website, so do check it out there. In regards to this event here, everybody does get unlimited replay access. It's available immediately on New Reality's YouTube channel, and I'm going to have it on my YouTube channel when YouTube allows me to do things on it again within like 4 days. Okay. All right. So, Ellen, the last comment before I do poetry.
Yeah, no, I just have an event coming up, which I want to invite Mary and Grant to, which is a contact series, a Making Contact series, special series, and I'll talk to them about it. But we're going to do deep dive from disclosure with government insiders, hoping to get Lou Elizondo and some other people there, to the philosophy behind it, like what Grant is saying and J.J. Hurtak, and then have a discussion with Whitley Strieber and Linda Moulton Howe. We're going to go deeper then into the star seeds, and there's been some star seed, what I call the star seed rebellion happening. So look for that at Making Contact series. Let me see if I don't have the poster here because I didn't know we were going to promote that. But anyway, it's coming up. They'll be on some other shows.
And I'll send an email out to everybody in here because I'm going to be sponsoring it, so everybody will get an email. Go ahead, Grant.
But
yeah, while everybody's plugging stuff, I want to plug a documentary I'm not involved with. I'm promoting. It's called Alien Abduction Answers. I say it is potentially the best UFO documentary ever done. It's the best one I've ever seen. It's May the 3rd. I would pay attention if you get a chance to see it.
Oh, really? Great. Thanks, Grant. I know the guy, John Yost, who did that. And, this is my upcoming event there, Making Contact, and you'll promote that. But anyway, it's going to be a great series. And thank you, Neil, for everything. This guy is the hardest working man in the phenomena business. So
phenomena business, I like that. Thank you.
And he's a poet, and he's a great poet. It is an industry, actually, but yeah. So Neil, close this out.
So I'm gonna do 2 poems here. All right, so this one, I figured this is actually the perfect poem for what we've been discussing, and it's called Duality Becoming Singularity. And then I'm going to do one just like raw real quick to the screen here. And then that will be it, everybody. So I love you all so much. Thank you. Duality becomes singularity. It's okay if sometimes you see darkness. Just remember it teaches us what light is and how much we miss it. When the absence of presence, internal resting place for all aquatic bodies, I am every and nobody. I know everything and nothing at all. I am hate and I am love, fear and trust, pain and bliss, love and lust, sex and a kiss. I am what has been seen, what will always be, and what will never become, the slumber of delirium. I am the illusion of reality where we think we are in. I am the confusion of duality of war when no one truly wins. I am the pollution of intellect and youth where we believe all we do is sin. I am the fusion of like-minded souls who together will transcend. I am spirituality and organized religion. I am perception of consciousness manifesting in this dimension. I am the lesson, transcend fear and aggression, achieve ascension. I am the new world order. I am the world full of borders, testing my commitment to the recycled universe. I am loyal and I have betrayed. Lied, killed, pillaged, loved, and tortured, hated, lusted, trusted, incarnated, and nurtured, all experiences in this universe is. You and I, we are all of this. I am the perfect circle, split by the white light and twisted into the form of the infinite. You see, I am all that is. I am all that is.
Bravo.
In this world of calamity. So are we one yet? Go ahead, brother.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, you're coming out with a music album that will be connected to all this beautiful poetry.
Yes. So I have an album coming out in May. It's composed with classical music in the background with my first album, which is called Planet Earth. And I'm going to do one last one here. Okay, let's do it. So are we one yet? Going back to source. No remorse when reinforce the course that we all endorse. Unconditional love. It's the highest vibration. It's a gift from above. Desolation of separation. We must be the ones to say this is enough. You see the third dimension? It was meant to be tough. There is no captivity, so unlock the cuffs. Move away from hate and lust. Our thoughts begin to shift the earth's crust into a straight axis. Just like in Atlantis, stop causing damage and learn to manage self-realization. When people start to vanish, when we change our intentions and join the like-minded souls in the fifth dimension, this is the beginning of our oversoul mission. What is it that you envision? The future incarnations, the Christ consciousness has arisen. Tear the perception of being in this prison, this industrial system. Slumber of opposites. Duality, where we got lost and forgot how to achieve liberation. The curiosity won't last for long at all as we move to the aquatic age, break free from the third dimensional cage of limitations, Freemason being misplaced in this illusionary reality. Governing authorities, there will be no more war. Co-create a love ambassador, open the doors. Life isn't supposed to be a chore. No getting on your knees, worshiping entities from the floor. The message is simple, man, we don't need to know anymore. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones. And it's time for humanity to wake up. Love you all.
Wow.
Great. Wow. That's a great way to end it. Thank you. Everyone online, everyone in the chat, everyone attending. It's all built. It's building an energy field. That I think we're actually building a portal to ascension. You know, funny you should call it.
It's a ship, guys. It is a ship. And we are accelerating.
All right. We spent the last 3 days exploring the cosmos. We're landing back down on Earth now. It's nighttime here on planet Earth. So
Remove the cords. Bring your energy back.
I tell people to go back to their own universe. It's time for you all to go back to your own universe. That's all.
Whatever universe that is, or a new universe, yeah. Well, okay, let's do it again, Neil.
Sounds good. See you guys in a few weeks.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Glenn. Igor.
Bye, everybody. Thank you to everybody attending. Love you all. Okay, bye.
Bye.